still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you, but somehow I keep running back to you, back to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2 of MCS Championship LAN here. We have a fantastic day lined up for you. We've got matches, all ranks, all levels, everything. Starting out early, I am K-Tool, joined by Gentlecore or Dylan. How is it going bright and early at 9 o'clock this morning?
Yeah, it's a beautiful day out here in River Falls. Really excited to host another day of championships here for the Midwest Championship Series. The Season 10 LAN has been our best one yet, and I can't wait to see all of these players duke it out for supremacy.
Yeah, I have to give a massive shout out to everyone who has put in a ton of work on the back end, getting everything set up. Obviously, you being one of the main characters running kind of the show on the back end here, knowing a lot more about this stuff than I do. So, but definitely appreciate the opportunity to come and cast for you guys. But yes, we have a fantastic match starting out with the Rising Star Winter Finals. We've got the upper finals in the St. Paul Senators versus the Bloomington Maulers. Yesterday, we saw in the uppers, both of them swept 3-0. So they didn't really get challenged much. So we'll have to see going into this one if they're duking it out again. Winner moves on to the grand finals.
It's always tough when you're receiving that first test this late into the tournament, right? Usually, if you're able to go through a tough series or maybe drop to the lower finals earlier on, it kind of tests you, helps you go on a run, gives you that fight or flight instinct kicked up a notch. To come in kind of cruising into upper finals, this will definitely dictate a huge amount of the rest of the day for the Rising Star bracket.
Well, and you look at the bracket, I don't want to say it was a boring bracket, but the only single game with the Miracles and Outlaws was the only one that wasn't a sweep. So if you were in the Rising Star bracket, if you lost game 1, it was pretty much GG, go next. So, but like we mentioned, that Senators and Maulers fighting for the grand final spot. The loser will drop down and play the winner of the Superiors and the Outlaws. So it's going to be a tough matchup here. Again, we talked about it a lot yesterday. Being on LAN, there's a lot of nerves, but also it's kind of something you don't talk about much, but it's a lot more difficult typically to play in these earlier games versus way later. A lot of these players are used to playing, their matches 3, 4, 5, starting at PM all the way to 3 a.m. So the 9 a.m. games, we'll see if players are awake. Did they get good sleep last night? Are their thumbs working this morning?
And that's why we say every time, anything can happen on LAN. It doesn't matter whether you're the 1 seed or the 8 seed at this point in the tournament. Everything is equalized. It's about who shows up right now when your number is called.
Yeah, we're looking at the demos here. We've got the Maulers in Sleeth Dog with 2.49 demos per game. And he's going to be on stage here. We'll see if that is going to be one of the metas. We actually saw yesterday in the Premier and also in the Challenger that demo meta seemed to be what was working, especially on LAN. A lot of times the mechanics don't translate as well since there are a lot of nerves. But as we are getting into this game, this is going to be a fantastic one. I am curious if you do have any predictions on who you think is going to take it in the best of 7.
As the host, I try not to have any bias, but now that we've seen just how much of a fiend Sleeth Dog is with the demos, I'm actually rooting for the Bloomington Maulers here. I think if they can get out early, be aggressive, start to really exert their pressure onto the Senators, we might see them get a little rattled.
Yeah, well, and I think it is tough as we see an early goal coming out from Bloom as I was literally about to say his name as I was able to watch their match get 3-0 yesterday, and Bloom was one of the star players on his team. And 30 seconds in, starting it off.
And you see here the Senators clearly awake, pressure on the orange side of the pitch, ready to make it happen. So we'll have to see in this kickoff, can the orange team make a recovery? Because like you said, felt like once you went down yesterday, it was GG. Bloomington needs to keep this close.
Well, one of the biggest differences, too, is yesterday it was both best of 5s. Now we're at a best of 7s, and teams do have timeouts, which we did see some teams call timeouts yesterday. A lot, though, didn't opt to go for their timeout, saying that we don't need it, but I think it is absolutely crucial to use that timeout to take that extra second to take a break, figure out your game plan, and figure out how you want to tackle the next game. As we see Sleeth Dog going for an early challenge. He's got 0 boost. Illuminati now off the sidewall. It's going mid. Little awkward, though, as it is going to bounce back. Lord now to the sidewall. Bloom now trying to go for a solo play. Instantly challenged, though. The Maulers do not want to let him go for any of the mechanics. Again, we saw how dangerous Bloom can be in the air. So the Maulers going for the demos and not stopping the solo plays might be key.
Really good challenge there. That's going to be key. You don't want to feel the constant pressure of having the ball on your half the entirety of an exchange, right? Going a whole minute where it feels like you cannot get a bang, cannot get a clear, and a nice shot on net there, but just off the top post.
Yeah, Senators looking to come in and defend as they were the Major 2 champions this season. So Maulers, again, on paper, might be the underdogs here as we do see Senators with the 1-0 lead. 2 minutes into this game, Lord trying to drop this one down. Gets a little bit of an awkward flick here as himself and Caesar has no boost to work with. Bloom 0 as well, trying to get this one back mid. Good off the backboard, and that's actually really awkward for Lumity. No one actually able to challenge here. And again, this is game 1. Teams, especially on a best of 7 this early, it is going to be a little bit of a feeler game of how aggressive do they want to be, especially since winner goes on to grand finals. As we get later and later into the game, what team is going to feel the most comfortable on stage?
And we're looking at Mauler's pretty good boost control here, a good demo coming in, and now we need to see, will Maulers be able to do anything? But it looks like the Senators demoing Sleeve Dog there, able to really alleviate any of that pressure coming in.
Yeah, we saw yesterday the last match of the day had 55 goals. I don't know if we're going to be on track for that one as we're already halfway through this game, and 1-0 is all that might be needed. As I say that one might find the net, and it does out of the corner. Caesar getting a great touch on the sidewall, and that just skips in. You think the Maulers defense just getting caught out there.
And those freebies really come back to haunt you. In a game as low scoring as this one so far, going down 2-0 with just 2:19 left, by no means is this game over, but when offense is at a premium, it's going to be really difficult.
Difficult indeed as we see Caesar going for a solo play here. Drops down, Bloom trying to take over. We see Lumity again going for early challenges here. Good touch from Lord. Again, we're seeing the first man being so aggressive, not allowing any solo plays. As we see a little bit of an awkward double commit, and Sleeve not able to get that touch here. Looking for bumps on the last man as we see a great shot from Lumity. Not able to find the corner here. Back mid again, shot after shot. It's anyone that finally put it in, but it's off the crossbar. And again, Mauler's getting desperate, but they still can't seem to punch it in.
Now this is looking a little bit dangerous for the Maulers, but as you can see, when you've kind of been able to have that pressure, get several shots on net and not be able to convert, it's really putting your defense at a really tough position. So we're going to see if Lord and Bloom here can hook up. Beautiful two-man play there.
Oh, they are consistent. We see going downfield, Lord pops it to Bloom, and Bloom just trying to pop it up for his team. And Lord, again, on 0 boost, being so aggressive, willing to dive here. And the difference is we saw Mauler had 3 or 4 shots. They had their chances, but they weren't able to put it in. Senators, that's their first shot they've had in about a minute and instantly converting. So they are absolutely taking their chances and sinking them.
Bloom and Lord were locked in there. Beautiful touch, and it just goes to show anything can happen. Bloomington Maulers here with their first score of the game. Lumity making a play to try and keep them in this, but it's going to be tough. I mean, you're down 2 goals left with 1:19. Do you think there's enough time to send this into OT? Or
I mean, considering what I saw yesterday, that there were 3 or 4 5-goal swings, I absolutely think it is. But again, the Maulers, they got that goal off specifically of the kickoff, but also demos. We mentioned earlier that Sleeve leading the league with over 2 demos a game. That is going to be their strategy. So if Senators can do a good job of dodging the demos, we'll have to see how much offensive pressure does Maulers have, as it took them 4 minutes to get that first goal. But again, there is still a lot of time here as we see Caesar trying to get a 50. He's forced to go back. Jaw trying to drop it. Maybe we see a double commit again on defense, and you can't go for those. They have to be more consistent with the rotations.
Unfortunately, Lumity was deep third man there, rotating back for boost, so not able to take advantage of the double commit.
Oh, it's a free backboard. Can Jaw find the touch? Not quite there. Able to get around that one. Very, very tough angle. Sleeve, though, it's a great pass in, and again, the opportunities are there. We see a follow-up shot, but all 3 fenders of Senators are jumping. Maulers, again, they're getting these great touches, but the final shot just isn't getting the power and placement that is needed.
Jaws really tried to slip that one in between all 3 of them, and it looked like it had a chance, but it was pretty brutal. And we're hoping here that we can just kind of see some momentum be built, continue up this good offense that we're seeing from the Maulers, carry that in the game too. In a best of 7, one game, you can't let dictate how you feel about the series, how you feel about yourself. So you got to keep your head up and be ready to get back out there.
Yeah, I'm looking at Maulers, and I'm actually really curious to look at the stats because I have a feeling they're actually going to have more shots than the Senators, even though they did end up losing 3-1 here. And as the stats come up, it's going to be interesting to see that they had so many opportunities, but a lot of their shots just, they were weak. I'm looking at the shots, and they did, in fact, outshoot the Senators. But again, the chances they did have, they just did not get the power that was needed.
Well, and you see, part of that is a result of what we mentioned beforehand when we looked at the stats pregame. Sleef Dog only with one demo, not meeting that demo quota that we're expecting from him.
And the one demo he did get was a goal.
Yeah, and if we can see them do that a little bit more often, we're talking maybe 3 demos from Sleef Dog, that's going to lead to a few more open nets, and one of those, I mean, we're talking 10 shots that were taken, you're going to see 1, 2 or more of those connect, and suddenly we're in a tied game.
Yeah, well, and you notice, too, of the 3 Senator goals, a lot of them were either 30 miles an hour or less. They were slow trickle-in goals. So it wasn't like either team really had some rippers on target, some great passing plays. It really was just shoot something at the net, and eventually it'll finally trickle in. But again, Maulers, they had so many opportunities. I would actually be very confident in that, knowing, hey, guys, that's on us. We had opportunities. We just got to get better shots. So going into this one, I really do think the Maulers are going to get a lot more goals. They're going to be a little consistent, especially on land. Once the nerves calm down a little bit, I think they're going to have a fantastic series.
Yeah, Jaws was looking hyped there. You know, it says he likes to do free play in absolute silence. In this environment, probably wasn't able to get his typical warm-up in this morning, but still feeding off the energy of his teammates, looking to make an impact early on.
Oh, that's a miss.
We'll see game 2. Can the Maulers even this series up?
Sleef now throwing this one mid. Lumity doesn't have any boost to work with here. Jaw opting to go for a pass play, but again, Lumity had no boost. I thought he was going to go for a solo play, but got to be aware of how much boost your teammates have in the position. Sleef now trying to get a sidewall read. He does get 1, he gets 2. Can he get a 3rd? But again, the double commit. Both teammates on 0 boost. Now Jaw, low boost, have to buy time for his teammates to come back. Jaw now leaving this one. We see Lord trying to pop this one mid for Bloom potentially. It's going to be a sidewall read, can't quite find it. Lumity with a good save. Bloom getting demoed for his efforts. Lord still on the ball here, trying to just buy some time and get it mid. Caesar in the middle. Is anyone there for the final shot? And it just goes down as we see more and more demos, but Bloom through the smoke again, getting the first goal of the game.
And cool guys don't look at explosions on this one, so let's see what happens. A quick double demo, and then, ooh, just slides it right by Lumity in the net. That one looked like it got away from him.
Yeah, Bloom in the air has been so fast so far in the series. He's scored now both first goals of the game here. Maulers, again, they ended up going down 3-0 last game before they finally got their first goal, so we'll see if they can respond early. Lord now down to Bloom, trying to get it around 1. Caesar is going to come in. Not a lot of boost to work with here. It does actually pinch mid, and that might be on target. Does anyone get back in time? And Jaw at the last second off the post. We see a miss here, and again, Lord so quick in the air, and the Senators barely able to get that one. Mauler should be thanking the lucky stars that the post is their best defender right now. But again, Jaw and Lumity on 0 boost. Someone needs to find a back corner. Is that a free touch? We see demos galore happening, and there's no 3rd man from Senators as we see Bloom got demoed as Maulers. The demos are allowing them just to survive on defense.
The Maulers surviving that sequence, it does provide a lot of relief. What it does for you is it kind of says, okay, we bought ourselves a free moment here, let's recollect. I wouldn't be surprised if they score here pretty soon now that they've been able to reset the pitch.
I cannot believe that the Senators were able to survive that onslaught. Again, back and forth. The best defender seems to be the post and the crossbar. Both these teams not able to find stuff on target. Again, land nerves are an absolute different beast. As we see Lord now going for a redirect. It's off the backboard. Is anyone there for the follow-up? We see a lot of players diving in. Double and triple commits galore. Jaw now on 0 boost, trying to get a 50. It does drop mid. Off the backboard. We see the 3rd come in, and again, a great defensive play. Senators now on the counterattack. Jaw with a good touch and back and forth. The speed of play in Game 2 has ramped up significantly since Game 1.
And you'll notice the Senators, they've been having this beautiful two-man game on offense between Lord and Bloom. But part of what stifled that this game is there's a few more demos, especially on Bloom, that's not allowing them to convert any of these shots or any of the great touches that we've seen.
So we see Sleef on 0. Going to leave that for Lumity. Drops mid, but Jaw just a little bit too far back. He was falling too close to Lumity to get a good follow-up here. Bloom dropping it mid, and again, 0 boost. This is awkward for Lord. Does a good job getting it to the sidewall. Jaw now taking this mid, gets a 2nd, gets a 3rd touch, trying to get it mid, but again, the demos don't allow Maulers to have that 2nd person back. They're getting these opportunities, but the demos are not allowing anything, as this is going to be off the crossbar, or off the post, as we see Bloom now. Last man back here, trying to buy time, doesn't get the best clear. Senators now, low boost on a counterattack here, but Jaw again, 0 boost. Both teams don't seem to be able to handle their corner boosts right now.
Yeah, boost is at a premium in this series. We're seeing a lot of 3rd man plays where they're kind of driving around, scavenging for boost, unable to really impact the play.
Bloom now Opportunity to get around one. An instant challenge from Jaw. Almost able to find the dunk. It's the third man in. Bloom now tosses this one safely to the corner. Lord now should have time. Tries to go for a solo play. Lumini. Good touch off the ceiling. We see double commits, though. That is not a great clear. Is anyone there? Lord has to buy time again. But double commits and weak clears from the Senators. I don't understand how Maulers haven't been able to find this one. This is ridiculous. Again, this is the same onslaught as we saw in Game 1. But Senators, out of sheer willpower, are able to survive.
And there we see a demo coming through, but is there going to be anything done with it? And I don't think so. We're going to see here once again,
Oh, that's a ripper on target. And Cesar, what a touch. Lord off the sidewall, gets the pre-flip pass, and Cesar, he started backwards on that one. But Caesar just up and over, and that's Senators again, 2-0 on Maulers.
And that's got to feel brutal for the Maulers. They've had such advantageous positioning during this match and weren't able to get anything off of it. Like I said, Jaws really had played phenomenal defense, and there you go, another easy one in for Caesar.
This is looking a lot like Game 1, where Senators went up 3-0, and that is going to be a mistouch from John Sleep, who's on 0. He didn't obviously expect his teammate to miss that one, but good job for the Senators to have that first man being aggressive just in case they did miss. So Maulers, 40 seconds left. Can they, again, like Game 1, just get one for the road? They got to get offensive going early. They have not scored in the first 4 minutes of either Game 1 or 2.
I don't know, Caesar feeling like Superman out there, so we'll have to see what the Maulers can do here. Once again, it's a long series. We have a lot of Rocket League left to play here. I really just want to see momentum being built into the next match. Maulers, they don't need to hang their heads low. We might see a timeout just to kind of recalibrate things, give them that moment of silence to reflect, but I wouldn't take anything too drastically. When you're down 0-2 in a series, you don't focus on that. You focus on the next game, one at a time.
I definitely think they do call a timeout here, especially since between 2 games, they were only able to find 1 goal unless they do find a 0-second goal here. But this ball is going to hit the ground, and Senators with back-to-back 3 goals per game. And I'm looking at Maulers now, 1 goal within 10 minutes. Again, it's just, I think you got to call a timeout, right? I think you have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what is working. We saw they outshot the Maulers by like 10-8, and this time only finding 4 on the board versus the Senators sitting at 13 shots.
Yeah, it was a complete flip of the script, and I think you felt that in the way that the game went. It felt like Game 1, the Maulers had a lot of opportunities to convert, but just couldn't execute. This game, they kind of felt stifled, felt like they were constantly playing defense, praying that Jaws and the top post could save the day. But unfortunately here, not enough boost, it felt like, at those critical moments to convert.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it, too, is just the pressure, but also frustration, you know, especially in Game 1, as you mentioned. Maulers had so many opportunities, not able to execute. And early in Game 2, again, they had a lot of opportunities, couldn't execute. And that starts to wear on you. And we see them going into Game 3, again, not calling a timeout. That seems to be kind of the theme here. So they seem to have confidence in their play style, but in the first couple minutes, I need to see some goals. They cannot have 0 goals again on the board after getting shut out last game.
You know, Maulers, maybe there's nothing to talk about. Maybe there's nothing to think about. They just need to go next and lock in. And I respect that, you know. Obviously, if they lose this game, you're going to really be feeling the pressure to take a timeout. It's kind of a do-or-die situation. But like I said, you're just focused on we got next.
Yeah, we'll see if that is going to come to fruition here as Senators starting off early.
This is a better start for the Maulers.
This is a much better start, and it just needs to find the back of the net, and it does. Lumini forcing his way through, and Maulers, for the first time in the series, have a lead.
Yeah, and that is just a much better sequence in terms of how they're playing kickoffs, right? If you look at kickoffs during this game in particular, you're going to see them rotating for boost much more quickly, getting back out there and able to put some pressure on. So Sleepdog already got that back corner boost and is ready to try and make an impact here pretty immediately going for the challenge.
We'll see Senators' first time in the series. How do they respond being down for the first time here? That is an awkward miss. The net is open for a split second, but at the last second, Sleepdog's coming in. Lord on 0, trying to pass this one mid. Bloom, a little bit of an awkward touch here. Forced to go back on 0. We see a demo again happening. Sleepdog, it's the man alone, trying to go for it. Going to be going back all the way on defense. Lumini going to be taking his time. Sleepdog leaving that one smartly for him. It does bounce mid, trying to pop it over to his teammate. Gets a good beat on Bloom. Sleepdog, a little awkward touchdown mid. Jaw now dropping this out. Lord should have a free clear, which he does. And Maulers, they're being more aggressive. And again, I just need them to make sure they don't give up silly, silly goals.
Oh, a beautiful save there. Very close.
Ooh, dangerous opportunity. Bloom and Sleep both on 0 net. Able to follow that one. That might be an open net. Is that going to be on target? Is anyone back to help him? He can't quite get it in. The third man was demoed for the Maulers. They weren't able to get there. But again, just the open nets. He had so much time. Where was that third man from Senators? They're getting caught out again.
Sleep Dog here. No boost. Okay, he got the corner, trying to just get it on the other side of the pitch, but unable to convert. There we go. Jaws with a good bang. Lord takes it in the air off the wall and is looking to center it for his teammates.
Ooh, could be dangerous off the backboard. Can Lumini get up and read this one? And that is a fantastic read. That is such a difficult angle as we see this one going back mid here. Jaw ripping this one to Sleep Dog. Can he find it on target? It's going to be just wide. But again, the fact that they're going for the passing plays, I love to see the confidence in that one. Bloom now to Lord, trying to get a passing play of their own. Back one, back two, and that is a give and go. Senators tie it up.
I mean, Bloom and Lord, you give them a little bit of space, they're going to make a lot out of it. And here, once again, just that really soft touch back and forth, centering it perfectly for Bloom to execute.
Well, and it's so tricky as a defender, you know, how many times it's not a give and go, right? That person that, you know, receives the pass is going to rip that on target, so you have to respect it. So when he does drop it back down as a defender, you're thinking, oh, crap, right? And it makes it awkward. So Senators doing a good job. They might find the lead here. Lord now with 0. Gets it around 1, gets it around 2. Actually, Sleep a little bit awkward. This does drop mid. Cesar's trying to get a 50-on-1. This should go out to Bloom. Probably going to rip this off the backboard or to the corner wall. You see Jaw. Oh, that's a miss. We see a demo. The net is wide open. Where is the third man? Lord, he misses the open net. Senators given a golden opportunity.
And Maulers, you have to feel like they caught a break there. And that's one of those moments, right? When you catch a break, try to make something happen. The demo there might do well, but Bloom setting it up for Caesar. Will he be able to connect? Unfortunately, just pops it up.
Yeah, and that, I have to attribute that to Landers, right? This is an intense moment. Senators are up 2-0 in the series, but still definitely not comfortable as Maulers again going for demos. Is that going to be on target? Oh, Sleeve trying to get a pass. Sometimes you got to be selfish in that situation.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, really, you do see a lot of unselfish play. We're not seeing a whole lot of solo plays. No one's going for these crazy clips. It really is just about trying to center it for your teammate, get a good soft touch for them, and hope that that second or third man is there to follow up.
Minute 20 left on the clock. Still a tie game. Mahler scored in the first 30 seconds and then nothing yet. Senators did find a response, but it's been a pretty quiet last couple minutes here. So we see Lumina getting beat by Cesar. Caesar doesn't have a lot of boost to go for this one. This might be open again. Senators caught out. Is that going to be on target? It is just wide. And Senators are praying. They're lucky stars they are thankful for. And I don't understand how Maulers and Senators are both missing open opportunities here. So we see Lumity. Again, more demos from Jaw. Trying to get it past mid. Doesn't have enough boost to go for this one. Lord now, around 1. Jaw leaving this one for Sleep. I love to see the comms. They're calling each other off, not having awkward double commits. We aren't seeing as many double commits as game 1 as these players are getting a little more in tune to their environment, but that is going to be a whiff. The net was open and Bloom not able to get there in time. Sleep at the last second, and Senators are getting desperate.
Yeah, this could be our first OT of the series, which wouldn't be surprising, and I would say it's a very crucial OT. If this game goes to OT, I would imagine the winner of that overtime takes the series.
Wow, all right, I respect it. You got to also remember that if Senators do win this, they will be on triple match point and Maulers will have to reverse sweep. So this is probably the most important game for Maulers in terms of their confidence, but also just finding that second goal as they have yet to score 2 goals in a single game.
Reverse sweeping off of an OT loss is just, it's a huge mental obstacle to overcome. So Maulers, they've got to lock in. They really need to try and get a quick score here. Don't want to drag this out too much. It's going to be a critical series of plays here.
I cannot express how important this win would be for Maulers. To go down, like you mentioned, in OT and have to reverse sweep is almost impossible, especially in a LAN environment. But Bloom has been so aggressive trying to pop it, and that's going to be a little bit of an awkward mess for Caesar. Bloom, though, with the chance, and that's on target with the defensive miss. Maulers blunder. Senators go on to triple match point.
Jaws just in a super awkward position. Lumity not there fast enough, and then Sleep. I mean, there's really no way he can be there to get that. So just a really unfortunate series of events there, but Maulers, this is going to be brutal. They are having to climb the mountain down 0-3 after an OT loss. Once again, shots at a premium for the Maulers. They've stepped it up. The demos are there. They're just not able to capitalize off of them. And I think it's a little bit, if you watch the demo, when the notification comes up, you're going to see Maulers usually just brutal on the boost there. We're going to see a quick timeout here from the Maulers, as this is it. Do or die. Next game is going to decide the series.
I think it's a little too late, though, in this situation. I mean, OT, you saw the frustration and the disappointment in the cams after that ball did go in. And again, it's not in that situation like the Senators had a crazy solo play or a crazy passing play. It was, again, a defensive blunder from the Maulers. And again, in the LAN environment, it is so difficult to play how you would at home, especially, again, at 9:30 in the morning, right? These players are not used to playing at these times in this environment. But I will say, Senators, they're not having to do anything super crazy to score. It's just be consistent, always have the first man. And again, sometimes if you just throw the ball at the net enough, you will cause mistakes from your opponents.
So if you're the Senators right now, you're saying, hey, no worry, guys. One more game. We got this. Keep doing everything that we've been doing. But the Maulers, what are you telling your team right now? What are you discussing internally to try and turn this series around?
I think the number one thing they need to do is, guys, you have confidence. We are here for a reason, right? We 3-0'd yesterday. I think the two things they need to do is make sure to secure boost. Too many times they have zero boost to follow, but also they need their third man to be aggressive. How many times in casting that latest game were we saying, where's the third man? It's an open net. But again, they were either demoed or just too far back. They were being too defensive. So I think being more aggressive as their third, especially as the Mavs, they have nothing to lose at this point, right? If they lose this game, they're done, but granted, they are not out. So they still do have a second life, but again, they need to reverse sweep to go to the grand final. So I think even if they do end up losing the series, just to get one game, 2 games would give them confidence if they do drop down.
And when you look at the situation here, talking about that constant absence of the third man on the offensive play, it might just be a matter of, okay, we're playing a little bit more conservatively here. We're like rotating back for boost and sitting back post too much. Let's just try and follow up the play. Full send it. We have one game here to try and make this series actually a series. So let's see what happens. And right now we're getting an early shot on goal from the Maulers. You love to see that. Lord and
is that going in? Oh, it does! Off of some crazy shenanigans here. Sleep going up early and getting a dunk on Lord almost on the ceiling. Bloom not able to expect it. He took a little bit of awkward bounce off the side of the goal, but Maulers, after the timeout, 15 seconds in, again, that is what they needed to say, hey guys, we got a new game plan, and for it to get a goal early again. I love to see that. The question is, again, this is their second time finally being in the lead, but how do they respond? In the Senators, again, we see backboard misses, so they need to make sure to clean up those defensive blunders.
I think that's the first time they've scored within the first 3 minutes of a game yet.
It is. It absolutely is.
A positive sign.
Question is, can they do it again? But we will have to wait and see on that one, as Bloom, not enough boost to really get a great clear here. Does drop it mid. Lord now should have lots of time here. Jaw drops this one to the side. Leaves this for Sleep. We'll see a little miscommunication on defense there. It actually causes a clear double commit, and then a little bit of awkward touch in the side. Caesar. Little awkward here as we see Bloom now dropping this one mid, 0 boost. And again, this kind of seems to be a little bit of a slower start from the Senators, as they are almost, again, giving a free net, and that's a miss again. I cannot believe the Maulers have not turned in another one.
Lumity and Sleep just a little asleep at the wheel there, but we have a nice center here. Can Lumity score? And he does!
That is what we love to see. Again, quick rotations. They're getting their mid boost. Their third is being as aggressive as we're asking him to, and he's there for that back wall read. This is what we've been asking of the Maulers. Fantastic start in Game 4 for them.
They're a little bit quicker. They're full rotating less. We're seeing trying to just get that center boost and get back into the play as soon as possible. Now, that can bite you, right? You can have a few more open nets for the Senators to try and capitalize on, but they haven't been as sharp in the past couple of games as they were those first 2 in landing their shots.
I definitely agree. And like you'd mentioned, I think they need to be more aggressive. I'd say as aggressive as you can be without giving up these clear counterattacks, is that is going to be a little awkward, but Caesar taking a good 50. This does go mid. We see Bloom leaving this one for Lord. Toss this to Sleep, who doesn't have any boost to follow up. Jaw awkward in the goal line, and that is not where you want to be. And again, defensive misinterpretation on where the ball was going to bounce. And Bloom kind of gets a freebie.
And just what we were talking about, right? When you're playing more aggressive offensively, you're not really sending anyone back to back corner to pick up that boost and rotate through net. you're going to have more of those opportunities where you're a little awkward trying to make that clutch save. But a good kickoff here by the Maulers. Can they convert?
Chance here as we see Sleef all the way back here. Lord giving the ball away. This is going to bounce mid. We see a good solo play from Sleef, just trying to buy some time, but we see Demos on the goal line. Good thing Josh saw that and was able to cover here. Sleef now trying to get this one mid. We see Maulers now again getting more and more aggressive. I love to see this. The question is it too little too late, as they need to win 4 in a row and reverse sweep on LAN. So we see Bloom going for a little bit of a disruption here. Lord trying to pass it mid. This does bounce there as Jaw getting beat out by Caesar. Sleef now a little bit awkward touch, and again misses on the backboard, and Bloom almost getting a replication of the first goal.
A big demo there could make a difference, but it looks like Lumini's going to be able to clear it. Can they get this out of the corner in an advantageous spot? It looks like they're going to have a hard time with Caesar taking it back to the Mauler's side of the pitch.
This bounces mid. We see Sleef and Lumity. Actually, both of them missing this one. Caesar, is that going to be on target? Off the crossbar again. The backboard defense of both these teams struggling a little bit here in Game 4. They got to make sure to clean that one up, as Sleef now drops this one to Lumity. He has no boost again, having to go all the way back. He wants to turn and keep the play going, but the resources just aren't there.
Yeah, the boost control coming to bite the Maulers a little bit in the rear end. Few great looks that weren't able to be capitalized on.
Chance here. Can he get this off the backboard? He can. Bloom is there. Back on the backboard. A good clear from Jaw, going to buy his team so much time to get boost as they were running low. Chance for Lord trying to drop it down. Good pass. It's going to be a little bit wide. Sleep should have a free clear to the backboard. But again, awkward. These clears from the Maulers, they're just not getting the touch that they need to really relieve that pressure.
And you know what I'm always looking at, when we see Bloom touch it, where's Lord? Lord touches it, where's Bloom? They are playing so well off of each other this entire series, and all it takes is a little bit of space for them to even this up and potentially make this a sweep.
Yeah, and as we've been talking now, we're down to a minute left. And what an angle! Is that going in? Is anyone there? And we see Senators tying it up. Well, I cannot express this read and this angle from Bloom is ridiculous.
And Caesar with one of the easiest shots of his life. The ball was 2/3 of the way into the net already.
Just as I was about to mention that Maulers are now a minute away from finally getting their first game, Senators say not so fast. We want to continue what we did yesterday in sweeping our opponents on the way to the grand finals, which I think in that situation they would absolutely be the favorites to win it all. Maulers now with 50 seconds left. Again, you are not down. It is just a tied game. You can still absolutely do this, but how much confidence and belief do they have in themselves?
Yeah, the Senators are not rattled. Usually in this situation, doubt can start to creep in. You go down a couple of goals in what would be a serious clinching match, and you're like, oh wow, we opening that door for a reverse sweep. But it seems they've been able to claw this back, even it up, and at worst, we might end up with an OT here.
OT is looming here as we see Lumity putting this one to the corner. He doesn't have any boost to follow up. He actually does get the corner boost as we see Caesar dropping us down mid. No one there being super aggressive. They want to maybe play a little safe. Maybe they want OT if they're the Senators here, as we see touch mid. Bloom now a little bit awkward. Seeing who's going for this one first. Caesar trying to rip it on one. Is that on target? Going to be a little bit wide as Bloom it'll follow up. And that is almost, it is free. Is anyone there? And yes, he is. The backboard read is there. And with 5 seconds left, Senators back in the lead.
Caesar, he did the Superman reveal earlier. He said, I'm there when you need me. All right, the man of steel coming in, sealing the deal here, it looks like, for the Senators. Can the Maulers make a miracle happen?
Miracle is needed here with 2 seconds left. The ball has to stay up, and Bloom is saying not going to happen. And as the ball is getting closer and closer to touch the ground, Maulers have to go for the 0-second drill. It is up. Is anyone there for the solo play? Bloom dropping this to the sidewall. It does drop down. Is anyone able to read it? And they are not. And Senators, in a dominant 4-0 fashion, have punched their way to the grand finals.
I will say, St. Paul Senators, fantastic series. They need to stay warm, though, okay? Grand finals, a long way away. We know the lower bracket buff is 100% a real thing. These guys will get iced out over the course of the day, so they're going to be on these warm-up stations. They're going to be trying to stay focused, stay locked in, not let the distraction of, oh, hey, we made it, we won in a sweep, we feel so great about ourselves. They can't just assume they're going to walk their way to a championship.
Yeah, this was kind of interesting as we you called it quite a few times with Bloom and Lord going for the give and go so many times, and I have not seen two teammates work so well off each other in a long time. And obviously we had some of the most open nets for Caesar as you'll ever see. Maulers again, they had so many opportunities, especially in game 1, game 2. There was a lot of frustration, I think, from just not finding the back of the net, and they actually outshot Senators in multiple games. But in the end, Maulers do fall. The timeout buff did work. They did finally get 2 goals, but in the end, they do drop down to the lower bracket. Again, they're not out. They can still make a run, but definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board on this one.
Yeah, and if you look at the Maulers, once again, you think, okay, well, rough morning, who cares? Next time we play, we're warmed up, we're ready to go. We got this out of our system. Let's punch our ticket back to the grand finals and get revenge, all right? It's all about that revenge tour.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the most difficult things to do, especially, and like I talked about during the timeout, if they can just get 1 game or 2 games, just to give them a little bit of confidence that if they do drop down like they have, they'll be able to say, hey, we had a play style, we had some mishaps, let's figure it out. But if hypothetically, they can work their way back to the grand finals to face a team that absolutely destroyed you 4-0, that's going to be a difficult wall to go against. But as we are going to be looking at the lower finals here, we'll have to see, as the winner is going to face a Mauler. So like you mentioned, they have a long time to either, get in their own heads. They might, not be able to figure it out, or say, hey guys, back to the drawing board. We know what we do. We're here for a reason. We can figure some stuff out. They had opportunities, and one thing is that with Sleefen, like his demos, it was a big deal in game 1, and then after that, Senators get a good job of avoiding it and just going for simple passing plays, which worked exceptionally well for them.
I mean, the Maulers, they're going to be scrappy in their next series, right? They know that everything is on the line. Senators, like I said, you're taking that really methodical approach now. You're thinking, okay, when am I going to eat today? What am I going to eat for lunch? How am I going to feel? When am I going to warm up? When am I going to rest? How are we going to approach the rest of this day so that when our number is called, when we do our walkout, we're not sitting there feeling like we haven't touched the game in several hours and are just completely unprepared.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at Senators, it is kind of interesting to look at the same side where now they're in the grand finals. They have a long time. But considering that, Maulers is supposed to be one of the toughest competitors for Senators to face, a 4-0, the question is anyone going to have enough fight in them to challenge the Senators? I know we do have some lower brackets. I've seen some craziness on stage. But one of the interesting things, too, is even in that game, I don't know about you, I don't think I heard a single pop-off really from either team. It was, pretty quiet. But again, it could also be because it's, 10 o'clock in the morning.
10 o'clock in the morning. I think there's a lot of respect between these two squads. Great players on the stage. As someone who's hosted this event for the last 3 seasons, I've seen these players so many times before step up in these big moments, be able to make their plays. So I don't think anyone here is going to overreact to this series. Maulers, they're going to say, okay, we got next. We're going to make that lower bracket run. And Senators, they're confident in what they're doing, but I think they realize that no matter what, Grand Finals is not going to be a walk in the park.
Yeah, I am. I know I did predict the Senators to win. I definitely didn't expect a sweep in that fashion, but as I had mentioned earlier, that I got to see Bloom and how good he was, and I think honestly, a lot of it was just the speed of play, right? How fast he was, either to get that extra touch, to get that, sidewall read, and just to dime up his teammates. I mean, how many times did we see Caesar have, I don't want to say the freest nets of his life, but I mean, the fact that he was just there being so consistent with getting boosts in his speed and rotation, he was able to get the conversion every single time. And then Lord, I think he did such a good job working off of Bloom. He definitely didn't get as many goals, but just being such a pivotal piece in the 1-2 passing plays it was so cool to see. I love great passes in Rocket League.
Well, when you have that 2-man game taking up so much space, taking up so much attention, what it really allows Caesar to do is be opportunistic, right? If he sees the ball in the right place at the right time, he's just going for it. There's zero hesitation, and that's what we're talking about, like a speeding bullet. He's coming in, and there are a lot of clutch goals here that are just coming from Caesar popping out of nowhere, right place, right time, right shot.
Yeah, we'll have to see what is going to happen here. But I am kind of curious as we are looking at the bracket here again. It is going to be the next of Superiors versus Outlaws. Superiors, again, yesterday they had a 4-0, so they're sitting pretty right now. Again, have lots of confidence. Outlaws going to Game 7 with the Miracles, and they did end up clutching out. So we'll have to see, is it better to, have a 4-0 going into your next match? Hey, we destroyed them. You didn't get maybe challenge as much. Or is it best of 7? You had some grit, blood, sweat, tears with your team. Maybe you have a little more camaraderie coming out of that one. Who has more momentum, a blowout or a super tough game where you came out on top?
I've been in this situation a lot as a coach. Last 2 WCRL lands, we ended up making our way to grands through the upper side, and it felt kind of like a cakewalk, and I feel like that really came back to bite us. I do think going through some adversity earlier on in the bracket, whether that's a tough series or falling to lowers, actually does pay dividends in the end. Outlaws here having those close series, getting more games on stage, that makes a huge difference in how comfortable they feel. Also, I can say a little bit of bias here. Outlaws has one of our players from UWRF Esports on it, Olvi, and our coach, Dicey. So those guys are very familiar with these setups. So a definite dark horse pick for those of you out there who might be thinking there's a little bit of superstition involved.
Oh, I think there's absolutely some superstition. I know, especially players, there's certain PCs they like or they don't like. Obviously, there's certain keyboards, mice, controllers. It is all about getting as comfortable as possible. And you mentioned even something small as like, what am I going to eat today? And it's just like, first of all, where's the Jimmy John sponsorship, right? I've seen half of the players here, go into Jimmy John.
Half of my team works at Jimmy John.
Well, see, exactly. Yeah. There you go. And it's funny. Every single LAN I've been to, it's always just, half the people go to Jimmy John's. But again, it is stuff like that. It's making sure you get, the right food, you get enough sleep. How are you feeling in the morning? First of all, it's like, how many monsters are you going to have in the morning? I see everyone, pounding the energy drinks, trying to just get awake. But again, it's okay, as you move on through the day, is hopefully there's going to be a crash. How do you manage, especially like you see, if you're in the grand finals, you have so many hours of sitting around.
Yep.
Just make sure you stay warm.
And we're in the university center here on campus, so lots of places for the players to go off, relax, maybe take a nap, get that caffeine hitting them right at the perfect time, get that energy boost, and be ready to hopefully take home another championship here at the MCS Season 10 Finals.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, 10 seasons. This is ridiculous, and now you guys got 3 seasons here. Coming up next, we are going to have Buffalo versus Rhythm in the Challengers Winter Final. We've got a long, long day, so appreciate you guys tuning in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
carried you home, taking all the weight off your shoulders. Now it all gone, falling into 1 year older. It's funny how our love began when I was sober. Now I stumble in a room where nobody else cares. Now I'm in two minds thinking about you. I'm in two minds thinking whether I'm too kind to give you all of my truth. I'm in two minds thinking. Now I'm in two minds thinking about you. I'm in two minds thinking whether I'm too kind to give you all of my truth. I'm in two minds thinking.
Welcome back, everybody, to some more MCS action. I am Clash, joined by Iwu, and we have the pleasure of joining this next challenger matchup between the Rochester Rhythm and the Omaha Buffalo. Iwu, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Challenger upper final, big chance here. You don't have to play in that lower final, and both these teams only one match yesterday. Omaha got to beat the 1 seed Duluth, probably still feeling good. For Rochester, they've been that team. These two teams have been 1 and 2 all season long, and I think this is the upper final we kind of all expected.
Yeah, absolutely. The Buffalo didn't get quite as heavy of a matchup. They did play against a sub on that Superiors team, but they were no slouch. They still came to play, but Rhythm kind of bouncing back and up and. They defeated the team that defeated them earlier in the season. Miracles, they had their number earlier, but they now made it up here. Now these two teams are guaranteed at least top 3. Even if they lose, they are still in. As you can see in the bracket here, they would fall to the victory or the Outlaws, depending on who wins that matchup. But talking about these two teams, they have been, like you said, strong for the entire season. Tashega on the Rhythm has been going crazy. Busy has been grinding. Those two as a duo are amazing on that Rhythm squad. But Buffalo are no slouch either.
Yeah, Buffalo, they've swapped rosters. They brought in Mini Naquan, who I think some people have underrated.
Absolutely.
And he's been very good, very solid for this team. Not the greatest run in the second major, losing in round 5 of Swiss. But for them, I think it was getting to LAN and be able to say, hey, we make LAN, we have a chance to win this thing. And they're just such a solid team. I think the Rhythm have a very high ceiling with Shiga, Flo, and Busy. But I think it's going to be difference of play styles for these two teams, two very different ways of thinking about the game.
Yeah, for sure. The Rhythm here, they're a very aggressive play style, for sure. You saw it on the demo stats a little bit earlier. 2 of their players are on that leaderboard, Busy and Shiga, both up there in the top 5 in Challenger. They don't like playing against an opponent, so might as well just eliminate that opponent from the field. If there's nobody to defend the net, they'll be able to score very frequently. So, yeah, the Rhythm, they love that aggressive play style, but then on the other side with the Buffalo, they are so rotational. They never leave their gaps. They always have someone in position to punch, to save the ball, whatever they need to do. They don't leave those holes, but maybe Rhythm's play style can counter that a little bit with the demos, might be able to create some of those holes.
Yeah, definitely a good way to break that rotation is through the physical game. For the Buffalo, it's about staying sound in your gaps, staying sound in your role. It's a team that I know has the pop-off potential, and they're going to feed off the crowd. I think that for the Rhythm, they're a much younger team than the Buffalo, just average age, and maybe that plays a role, saying, hey, I know you've already played one LAN match, but now you're on the main stage. Now it's just a bit bigger because you win, you go to the grand finals, get a chance to win a MCS LAN. But I don't know. If you had to predict somebody to win, who would you take, Clash?
I think personally, I've got to lean towards the Rhythm. I think the duo between Tashega and Busy is too strong. I think there's not going to be anyone on the field to defend them. They are so demo heavy and such solid players in the air too. They're just very all around, very strong players. I think I'm going to take Rhythm in a pretty heavy win here. I'm going to take them in 5.
Not so fast. Give me the Buffalo. Give me Rob. Give me Naquan. Give me Infinite. Those are my guys. I think it's going to be a great series. It's been two of the best teams in Challenger the entire season,
Absolutely.
this long season, to be that consistent and be at the top of your game almost the entire time. I'll take the Buffalo in 6.
Yeah, I mean, this match could absolutely go either way. Yeah, as you said, Buffalo are been so strong. I've already talked about the rhythm quite a bit, and I'm just excited to get into this one. It should be a banger matchup. Whoever wins this one makes it to the grand finals, and they will play whoever comes out of the lower bracket. Again, both of these teams still have that extra life. If they lose, they are not out. They will go to the losers finals and have still another chance to make it to this. Both teams have 2 games to try to make that final, but obviously they want to do it right here. They don't want to have to risk falling out of the tournament by falling to that lower.
And
they want to do it right
those
now.
2 teams in the lower semifinal right now, Brainerd and the Outlaws, those are dangerous teams.
Absolutely.
Especially those Kansas City Outlaws and Dicey.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of the hometown heroes for them. But, yeah, going back to the most recent major, both of these teams didn't make it as far as they would have wanted to. Rhythm, they were out in the top 4, which is not bad, but then you look at the Buffalo. They didn't even make it into the bracket in that last one. So recency a little bit is favoring the Rhythm here. Throughout the season, these were, as you said, the top 2 teams. And no surprise that we're seeing them in this upper final, but kind of recency bias, there's a little bit of a lean towards the Rhythm in this one.
Yeah, Rhythm have beaten the Buffalo the last 3 times they've played. It's been different rosters, but still, the Buffalo's last time playing before this LAN, they were getting reverse swept out of Swiss. And it's just, maybe that just plays on your mind. You say, hey, the Rhythm have had our number, and maybe today you change it up because your own LAN's a different environment, but still, when you play a team that's beaten you a couple times before, it's hard to get that out of your head and get that mental block to go away.
Yeah, and looking at some previous winners here, Rhythm, they're such a stout organization. They have been in here for so long, multiple wins coming through for them. A couple times in Rising Star, once in Challenger, but Buffalo are newer franchise. They only came in the last season, but they're looking for their first win here. If they can make it to the grand finals, that is one huge step for them to be able to make it and put their name on that board.
100%. For the Buffalo, it'd be one of 4 teams to have all 3 tiers at the LAN.
Rhythm are another one.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 great franchises, and the Rising Star Buffalo team didn't go as we wanted to, but I mean, the Challenger team, the Prep team, both upper finals today. It's going to be, I mean, it's a great match for every single team. I think the Buffalo have a chance to put their name in the record book today, but we'll see.
Yeah, and I'm sure they're trying to figure something out on stage here, and probably might still trying to join the lobby or something, but I know we've talked about these teams for a while, but talking about just the LAN environment, I know you got a chance to play in it. How does it affect the way you play? Being in this in-person environment, being right next to your teammates, but also being able to stare right at your opponents right next to you?
For me, honestly, I just had to feed off the crowd a bit and just say, hey, we're not supposed to play that well. I mean, we didn't have our best player, and it was just trying to go out there, have fun, not let it get to you.
Yeah.
Honestly, I was more nervous casting than playing. But yeah, I think the environment, the setup here, everything's just so great. And like for my first LAN, I couldn't ask for a better thing. I mean, yeah, these teams have played before. They played in the first major. The Rhythm won that, so it's like I feel like it's setting up for whoever loses to come back at the grand final. It just sets up perfectly for a storybook ending between these two. A real rivalry, even outside of the game. A little bit of beef before this card.
Yeah, but whoever loses is not guaranteed, obviously, to make it to that grand final. They have a good shot, but they're going to have to play a hot team. Whoever wins between the Victory and the Outlaws is going to play the loser of this game, and I wouldn't want to play a team that's going to be coming out from that spot there because they're coming in hot. They are going to be having a win right before the matchup. So any team that's coming through a win is always scary to face. But yeah, as we mentioned before, Buffalo got reverse swept out of Swiss here, and that it might still be lingering in their mind. It's been a while since this major. It is the most recent tournament we had, but it's still almost a month ago at this point, or about a month ago at this point. So Buffalo, they're trying to kind of bounce back from this matchup, but we are about to get into this one, and you have the Buffalo, I have the Rhythm. It should be a really good matchup.
Yeah, I'm so excited for this one. I think these are probably the two best teams left in the Challenger bracket. No disrespect to Brainerd or the Outlaws, but, I mean, the results show that the Rhythm and the Buffalo they've proven it time and time again. Only 3 losses for the Buffalo all season. I mean, it's just we'll see what happens. Brainerd as the 8th seed looked ridiculous yesterday. I got to watch both of their games. I mean, they're disgusting. And, I mean, you can't ever count out Dicey on LAN.
Absolutely not.
No. Him, Olvi, Lubick, especially the duo of Dicey and Olvi. So good. I don't know. I think anybody could take it.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, talking about Dicey, I mean, hometown here, Olvi plays for this esports team here too. Yeah, like you mentioned, that team is going to be dangerous coming out. But going back to this series, I hear some game audio. I think we're about to get into this one. Rhythm versus Buffalo. Here we go.
Yeah, we got the Buffalo in the blue, Rhythm in the orange. It will be an absolute dogfight to see here. I think a very pivotal game 1 for the Rhythm to just get those nerves out of the way. Speaking of, they had a chance at that, but they'll go by the wayside for the moment. But yeah, I think the Rhythm need to take this game 1 and really establish themselves on LAN.
Yeah, both teams definitely want to start off hot here. They are on the main stage. I'm not sure if it's the first time for him. I'm kind of forgetting, but I don't. Rob's team has been on there. I remember casting them earlier. So I think Rhythm are on the main stage for the first time now. So we'll see how they react to the pressure here. Flo has no nerves, gets the first one away for the Rhythm.
Yeah, it was a big miss by Naquan in the corner there, and then Rob goes missing as well. It's just a double whiff from the Buffalo there for the first goal. Tough mistake to have early in this game, but plenty of time to find an equalizing.
Yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, plenty of time. Best of 7 series. Not only is there plenty of time in this game, but the series is very long, so they have plenty of opportunities to bounce back. As long as you don't let the snowball start to build up too much, it'll be able to, you'll be able to stop it in its tracks as long as you are able to react. And Buffalo, seeing how they're going to try to respond here. Mini, no boost here, just plays it middle. Only as far as Busy, though. Busy taking his time, something he's very good at, controlling the ball whenever he has space. Double commit, though, coming out from the Rhythm. No one able to pounce fast enough for the Buffalo, though.
Yeah, if they're getting that touch to his back wall, save what probably could have been a shot on, but a bit awkward. Does recover very well, gets one more touch. It will fall to Busy once more. High in the air, Busy in the air still. Goes to the backboard, Rob's there to shut it down. Infinite takes that. Launched downfield. It's a team. Daquan cleared it into Rob there. Just a bit dangerous. Infield pass will not go. Rob bangs it downfield. Shiga has it pretty easily. Getting chased now. Maybe the physical game from the Buffalo comes out against Rochester where like they try and counter it that way. A good 50 away, but 3 minutes in. Still a couple of chances, but still only 1 goal for the Rhythm.
Rhythm trying to get out of their half now. They've been a bit stuck. Double commit there from the Buffalo, but it goes in their favor. Infinite going to be able to take control on this one. Rhythm are fairly low on boost. Good clear, though, by Flo. Not as good of a clear as it looked like, though. Rob, back pass to Mini, just off the post. And almost on target there. That could have been a chance, but it had to be placed well. It almost was just off target. They are not done yet, though. Buffalo still trying to press.
Yeah, that's finally a clear comes out from the Rhythm. Good beat there, but a huge miss. 2v1 opportunity. Naquan not able to get there quick enough. Flow up now. We'll leave it for Shiga. Shiga to the backboard. Shiga looking for the double. Won't find it. Busy will underneath everybody. 2:20 to play. Rhythm double their lead.
Yeah, good communication coming out there from Rhythm. Shiga had an angle if he had some more boost, but good comms coming out from him, leaving it for Busy. Busy ready to put that one away, and Rhythm extend their lead to 2. They're looking good. Good communication coming out from them. They are trying to keep this one rolling. Flo taking this one over, going up in the air. Well met by Mini. Now controlled for the Rhythm again. This one's going to be another one. No one committed into the corner, and a 50 back to the middle results in another Rhythm goal.
Yeah, it was just another double commit. It's just awkward. Infinite puts it across, not the touch he wanted. Rob expecting something a bit different, and it's 3-0 to the Rhythm. I can hear a couple of quick chats. I wonder what they're saying, but we'll see. Rob does get the corner boost. Busy on the ball now. Naquan clears it. We want to find a goal if you are the Buffaloes. Just really open the door here in game one. Do not want to get shut out. Another opportunity. Busy's going to look for the shot. Busy, nowhere close. He had a couple bumps there, and we will go the other way.
Yeah, that's one that you kind of want back as Rhythm because you can extend that lead. But again, they don't need another goal here. That one was as free as could be.
Yeah.
No one was in net. No one was even close to net. The bump came through. He might want that one back if somehow Buffalo are able to bring this one back. But right now, Rhythm are still pressing. They have the offensive pressure now. Flo going to go for a 50 here, is going to be able to. Rob up first with this one. Just playing it back to Mini, but Mini wasn't quite expecting as much of a back pass as it ended up being. Rob going to be able to get a clear out here. No boost from him, though. Flo just going to play it forward a little bit, only as far as Infinite.
Yeah, for the Buffalo so far, I feel like they had a chance in this game, but it's just slipping away. Ever since Mini Daquan hit the post and out, that would have tied it. Now down 3 goals. So the momentum not really on their side. That ball launched downfield. Rob will have to backflip save for it. Already up was Flo, and the Rhythm looked pretty dang confident right now as that was cleared long. Bouncing towards the net. Shiga needs this read. He will get it and controls it once more. 35 seconds to play. Flo, pretty easy touch. Good dive from Naquan, but just no follow right now, and a dangerous opportunity.
Yeah, they're trying to get something going here, but Rhythm are suffocating them right now. They are back into the Buffalo half. To the middle there, Tashega, back passing to Busy. Going to be able to get a nice mechanical play here. Doesn't quite make contact on the ball, but spent a lot of time doing so. The time that Buffalo desperately needed, but that time is needed in the past. Too little, too late at this point. Buffalo cannot win this one. Rhythm start this one off with a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it was a step slow from the Buffalo at times. The Rhythm found their offensive groove, and they got the pressure when they needed to for this game one. A huge, huge statement from them. And, I mean, taking a 1-goal advantage in such a pivotal matchup like the upper final, it's what you need to do, and they get started early.
Yeah, I would say the Rhythm are arguably the favorites coming into this one. They have the recency bias, and they have also had that major win in Major 1. So I think they're kind of just embracing that. They're starting off really strong, and they didn't get matched very well in this one. Buffalo made a few mistakes, but also it was just the strong structure from Rhythm that made Buffalo look uncomfortable, I feel like.
Yeah, 100%. It was a huge, I mean, yeah, they are definitely the favorites here. Their worst result, the top 4 in Major 2. I mean, not bad if that's your worst result at all. But for the Buffalo, yeah, you got to anticipate, yes, we are the underdogs here. They have beaten us more than the times we've beaten them. And for them, it's about finding your structure and finding how you want to play. Make them play your game. Because if you let the Rhythm find their offensive pressure and just suffocate you and box you in your half, you're not going to win.
Yeah, and that's that player fact right there is very relatable. So many players are going to have that anxiousness, especially in a LAN environment. So obviously there's going to be some nerves no matter who you are, but especially if it's a deep thing, it's going to be tough to overcome. But they're obviously here. They've already won one match. Buffalo can absolutely overcome that, and they have before. Rhythm going to be trying to push this one up. Flo doesn't have any boost for this one, so he's not going to be able to follow it himself. Mini doesn't make contact, but leaves it for Rob. Good clear out from him, but no one going to be able to follow this very quickly. Flo pressing this one forward, only as far as Mini. Great challenge from him. Infinite going to try to hit Mac middle. Rob going to challenge there. There's only one back from the Buffalo. This could be dangerous now.
Minnie did get that 100 boost, which is huge for him. Now he's able to play it out of defense and comfortably at that. Rob, a good beat there. Minnie will steal this corner as well. Ball's going to fall right in front of the net dangerously, but no one from Buffalo near the crash. It will be Minnie Naquan once again off the ceiling. Maybe they find their first goal. Minnie goes missing. Rob will control. He's dunked back into his own half. Infinite will have to recover. Gets a good touch. Does not get the boost, but now the Buffalo's transitions out of defense have looked a lot better than game 1 so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They're holding a little bit of pressure here. Minnie going to try to get back to this one. Infinite up as well. Off the ceiling, though, but turned out to be a little bit of a double commit. Sometimes those can work almost as a fake, but the third man was not in a position to really pounce. That could have been a chance for Flo, trying to get the double tap off the corner there. Minnie going to be up for this one, pressing it upfield to Infinite. Back to the middle for Rob. Great passing play coming out. Flo gets a touch there, just barely gets it far enough wide. I was a little worried. That looked like an own goal from our perspective, but was able to get one. That's going to be a huge demo. Not on target, though. Minnie going to leave it for Infinite. Rob taking that one over now. Busy. Going to try to get a counterattack going, but still in the rhythm half. That one's on target. Minnie Naquan putting one away for the Buffalo.
Yeah, his first goal, and he has to be that guy. He's their star player. Minnie is so good. He finds the goal. He gives them the lead, and finally they put the shot on net. They were just missing wide a couple of times in both games, and finally find the back of it here. 3:18 to play.
Yeah, very strong start from the Buffalo here. They have been in the rhythm half for the majority of this game. Busy wants nothing to do with us talking about Buffalo. They're trying to get this one right back. But Buffalo are unrelenting. They are bumping on the rhythm half now, going crazy, trying to get this one back middle. Minnie Naquan going to be first to this one. Going to take some control. No, plays it off the backboard. Rob doesn't have the angle. He ends up playing it back towards Infinite. Rob and Minnie kind of jump for this one. This has to be just Rob now, but that double commit should relieve some pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Good flick by Shiga, but Shiga and Busy all over each other here. Just allows a free clear downfield. Flo, not the greatest touch. We'll give it right to Rob. Rob the shot. Busy to save. And we stay one goal apart. Good beat by Minnie Naquan. Across, off the ceiling. We'll leave it. Rob with a decent 50 should be able to control this still. He will take one more, but kind of just gives that away. Flo clears across to Busy. Busy goes missing. Shot? No. Infinite, or just not getting what he needed to do there. Shiga now just waiting. A shot and a goal. Beautiful from the Buffalo. They double their lead.
Yeah, Shiga, big clear out from him, but the demo on the back line was absolutely huge. Infinite clearing the way for his team. Rob putting that one away. Assist for Minnie Naquan.
Yeah, full triple threat play there. Minnie put in the pass on a platter for Rob. Just have to slap it in. But a good demo there. We have not seen the demos from the rhythm so far. Yep. 2 games in. They really have not found it. It's been the Buffalo taking it to them. A good 50. Now Infinite up. Infinite the slot. 3-0 Buffalo.
Rob standing up, yelling over at the rhythm. Little bit of beef coming out now. Little bit of prowess coming out from Rob there, putting that one away. That was a fantastic shot. And rhythm quiet now. Gonna be stuck back in their half. Yeah, Buffalo, as you said, they are bringing the rhythms game to them. So many bumps and demos.
Yeah, I feel like at some point it gets to be, there's a goal for Busy. He'll find one. A little bit of chirp from both teams. This is what we like to see right here, Clash.
Yeah, absolutely. These players are seated so close to each other. They could absolutely hear each other through the headsets. If they're talking that loud, they will hear each other. Rhythm trying to start this one back. They want to get this one rolling again. Flo going to be up for this one. Solo play from him. Off the ceiling, he's going to have a double almost lined up there. Deshega going to go for a double himself. Down to Busy. Busy not quite reading it in where he was dropping, and that was going to be a tough one to read, but they're going to continue pressing forward here. Rhythm, Flo up for this one first. That would have been crazy if that was on target, but not to be. Minnie Naquan going to control this one out of his corner. Infinite first to this one, playing it forward to Minnie. Is Rob going to be middle? Not going to be able to commit. The Rhythm dealt with that well.
Yeah, Busy, no boost to his name. Will get a beat pass. Great play from him on low boost. Minnie 50, but the pinch goes just a bit awry from what he wanted. Now Infinite gets a good 50 himself. Busy has to chase this back, and more time ticks off the clock here in game 2. A good bump. Yeah, the Rhythm have not played their physical game so far. It's been the Buffalo pressing here in game 2, almost a complete reversal of game 1.
Oh, and what a save from Infinite. That would have been a huge spark for the Rhythm trying to get this comeback going in this game, but had to be great save again, yeah, from Infinite. Mini, gonna try to push this one forward. This could be a chance, bounces up though. Very awkward from him. Infinite just trying to keep a little bit of pressure going, but Shega able to get a 50 there. Busy, gonna get a very important 50 there. Flow, pressing this one forward. Shega not gonna be able to make contact though. Rob, just clearing it out, killing all the time. Only 20 seconds left in this one, and Rhythm still need 2.
Yeah, Mini Naquan, a good challenge there into the corner, 15 seconds, just stalling it in this Rochester Rhythm corner. Infinite, a good beat. And more than likely, we'll be heading to game 3 tied 1 apiece. And I mean, I'd say it's about what we expected.
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo, they're looking really strong in this one. Maybe they're trying to get another one here. They're going to not be able to. Hitting it just a little high, bounces on to the ground. That ball was all the way in, but it definitely bounced before it made it all the way in. So either way, Buffalo take that one down. Rhythm now have to respond back. We'll see how they respond because Buffalo took their game to them. So many bumps and demos coming out on that Buffalo side. Their Rhythm looked so uncomfortable on defense whenever that was happening.
Yeah, it was something that I don't think either of us expected to see.
Nope.
I mean, you get demoed and then you get someone standing up and talking in your face. That would bother me. We'll see the mental aspect of it. The Rhythm kind of getting their game plan stolen from underneath them by the Buffalo. Maybe that's the switch up. That's what they talked about for, I mean, yeah. If you're the favorites and you think you're the better team, why wouldn't the other team try and come demo you and bump you and make you uncomfortable? We'll see. I want to see the Rhythm play their game more. They were able to in game 1 somewhat, but I want to see them capitalize when the Buffalo aren't making mistakes or double committing and things like that.
Yeah, Buffalo responded so well to that game 1. They started just getting aggressive, so aggressive, both on the pumps and demos side and just how much pressure they had. Boost stealing, rotationally solid on the offensive end, always having someone there to put that shot on target. It just made Rhythm look very uncomfortable. Rhythm does so well when in the air, but if they don't have boost to go in the air, they're not going to be able to. So that kind of pressure is suffocating. Oh my goodness, Mini Naquan. Ground double, I want to see this again. Ground double tap. Gonna get that one just past that last defender. It was, I'm not sure if Busy got a piece of that to put it in, but either way, fantastic shot from Mini Naquan.
Yeah, what a start. And I was going to say, if you give the Buffalo a lead, I feel like they're such a hard team to really break down that they could play solid Rocket League and win these games 1-0. I mean, every single time these guys play, I feel like it's 1-goal games. It's game 5, and I'm not expecting anything different here. Last back is a triple. It's a double commit from the Rhythm, but Shiga misses the net. That's now the second time that the Rhythm have not been able to find a goal in a very obvious scoring opportunity.
Yeah, but this one's so much more important than the last time. The last time they were up 3-0 already, and they needed that one. They are still down. Another chance. Great save, though, coming out for the Buffalo. Flo going to try to keep some pressure going here. Control touch coming out off the backboard. Rob, awkward, not going to be able to make contact. Busy puts that one away. Kind of the same thing as a goal earlier in game 1 where Tashega goes up for it, doesn't have a great touch, leaves it for Busy, and a goal on the board for the Rhythm.
Yeah, it was just so awkward for everybody on the Buffalo there. 1-1, and yeah, great play from them. Shiga, when he's gone up for the ball off the backboard, he's left it both times. It's resulted in goals. Just the mind game working. Shiga with the shot. Shiga with the goal. Rhythm lead.
Just too much space given to the Rhythm here. Busy, able to play it in a spot that nobody was. I think someone got demoed on the play, which is what created that space, but Buffalo have to find a way to respond to that aggression. Now it's coming right back at them. More of what you expect from the Rhythm, and it's coming in hot. But Rob going to try to get this one back middle. A little bit of a back pass to Mini Naquan. Great touch from him, just able to beat one, though. Rob not going to be able to make contact. Infinite doesn't get the hit that he wants. Shega now coming back the other way. Going to try to get this one middle. Not going to be able to beat the defenders. Busy playing a little patient on that one. Maybe could have committed a little bit earlier, but Busy going to be able to put this one away. Rhythm extend their lead.
Yeah, it's just an overcommit from the Buffalo. They've been maybe a bit too antsy to play offense. Infinite
Yep.
pushed up way too far, and Busy just lurking downfield. Pretty easy goal for him, and all 3 of their goals, it's been, once again, Buffalo mistakes or just, it's just an outplay. Mini Naquan will take it here. This is how he scored his first off this left wall. Looks for it, but does not get the first touch he needed. Plenty of time left. I mean, already 4 goals, and we've still barely played 2 minutes.
Yeah, kind of looking a little bit reminiscent of the last series that we saw yesterday. So many goals getting scored. Another one here for the Rhythm. Flow just kind of finding a free one. Rob doesn't make contact. Mini Naquan doesn't make contact. And those are 2 hits that you really want back if you're the Buffalo. Those should have been clears.
Whew. Yeah, 4-1 now Rhythm. And when they have won convincingly. It has been, almost pure domination. Another awkward read. Shiga up. Shiga still up. Shiga with the reset. He will leave it. Could not get back around it almost. An absolute wonder goal. A huge miss there. Another awkward touch. Mini Naquan leaves it. Infinite now. Rob back up. Guys, the corner, it works, but it just cleared away. Just banging the ball off the wall right now. Naquan up. Where's the, no shot from that. Infinite will take the boost. Try and put it back in. Rob up. Gets 50'd away. 2:45 to play. It's like still plenty of time, but it feels like this game started getting out of reach, but a good save from Infinite. And we will go the other way.
Thought for sure that was going to make it in the net, and it'd be another one for the Rhythm. But one thing I want to talk about is the Buffalo are giving just a little bit of space, especially to Flow. I feel like they're trying to early challenge the other 2 because they are kind of known for being in the air, but Flow is so good at controlling that it makes it awkward. But it doesn't matter if Flow has some control here if you are fast to it. He gets dunked out. Infinite, able to get a solo goal.
Yeah, 226, need 2 goals now. Definitely possible, but I've been impressed with the Rhythm's defense. They played so structured in their own half. It's been taking some just pure beats from the Buffalo. We'll see if they can find. You're going to need to find at least 5 just solo plays, individual beats on the entire team to score here. And that's a huge overcommit. Shiga, redirect. Nice shot from him, but it was going the other way. 5-2 Rhythm.
Flow yelling loudly. That is 3. I think he's talking about 3 open nets. Just hard overcommits from the Buffalo. Free shots going in to that Buffalo net. They keep overcommitting on offense, and Rhythm keeps having such fast transitions that Buffalo just is not expecting. Mini trying to get something going for his team, though. Not going to be able to beat that defender. Tashego going to play it to himself off the ceiling. No one there, though, from the Rhythm. They don't need another one. They just need to waste a lot of time.
Yeah, 2 minutes to play. You need 3 goals. Once again, still possible, but they got to figure out something on defense. Here's a shot. No. Naquan beat out. Rob has to retreat back. Infinite does as well. Infinite a bit awkward. He kind of gives that ball away. A demo in the net. There it is. The physical play finally coming out. Busy's touch goes wide. Not exactly what he wanted there. Gives it back to Flow. He'll just launch it high. 90 seconds to play. It's looking like the Rhythm will win this game 3. Good touch from Shiga. Naquan already up, and he's just absolutely dusted. Leaves it for Flow. Flow the shot. Flow the goal. It's 6-2 Rhythm.
Fantastic team play coming out from the Rhythm. Tashega puts it in a spot that nobody from the Buffalo can get to, but Flow can. Top shot going in there, and so difficult to save. He had to read that so early to be able to get the save, and Rhythm extend their lead all the way to 4. And unless they start getting something going really early, them being the Buffalo, it's not going to be looking good. Air dribble, air bump coming out from the second player there. Not even the player with the ball. Almost going to get another one away, but Busy going to try to hit a double tap here. Doesn't make contact. Mini going to play this one forward to Infinite. And as more of these 50s keep happening, more time ticks off the clock. And that one almost finds its way through. Infinite, though, hero save on the back line.
Yeah, it was a pre-jump from Rob there. And that great play by the Rhythm, just keep it low. They're playing so unpredictable right now. All 3 players playing super well. You talked about Flow and how they're giving them space. Eventually got to try and close that down. Shiga looks for the bump, won't find it, cleared away. Yeah, I mean, this game over, but we'll see. I wonder about a timeout. I don't know if we call one. I don't know, we'll see. Rizzy looks for another goal. He will get another one. And it's just open net after open net after open net.
Absolutely. I think the best time to call timeout usually is after a Game 2 loss, almost no matter the situation, but especially when you're getting pretty much blown out in that game. This one felt so in favor of the Rhythm. Buffalo had multiple mistakes. Their play style that worked for them in their game win just disappeared all of a sudden. I don't know if that was due to the Rhythm shutting it down or if that was the Buffalo changing something up that they didn't mean to. But either way, if this kind of play style continues, it will be in favor of the Rhythm. So I would recommend a timeout here, but I know a lot of these players, they aren't used to the timeouts as much. Sometimes they just want to get right back into it. We'll see what they do here.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, you put up 7 goals. There's not really much to change from how you played. It's up to the Buffalo now to counter it, not for the Rhythm to change anything about how they played. If the Buffalo don't counter it, this is going to be a very quick series because, yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. So many shots, so many just open nets and free nets that you just can't give it the challenger level.
Yeah, and so many demos coming out from the Rhythm in that one. 10 demos between all of them. There was still 5 from one player on the Buffalo. I didn't see who it was, but the demos spread out through all of the players on the Rhythm, and that's so hard to counter when you're an opposing team, because you're not just looking out for one player. If all the demos are located just with one person, it becomes a little bit easier to avoid. But when everyone on the team is looking for them, man, it is so difficult to counter as a team. So Buffalo need to find a way to do so. I'm not sure if Rhythm are going to continue this play style because they didn't in the first couple games. Maybe that's not actually what they're the most comfortable with, but that worked really well in that last one. But really, it was overcommits from the Buffalo that Rhythm just counted on.
What
Rob.
a shot from Rob. Infinite demo. While he was going for his, Rob comes in, cleans it up. 1-0 Buffalo. And what a start after getting beat 7-2.
Yeah, what a beautiful read by Rob. When it popped up so fast. It's so hard to get such solid contact and such a great hit from a ball bouncing back straight towards you, and that's exactly what Rob did there. Great start from the Buffalo. That is exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and there you go, the early chow on flow from the Buffalo. They're not giving anybody space. It's about closing down the opportunities they had. Now Rob again does get beat out by Flo, who has 100 boosts. Infinite goes missing, leaves it for Mini Naquan. That one just will roll into the Rhythm corner. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Flo will control, but no boost to his name. Sheikah, a good pinch. Flo gets the 100 boost. Looks for something ridiculous. We'll leave it. Busy goes. Rob's beat just off the post. And we go the other way. End-to-end action here, Clash.
And Mini Naquan just going to bang that away. Didn't have any boost to control that one. Busy going to be hitting that one. Flo gets a little bit of a weird touch. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but is able to get back to it first. Shega going to try to go for a double. Not going to be in a spot that he can follow it, though. Mini Naquan going to hit this one forward. And Flo going to go ahead and leave this one out. Let Busy go for that one. Shot coming through. Should be an easy save for Flo, but not on target. Made it a little awkward. Mini Naquan try to get up first to that one. Double commit, though, from the Rhythm. Forcing out so much pressure there is this Buffalo offense. Rhythm feel like they're stuck on defense again.
Yeah, for sure. And it's the pressure we just didn't see last game. Infinite will shoot. Just barely goes across the goal line. Shiga gets dunked out by Rob. Now through his corner. Leaves it for Mini Naquan. Mini for the shot. Where's Rob? He looks for something. Can't find it. Another ball that just rolls across the goal line for the Rhythm, and they escape. Still only down a goal. The second man for the Buffalo has not been in shooting, areas in Game 4 here.
Yeah, Buffalo really keeping it in the Rhythm zone for so much of this game so far. Obviously, Rhythm have got out a few times, but it seems to always find its way back very quickly back into that zone. Now, finally, some pressure coming out for the Rhythm. Rhythm's going to try to get this one forward, but not going to be able to. Well cleared out by the Buffalo there. Flo taking some control. Going to try to get this one forward. A little bit of a bump helps him out from the Buffalo side there. And now back to the middle. Mini Naquan going to be able to play this one, but not going to be able to get it across to his teammate, Rob there. Infinite clear out. Flo pressing this one forward to Busy. Busy is going to be first to that one. Has a flip to try to get back to it, but Rob dealt with that one well. Gonna try to clear the zone. This one is going to be on target, but Busy just far enough back.
Yeah, good beat out by Busy there. Great speed from him. Shiga, a good pass back to Busy. Does not get the first touch he wants. Infinite can't control. A good demo to clear some space for Infinite. He'll flick now. 8 boost to his name. Nothing there so far. Rob in the corner, Wolf 50. Just trying to play time here. A good bump. Infinite can't shoot. He'll be getting chased. It's an overcommit again from the Buffalo, but Infinite clutches up in the 2v3. Or in the 2v1, rather. Rob now just waiting. All the Buffalo player, not on a lot of boost. 17, the most for Mini Naquan for his team. Trying to find something. They still can't find any boost.
No boost.
And the Rhythm will just take control of this ball and the boost. Now Rob has some. Launches it downfield. Should be a pretty easy save. Mini Naquan already there. Mini still on the ball. Gets the reset just wide. Mini almost with an absolute beauty.
Yeah, Buffalo not able to do almost anything there for so long, so low on boost. But as soon as they finally get some, they had some pressure. But that is a hard commit from the Buffalo. That should have been a goal for the Rhythm, but it is not. Buffalo are going to be able to escape with the one that they shouldn't have. Busy. Going to still try to keep this one going. Pass middle, no one there from the Rhythm again. Another open net that goes by the wayside. This one to the middle. Flow, going to beat one. No one there from the Rhythm again, though. They just don't have that person to pounce. And when they do have those opportunities, they're not being taken. Buffalo, though, on the counterattack. Rhythm absolutely should have scored there multiple times. And Buffalo end up with the goal.
Yeah, I feel like both teams have kind of been scared to commit their second man. And what they have been has been at the wrong times. So it's just a very weird situation, especially for the Buffalo with their overcommits. It's still happening a bit for the Rhythm. I feel like they've been playing so well, and you just kind of expect somebody to be there. Infinite the double. It will just fall very slowly. Rob to Mini Naquan off the post. Cannot give the Rhythm a goal. You escaped earlier when you sent all three players, and two ended up in their net. Luckily, still a 2-goal lead with 30 seconds, but it's dangerous from the Buffalo. Shiga up into the air. A good early challenge. Infinite just dives. It will fall to Flow. Not a lot of boost. Now the Rhythm, I just don't feel, I don't know, it feels like each game it's a different Rhythm team we see play.
I would say the exact same for the Buffalo. It just feels so different every single game. This is more of the Buffalo that we saw in that game too. They're just trading blows here, and I was surprised the Buffalo didn't call a timeout because they looked so out of it on that last one, but now they look like geniuses. They know what they're doing. They know that they are a strong team, and they know what they want to do with it, and they executed on that one. Rhythm, though, they made some mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, just 2 shots for them the entire game. And, I mean, it started early. You can't give players that feed off the energy a chance to score and a chance to hype themselves up, especially somebody like, I mean, all 3 players of the Buffalo. You give them that opportunity, and they will capitalize, and they will play better because of it. I think, honestly, a huge reason why they don't take that timeout is because when you take a timeout, that's the other team saying, hey, we know you have to change something. We're beating you that bad. So maybe it's just an ego thing, and we'll see. Yeah, the Rhythm got to change something up. They had a couple open net misses this series. Probably, I feel like we've had one like every game.
Yeah.
And that's just, we gotta hit the shooting packs.
Yeah, but then again, Rhythm, if they hit those shots, they would have been tied up there. Really, them missing those shots on that attack was a 2-goal swing. It was 1-0. If they get that goal away, this one's tied up, and maybe we're getting into an overtime at this point. Maybe Rhythm end up taking it. Maybe they end up taking the series lead 3-1 there, but instead, now we're going into Game 5 with the tied series 2-2. So maybe Rhythm, they're now confident because they know it was just the silly mistakes. It was just the simple stuff. So I'm not surprised, honestly, to not see a timeout coming out from the Rhythm on this one. I was a little more surprised to not see it come out from the Buffalo in the last one, but Rhythm, their play style is working for the most part when they're able to execute it, but their execution in that last one just wasn't there.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with how Infinite's played so far. I think he's been really good on both ends of the field. Definitely a more defensive player for this Buffalo team, but when he's gotten on offense, I think he's been very good. For the Rhythm, I feel like we look to Shiga as kind of their main guy, and he's been fine. I think he's played good when they've won, and then when they've played bad, it's just been kind of a team effort. So want to see, I mean, Shiga maybe just take over a bit more if you're the Rhythm. He pops it high. Naquan will save the shot from even counting from Flow, but the Rhythm just need to really focus when they're in offense about finding the target. That's the biggest thing for them. Now 2 players from the Buffalo commit. Infinite open net. And that's kind of the first one I feel like the Rhythm have given them the entire series.
Yeah, there have not been many open nets given on this side of the Rhythm. Exactly, that's the first one that they gave. Rob getting loud as soon as they were able to score that one. Probably saying the exact same thing back, because Flo was definitely saying something about those open nets in a previous game. So now that Rhythm gave them one, maybe that's going to start getting in the Rhythm's head. Hopefully not for them, though. Buffalo are going to feed off that energy if they can feel it shift. Flo going to try to get this one clear. Mini not going to be able to get it middle. This is going to be an attack now from Rhythm. That was a really weird touch coming out from that defender on the Buffalo side, but did not matter. Infinite going to be first to this one. Zero boost, though, not going to be able to press an attack.
Oh, Shiga, the shot, just high. Would have been an insane redirect. Flo will take it now himself. No boost this day, but the Rhythm's boost management is something I really want to look at. I feel like they've struggled with it these last 2 games, something they have to get better at. What a save from Busy. Both teams with great saves or even great pass attempts. Mini Naquan up early, and I feel like the Buffalo have stepped up their speed just a little bit. Infinite a good pass. No shots, Shiga will clear it. But yeah, I feel like the pace has gone up, and that was something the Rhythm used in the first couple games when they've won, that it's not there anymore for their advantage.
Yeah, these games have been very back and forth, but it should be the Rhythm's turn to go right now, and it still seems to be in the favor of the Buffalo. So Rhythm not responding nearly as well as the Buffalo have so far. As I say that, Flo, great shot coming out from him. Just a little bit of space given, and he finds the placement on the shot.
Yeah, Infinite doesn't get the greatest touch, and then Mini Naquan couldn't get across the net. He got kind of tripped up on the post. 1-1. It is a goal that I think the Rhythm deserved. Their first goal in about 7 minutes. A big miss here. Rob will beat Shiga. Bodies him out of the way. Mini Naquan does commit. It will give a free ball to Flo. Already 1 goal today. Looks for a second. Will not have the angle, but just plays it low. Leaves it. What a bump. And Busy scores.
Flo, it looked like he was going for the flip reset. He might have really been trying to go for it, but the creativity to bail on that, get the pass back middle, and the follow-up on the bump. Great play by Flo there, just leaving the net wide open for Busy.
Yeah, 2:30 to play. The Rhythm have stormed back 2 super quick goals. It's been all Flo so far. Looks to do another. A great pitch across. Rob saves it from any danger. Buffalo need to find one. We're at risk of going on double match point. Shiga, good pinch. Mini Naquan, just 2 goals to his name today. Good beat from Infinite. Need something more from the Buffalo. Here we go. It will be a good beat out from Mini Naquan. Infinite will cut in. Nothing there. Rob should have a free touch here. He kind of just gives it away. Not the first touch he wanted. Mini Naquan, no boost. Just now he's deep out of the play. Infinite the shot. Infinite is just off the crossbar. Came from off the ceiling. Shiga jumps. Not the greatest touch. Shouldn't allow a follow-up. Mini Naquan misses. And now the Buffalo can't seem to find the net. That's 2 missed chances from them that would have tied it up.
Yeah, but there's always still a defender there from the Rhythm. It might have been shootable, but it was an uncomfortable shot. They had to place it well. That is something the Rhythm haven't let go very much, is a wide open net. They had one earlier this game, though, that Buffalo were able to capitalize, but Buffalo need to create some of their chances on their own. They haven't been able to do that so far this game. We saw them do it a few times in some previous ones, but they haven't found it this game. So Tashega going to try to take lots of time here to the middle. Well cut out, though, by the Buffalo defender. Mini on 0 boost there, but Busy cuts in also with 0 boost. Tashega up to himself, though. Probably going to go for some sort of flip reset. He does. Going to be able to beat one, just barely. Flo plays it off the backboard, doesn't keep the control he wants, though. Buffalo are going to try to get this one going because they are down 1. They only have 45 seconds left.
Yeah, 40 seconds to play now. Busy a bit awkward. Mini Naquan gets the challenge. Rob up for the shot. Rob, reset, looks for something more, looks for a bump.
There it is.
Infinite has it. 2-2, 35 to play.
Mini, great touch to the middle there. No one able to meet it as early as they wanted to, them being the Rhythm, and Tashega just wasn't able to get in a position to get that ball clear. 2-2. This one is tied up, series and game. This one could not be closer.
Yeah, a huge game 5. Huge in every single way. Loser probably takes a timeout. Rob will bang it away. Big Debo, it'll respawn a Rhythm defender back in their half. Mini Naquan goes missing. He'll leave for the Infinite. Infinite bangs. Rob already up. Rob looks for the double. Oh my, that would have been otherworldly. Infinite will have to retreat. 10 seconds to play. Busy now waits for it. He'll just retreat. Infinite gets the full boost. So 29 for Shiga. Shiga waiting, looking for a bump. Can't find it. Banged downfield. Looks like we're going to get OT clash and what has been a electric Game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been some solid opportunities, not as many goals as the opportunities show, but that's due to some solid defense coming out from both of these teams. Shega going to take lots of time on that one. No one up as early as they wanted for the Buffalo. Mini is going to be able to get one. That could have been a shot on target, but not quite, just wide. That was an opportunity there. They're the Rhythm that they might want back. Tashega going to take some control back in his corner. Just going to take all the time in the world. There is no reason to try to press them forward with Buffalo just sitting back there. Flow, a little awkward on the save. Good save, though. No strong shot, though, from the Buffalo. Fizzy going to try to press this one forward. Not going to be able to play it mid, though. Cut out well by Rob. Flow not going to be able to beat the last defender from Buffalo. And Buffalo now on the counterattack.
Yeah, good touch from Mini. He barely stays in front of it. Rob has to make this touch and has to make it good. Probably needs another one here. We'll get the 100 boost. Busy beats him out. Rob off the backboard. It's Shiga. It's a double. It's saved from Infinite. We stay alive here in Game 5.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity there coming through, but wonderful save from Infinite keeps this one rolling. Minute into overtime. Both teams having some chances now. Tashega not going to be able to beat Infinite there. Infinite is kind of the defender on this Buffalo team. He has been so strong on that defensive end. Tashega, though, trying to beat him. But Bravo for this one first. Going to be able to clear to the corner. Busy. Back pass to the middle. Flow decides not to commit. Does he have enough boost to get back to this? He doesn't, but Infinite is going to be first to that one. Buffalo take the series lead and take it to match point.
Yeah, Game 5 was all Infinite. All 3 goals. He made that beautiful save on Shiga's double in OT. And now the Buffalo, one game from the grand final where, I mean, I thought they were out here in Game 5. 35. There was about 30 seconds to play, and they were down a goal.
Yeah, absolutely. I was worried for them in that one because Rhythm were showing out, but Buffalo, they found those opportunities. That first one, that was a little unfortunate for the Rhythm. They just overcommit, but then Buffalo started putting some away that were so strong, especially after Rhythm started getting rolling. I was very impressed with that. We do have a timeout coming from the Rhythm. I'm not surprised to see that at all. They just need to regroup a little bit because they had that game. Yeah. Rhythm were ahead in it, but they let it slip. They just need that mental reset. I'm not upset with the way the Rhythm are playing. I think their play style is solid, but just a little bit of a break to make sure that they are ready to play their play style. I respect them for this timeout.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I mean, 2 of the 3 Buffalo goals came off overcommits from their third. And I mean, you can't do that now because you're on your upper life. This is your second life right here. And I mean, I really want to see. I think they have enough talent, and I do think at the rate at which the series is going, we're probably going 7, and that's what I think the series deserves. Both teams have been so good, but it feels like the Rhythm, that ceiling is just still through the roof, and we saw that they scored 7 goals in Game 3. And then when the Buffalo win, it's OT, it's 1-goal games, they're scrapping for the wins. And when the Rhythm can turn it on, they can really do some damage. And I think that's what they have to do coming out of this timeout. Yeah,
they really can. And yeah, this is just a regroup time for them. I don't think they need to change anything. They have AK behind them being the hype man, as you can see on the camera there. But yeah, the Flow just closing his eyes, regrouping. They know that they can win this series, but they just have to find it in themselves. Rob, though, on the other side, they're confident. They have found a recipe to be able to make this happen. Mini Naquan is absolutely part of that recipe, though. His mechanics have been such a strong part for this offense. He has created so much space with forcing out this Rhythm team to go. But then, of course, we have Infinite. As you mentioned in the last one, he was the star player, so strong on the defensive end, but also getting those offensive chances. This Buffalo team is looking strong. Rhythm have to find a way to counter.
Yeah, I believe we have I could be wrong. I think the Rhythm changed their name. I don't really think it's going to matter because it's an opening goal for the Buffalo. And who else but Infinite?
Infinite getting another one away, and instantly that timeout did not matter because they found a way to beat the last defender. Busy on zero boost, was not able to get back in time, and yeah, there's some weird names going on here that it's going to be a little confusing, but Busy gonna be able to get this one away from the Rhythm in an instant response. That's exactly what the Rhythm needed.
Yeah, it's just a kickoff goal, and gotta be infuriating if you're the Buffalo, but
yeah, it looks like we have a little bit of a Rocket League glitch showing some numbers here, but we have names when they are being spectated directly, so hopefully we'll be able to stay on that camera for the majority of the time, because that'll make it a lot easier to cast. But Busy gonna try to press this one forward, gonna try to play it to the middle, not gonna be able to. Infinite is gonna be waiting back here, trying to get that one through is the Rhythm squad. Infinite up to his teammate that I don't know the name of in this scenario. Infinite, again, the spark for this team. Another goal for him.
yeah, infinite possibilities here for him. 2-1 Buffalo. He buries it. 4:20 to play. And the Buffalo are, they're on the cusp of it. Got to play a lot more defense, but still 3 goals in under 40 seconds.
Yeah, and Rhythm, they really needed to start this one off right. They had a response on the first goal, which I thought might have brought him back into it, but Buffalo just wanted to score another one, I guess. And
oh my God.
That's going to be another chance for the Buffalo. It's not quite going to find its way through. That is, though, Rob able to put one away from for the Buffalo, and Rhythm probably shouldn't have let that one go through. That was a bit of an overcommit again.
Yeah, it's just the overcommits for the Rhythm. It's hurt them so much. And, that's Rob's goal, but that's all Infinite. That ceiling challenge, absolutely disgusting. He's playing out of his mind right now. But still so much time. It's just a 2-goal game. There's 4 minutes to play. We can't use all the goals right now if you're the Buffalo.
Infinite trying to get this one back middle. Too many. That's going to be a chance. Not quite, though. Rob going to be able to get this one cleared out now. Almost be able to keep that one going. Mini up first for this one. Going to be able to go for a little bit of a flip reset. Gets that pinch middle, just buying time for his team to recollect. Rob going to be up first with that one. There's going to be another chance, but Rob doesn't realize just how open it was. If he turned around and shot that, that might have been a chance, but 90%, more than 90% of the time, you want to rotate out there. I don't blame Rob for that one, especially with the lead. No need to risk it. But now Rhythm coming back the other way. They're going to try to keep some offense going here, but Infinite wants nothing to do with that. Gets it cleared back out.
Yeah, big dunk. Oh, Naquan almost found it. Rob with the corner now. He'll take it himself. Gets 150 high. Infinite already up. I could have told you that. I didn't have to see it. But yeah, it's been back and forth. This is dangerous now for the Rhythm. It's falling towards the back post. It will land there. And yeah.
Yeah, but Rhythm, they're trying to get something going. Huge goal coming out on the B stage. You probably heard that through the mic. They are on a 3-3 game there. I'm not sure exactly which teams those are at the moment, but maybe Stu can write those down for me because I'm not sure. But it is a very tight game going on there. Check out that stream as well at the same time if you can. It is Midwest Car Soccer 2 on that channel, but we still have a heater matchup going on here. Rhythm trying to press this one forward. Not going to be able to beat that last defender, but still some pressure going. Whoever 6 is trying to get him back middle. Mini Naquan going to be able to get the clear out for the Buffalo. Mini going to be able to press that one forward. Flo doesn't get the contact he wants. The last defender on Rhythm does get just enough on the touch. That was a little bit scary. Mini going to try to get that one middle, not making contact though. Rhythm final clear in the zone.
Yeah, I just don't feel like the Rhythm have been comfortable these last couple of games. That's a big miss on the backboard. Rob will take it and bang it down. On the B stream, it is Duluth and Kansas City and Rising Star.
They're in Game 7 overtime right now.
That
Game
Duluth
7
team,
overtime. Check that one out
yeah.
If you get a chance.
That Duluth team, I played them. They were great yesterday. Have not lost. They did not lose a LAN match until just now.
Oh, that was the end of the series. Duluth took that one down. They defeated KC in that match. Absolutely huge win. They will go on to the lower final. They will play Bloomington in that lower final.
Yeah.
But now going back to this one, Rhythm have to get something going. They have to get 2 goals in the next minute. or else
They're headed to lowers.
their upper bracket chance is gone, but they still have that other life.
And having to play two of the hottest teams at the LAN right now at Brainerd or Kansas City. Rob looks for something, but it's Mini Naquan. 56 seconds to play. He's about to bury the hatchet. 4-1 Buffalo.
Mini Naquan waving goodbye to the Rhythm. He's calling this series right now. They have the strong lead unless they find a way to concede very quickly here. I have to say that is probably true. Buffalo taking so much time. Rhythm have to commit there. They finally do in the corner. Tashega going to try to get this one middle. Goes for a little bit of a sidewall redirect attempt there, but doesn't make the contact that he wants to. Rob just buying as much time, getting it into that half as possible. Mini going to be first to this one. Never mind, leaves it for Rob. Now to Infinite, and they extend the lead. This one is going to be over, and Buffalo will make it to the grand finals here.
That's a disgusting fake from Mini Naquan. Great shot from Infinite as well. And Buffalo go to the grand final in 6 games, exactly like I predicted.
Exactly like you predicted.
And, I mean, I do think that Rochester comes out of lowers. I think they're that good of a team. I mean, it's been a great series, been back and forth. Infinite finds another 6-1.
Why not another one? Why not another one for the Buffalo? They are looking so strong. Mini Naquan now getting loud, yelling as loud as he can, feeling good because they punched their ticket into the grand finals. And now Rhythm, they're going to be looking to see who they end up facing in their next matchup. It's going to either be the Victory or the Outlaws, but Rhythm, they're going to have to play one of those teams as they come through hot. They will be off a win. Rhythm off a tough loss here, and usually the team that comes out with the win most recently has the advantage, even though I would say on paper Rhythm are going to be the favored team over either one of those two. It's that momentum. That momentum is absolutely huge. Neither one of these teams wanted to fall there to play that team that's going to be coming in hot. So Rhythm, we'll see how that goes later on.
If you told me that Game 6 would be a 6-1 game, I would honestly say probably the Rhythm do it. But wow, they just kind of fell apart. The last couple of games, the defense, the structure that we were talking about in those first 3 games wasn't there. And when a team is so good like the Buffalo, they'll capitalize on that. That's what they did. And I mean, great series from both teams, but yeah, it's just the mistakes from the Rhythm cost them.
Yeah, I want to talk about Infinite, though. Such a strong series from him all over the field. He's, again, well known for being that defensive masterclass on this Buffalo team, but striking so much on the offensive end, too. Being in position, no crazy shots coming out from him, but just being in the spot to play that cleanup crew role so consistently was so important for that Buffalo squad. They played so well that whole time. Mini, again, with his mechanics, creating that space, and Rob just so all around, so high flying, everything like that. This Buffalo team played so strong.
Yeah, they're such a solid team, and that's what you have to do to win LAN. You can't be this, like, you can play flashy and things like that, but sometimes it doesn't translate to LAN. And they play solid, they play rotationally. Infinite, my MVP of the series, pretty easily. Felt like he was everywhere, and it just feels like, I mean, for the Buffalo, they earned this win, and for the Rhythm, we'll see what they do next.
Yeah, so we are going to be getting into another series here soon, but first I want to just congratulate the Buffalo again on making it to the grand final, because now they have to wait for a while.
Yeah.
They get to hang out, be as a team. They are feeling good, but they're going to have to wait for a while. They won't be playing until the second to last series of the day, so they got to make sure they stay warm. We have these excellent setups here as the warm-up stages, so I'm sure that they're going to be planning on some practice time here, but also just hanging out because there's so much to do around the campus, some nice food spots, you know. We'll see what they end up doing, or if they just chill. Either way. But Buffalo are going to be awaiting multiple series to see who their opponent is. Maybe it's going to be the Rhythm again. Maybe they find their way back in.
Guaranteed top 2 for the Buffalo, and coming to the upper bracket, I mean, not bad to play 2 series and make the grand final, I would say. For the Rhythm, it is not the end of their story. I am very excited to see their next match. I think they have some things to work on. I just don't feel like in those last couple of games they played like themselves at all, and it was just uncharacteristic from them. I know they'll be wanting to clean it up, and we'll see them again soon.
Yeah, it felt like they started falling into the Buffalo's play style. Buffalo looked comfortable in those last couple games. Rhythm looked like they were trying to do things that they didn't want to have to do, which is such a hard thing to fix because you have to figure out a way to counter the squad that you're playing against, but you also have to play your own game. So you want to change some things, but you can't change the core fundamental way that you play. So unfortunately for the Rhythm, it didn't pan out for them. And again, we have the Buffalo going through to the grand finals for Challenger. We are going to be moving on to a premier match here soon. It will be the Fargo Steelhawks versus the Buffalo. Again, another Buffalo team that made it through. Buffalo has been electric through this day. We'll see if they can also make the grand finals.
Yeah, we'll see. That's going to be a great matchup. Coming up next, we have the premier upper final. Fargo Steelhawks, Omaha Buffalo. We'll see you guys soon.
It is an important day, ladies and gentlemen. It's an important matchup appearing on your screen here in just a few minutes. You have got one of the final matches these two teams are going to play for this season V, and being the Premier Upper Final, I'm going to gut this match out as fast as I possibly can. Hopefully it is a sweep, and I don't mean that in terms of, I want these teams to lose, but I have felt better on the day, but we'll see what ends up happening here. This matchup should be good. I really don't think it's going to be a sweep.
Yeah, it seems like both these teams are unfortunately very evenly matched for your sake. I know you'll be rooting for whoever wins game one. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I think I might base my prediction off of who wins the first game. I don't even know if I'll make a prediction before it, just because I don't want to jinx a team into going into a game 7. But Premier has been probably the light of this tournament so far, and I don't mean that against the Challenger or Rising Star players. It's just we have had one sweep. And the good news is we have had one sweep. The bad news for me is we've had one sweep. But this upper final is going to be a blast. You got the Fargo Steelhawks taking on the Omaha Buffalo. Omaha kind of coming out of nowhere to really take control of Premier in general. They've been kind of a middle-of-the-pack team all season. Fargo has, obviously, with winning Major 2, has been really good as of late. Haven't lost in probably, I believe, 2 months.
Wow.
So, they're you're not going to find hotter Rocket League right now than the Steelhawks are going to bring. But they escaped Kansas City in that first round. Same does Omaha, and they find each other here in this upper final. But loser drops down and plays the winner of the Flyers and the Maulers. And I have to say, I don't want to be the team that loses this series based on how those two are playing yesterday. 55 goals in that Bloomington series.
Insane.
I mean, that's just unbelievable. Same with, Omaha played a good one yesterday too. I really think that the team that wins this thing will win the whole thing.
Yeah, I think both teams are incredibly hot. And as you mentioned, really came out of nowhere. Both teams also can perform in the clutch situations. We have obviously the Steelhawks coming in as the 7th seed to that Major 2, going all the way, kind of steamrolling in that second round of the Swiss, going 4-0, 4-1, 4-0. Only dropping one game in the playoffs against the top of Premier is just the correct form that you want to be heading into the LAN environment. But Omaha themselves winning Major 1. Coming into this, they had a 7-8 regular season record, and this is the matchup between two teams in the upper finals. I think you'd be shocked to expect that would happen, but they're obviously playing at the top of their game and have previous experience of being clutch, having that ability to perform under pressure. So I think that would be benefiting both teams to see who can make this winner's final.
And they find themselves top 4 because of winning Major number 1. One of the only teams that is technically had a negative record to end the regular season, and by winning Major 1, they were able to work their way into a point situation where they could get top 4, and did well enough in that second Major. Fargo obviously was a different story. They went through the whole thing. The only thing is they played with a sub during that second Major, and then now here they're playing with their full roster. Not really. I said yesterday that Eli fits that team better, and I still stand by it. It's not a knock on Hams. It's just the play style for me. They really need to figure it out in this upper final, because Notice and likewise in Kai, they fit so well together. You have midfield play from Kai. Notice is more than happy to collect the ball on his back line, and likewise is kind of your front man, the one that's going to be annoying. But yeah, I mean, obviously looking at the leaderboards, you see Kansas City here on goals, both. They're obviously out of the tournament. Rochester also out of the tournament. And Winnipeg and Brainerd did not make it here. So it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening. But I really, really think that, whoever loses the series is going to have a tough time. And this leaderboard says it. Over 5 demos per game between 2 players of Bloomington. They really are sticking to the mantra of being the maulers, if you would say. But I think you're going to have a tough task ahead of you. If you're either of these teams, if you end up losing this series. Obviously, best of 7, we're going to play a lot of Rocket League, but Notice has been here before. Kai, like we saw on his player information, won Season 4 with Bemidji, and then you have Nightfang, who made it to the grand final last season with what was Mankato, now Winnipeg. I talked to him before the series yesterday and before today. He really wants to right that wrong last season. He felt like his team was playing great Rocket League, and they ran up against a buzzsaw that was St. Cloud. But Nightfang wants it. We'll see if they step up to the plate for it.
We'll want to avoid St. Cloud potentially in the lower
Yeah.
bracket. Bad memories. But,
100%.
being a rookie, stepping into LAN environment, making finals for Nightfang is such a high success. And coming back, having that experience, talking about the experience of Kai and Notice, who have been here many a time and can really perform on the stage. So I'm expecting to see a high level of play going into this first matchup. Sue, what's your prediction looking like? I'm testing you before Game 1 ends, but you're the premier expert. What do you see this going?
Competing in the league, I know how good these two teams are. I know they can be a problem. If I had to pick, I gotta back Omaha. I played them in Major 2. I thought they played really, really well. And Fargo, for me, they're a team that when they're peaking and playing at their best, they're very hard to stop. But I feel like Omaha's ceiling is just a little better. Give me Omaha in 6. I feel like they're going to step it up here and finally end this win streak that Fargo has put together.
Yeah, that's a good prediction. I might have to go with Fargo, giving I might have to handle the desk here, but there is the question marks of how playing without Eli will fare if Hams is able to step up to that subs ability. But they've already shown, winning that best of 5 earlier, albeit going the whole 5 games, that this lineup can find success against the top of Premier. So I kind of agree. I'm feeling the 6-game series, but I think I'll have to go for the Seahawks on this one.
I think really for me, the key has to be Notice, and likewise have been a problem for a lot of Premier teams this season. Specifically in a lot of their league matches. Kai, difficult to play against as well. Loves to sit up field, loves to take shots from pretty much anywhere. And I would say Kai plays a lot like me, where you don't think he can shoot the ball from the corner and score it, and somehow he finds a way. So if he can get going early with this Notice and likewise attack, it's hard to stop. And Notice has been here before. He's already written the script. It's starting Game 1 with a double.
Yeah, look at that setup pass, just keeping the ball so high. No defenders in the area for the Seahawks, and even with low boost, perfectly positions himself. Gets the opening goal for the Omaha Buffalo. The tone that we want to set. We've seen so many series decided by who's able to get that early advantage, take control of the match, and especially with two teams trying to feel each other out, figure out what works, getting that early goal is so important for the Buffalo here.
In Kansas City yesterday, when they scored first, they won a majority of the games. And I really think that's the most important goal there from Hams to tie this game up. Nightfang gets a good solo play. Notice his touch goes out, but the Avalanche running a little interference cuts off that rotation from Omaha. They can't get back. And when Fargo allowed a goal right away yesterday, specifically against the Outlaws, they struggled to get out of their half and to really tie the game up just because of how defensive-oriented they are. I think that's an important goal from Hams to really wake them up, break the ice of that goal.
Yeah, show that they can get past this strong Omaha defense. It's so important, and especially at the Premier level, no goals come easy. It requires a lot of team play, a lot of individual skill, and we're seeing some infield passes, trying to find something towards Kai. Keeps it in the offensive area. Nightfang looks to trap this, sends it out wide, looking towards Gavalanche. Does get demoed, but handed over by Likewise. Now off into the hands of Hams. A lot more demos coming out. I think that was something I noticed at Challenger yesterday. Once the team started playing more physical, shaking up the rotations, they found success, and we're seeing success there with Likewise putting it in.
And he was an interesting pickup. Obviously this Omaha team was not drafted together. It was originally Notice, I believe, Likewise and Fluffy, and then we saw the Rochester move that was made, sending Kai from Rochester over to Omaha. And they find themselves in an upper final in Premier, and they're looking to work their way to that grand final. They're well on their way, though, up 2-1. Gav, though, Major 2 MVP. The problem for a lot of the league so far, the latter half of this season. Can he continue the play that he has built up when it matters most for his team? So far, it's been Hams to step up. When will Avalanche and Nightfang make their mark on this series? Because you know they're going to. Eventually, they're going to find their way through. And 2 minutes to go. Midfield play from both teams. Nobody wants to give up an easy one, because that's the last thing you want to do is give up an easy one like this. That could find its way in, and Nightfang ties up the game.
Yeah, the guaranteed caster curse there. Just a clean 50 there from Nightfang. Does have the boost to follow it in, but it just feels like the players from the Buffalo are a little bit far away from the ball, and Avalanche will take over and control that one. Even this up, 2 minutes remaining. Even back and forth game one, both teams showing signs of offense, showing signs of demos as well, and settling in quite nicely in this upper final.
4 goals in the first 4 minutes. Yeah, I think they're cozied up. Obviously ready to get going, but Notice is, like I said, been here before, made the lower final in last season, and fell short with his Burnsville team that was the most consistent team all season. They get to LAN and they run into a St. Cloud team that just played the best Rocket League they could at the most important time here. That one's gonna pick the back wall. The shot will go through. As a great tip from Kai, it just goes right back to Likewise, and Kai and Likewise just work together on sub-30 boosts between the two.
Yeah, the synergy, the team play there was incredible. It just had the Steelhawks scattering on the defensive line. That glancing touch from Kai, I mean, you mentioned the shooting ability that Kai has from tight angles. Passing there is beautiful too, getting a glancing touch and dropping it in at the far post. So looking to see these two sync up here as Kai trying to get another one. Doesn't quite get it. Important touch there from Nightfang. Making sure that it stays a one-goal game. Does get the boost, looking for something towards the middle, trying to find Gav on the pre-jump with low boost, but once again, importantly, intercepted by the Buffalo. Now Hams has room to work with, but doesn't quite have the boost. Kai intercepts and gets the pinch with notice. Sent down to the offense. Gavalis misses this ball. It's important for Nightfang to get a touch here. Gets the 50 and keeps control wonderfully to keep his Steelhawks in this one.
Good early challenge from Kai on the sidewall. Will continue with his boost into that corner. Gets a beat on one, Likewise. Scarily mechanical. It's kind of, not what you would expect. A demo from Nightfang. Hams does hit across to Gav. Gav steals the corner boost. Likewise, though, with a big beat on the ball. Great pop touch from Kai. Where's Likewise? It is him to take the shot. He tries to pick the corner. Hams shuts it down. 20 seconds. Fargo have to control their backline here, and they can't do it. Can't stay on the ball. Nightfang hit into the corner, and that's 10 seconds that was wasted. Now Gav gets out. Kai, what does he have? Has to help his team get out here. Does win the 50. Nightfang will leave it for Hams, and they backflip. That touch will go off the sidewall. It's still up. A little bit of shenanigans. Notice, though, wants nothing to do with it, and wins game one for Omaha.
Yeah, great pressure there from Omaha, getting one for the road. It looked a little bit scattered there from the Steelhawks. It seemed like there was a lot of space, a lot of room, allowed for the Buffalo to just do what they want, and the urgency wasn't quite there. But an important result here. Game one, Omaha Buffalo taking it 4-2. Looking impressive. Both teams showing signs of life. We've seen back and forth results, tying it up to 2-2, but all across the board, the most important stat there. Looking like a lot of demos coming out from the Steelhawks, totaling about 6, but it doesn't find the way that they want to, and the passing plays from the Buffalo helped them get the game one victory.
I thought Fargo did a good job of keeping it close. I really think that they did their absolute best to stick with this Omaha offense. That when they get going, they can be like Bloomington, where they're going to be a team that you don't want to get in an offensive shootout with because they're going to overpower you. And we saw that. Fargo not able to keep up. And when Fargo's defense is difficult, when they're having troubles, they have a tough time winning games. And I really think they'd be better served to, go back to that style that has won them so many series in a row, has won them, that second major. And I think they had a good, obviously a good opening start to that game. I felt like they kept it close. They didn't let Omaha get really any possession on the ball, besides the one solo play from Notice that was a great pass for one. Hard to stop that when the ball is so high up in the air, but backboard has to be the importance here for Fargo. Can they clear the ball out of their half? We'll see if the second game is the difference maker. But game number 2, Forbidden Temple. The setting for the second bout of this long war between Omaha and the Steelhawks from Fargo.
Yeah, and you mentioned how figuring things out, how they need to figure out the defensive side. Here's a chance here. Nightfang has to clear this one out and does so. Gavalanche takes over. Did feel like it was a little bit awkward from the Steelhawks side defensively. This one's a great pass and a big demo. Nightfang sends it to the back post, and that's exactly what Fargo needed to kick off game 2.
There's Gav. Notice this is his challenge. Gav bumps Kai all the way to the back of the net, and yeah, Nightfang opening on the doorstep. I mean, you're 5 feet from the net. You're not going to miss that. I mean, it can't get more open than that, but you know, I really think that I'm going to be saying it a lot. Hopefully not a lot, but where is Gav? He tore through everybody in that second major, was the hardest player to stop on the field. Felt like whenever he put a shot on net, it was either in or was almost in. And hopefully that's not the theme here for Fargo. But so far, able to make his mark on that, as likewise. A lot of boost to work with, finds Notice, but again, the ball goes wide. Hams doesn't make contact on the touch. Is going to have to hit this and does. Kai runs out of boost, will rotate out. And again, likewise on low boost, trying to find a corner. Does find that as that touch goes right at Kai. A good blistering shot, but that Fargo back line just a little bit better when it matters.
Yeah, the suffocating pressure from the Buffalo, making it hard for the Steelhawks to clear the lines, and some missed touches, some misreads, but as Nightfang takes it down into the offensive area, Notice, low boost, gets a good 50, gets it around Hams, but again, another Fallen Steelhawks player could turn on that one, decides to leave it, lets Kai take it over, drops it to the middle, but Gav, right positioning, keeping close with that one, gets the touch. Nightfang sends up to the left-hand side, trying to find a pass towards the middle, drops this one down. Important touch from Likewise, could be pinched into the middle by Hams. Notice needs to get on this one and does so. Does have some room to work with, but Likewise takes over, kicks around awkwardly into the middle. Nightfang has to touch this in front of his own net, but does clear his line safely.
Big beat out from Notice in the midfield. Gav misses contact. Hams though covers it, but Hams is the only one with any boost. Gav and Nightfang have to work with 100 between the two. They do exactly that. Notice wins the challenge off of his respawn, but that got hairy for a second for the Fargo Steelhawks on their defensive line. They're able to get out of it. A winning challenge though from Likewise, tries to work through the corner. Good play from Notice to leave the ball for Kai that ends up just going directly to Nightfang. His touch kind of gets away from him. He's bumped off the ball. And these two teams more than happy to play slow with each other. I mean, we really have not seen a fast game here, as both teams are quietly working, you know, on the small things, the small mistakes, the little gaps in rotation. That's really where they're winning the game. So far, Fargo has just been better for it in the second game. Kai reset to himself, wins the 50, but does not stay on it. Notice underneath one, shut down by Hams though. Hams scrambling to get to the ball, has the corner boost, but doesn't take it. Ends up getting it anyway, but as a result, ball's in his half. Nightfang covers though for him and wins the challenge. Midfield Notice will stay on it though. Hams up early. That one going on target. Kai can't make the read. And that 50-50 was a little better from Hams on that sidewall.
Yeah, wow, that's got to hurt for the Buffalo. So much offensive pressure. It felt like there were 2.5 minutes of just consistent offensive pressure, but the Steelhawks hold strong, making sure there's nothing, no issues, no goals gone through, and all of a sudden just 150 goes their way and they double their advantage. Buffalo need to figure something out here. It did feel like both teams were satisfied with how the game was going at the middle point there. Buffalo enjoying that offensive pressure, but the Steelhawks killing the time. All they have their goal, they have what they need, and now they have a 2-goal advantage. 90 seconds remaining here. Buffalo need to find something on target, but Hams gets in front, again perfectly managing the boost to challenge this one. Now sent out to Gav, gets it around one. Notice does have a boost here, but Buffalo, the Steelhawks are so early there to intercept that touch, making sure there's no offensive pressure. And 1 minute remaining, needs to find something for the Buffalo to carry on some of this momentum.
What a game two though from Nightfang. Has been winning challenges after challenge, and really been an issue, a linchpin in the rotation for Omaha to deal with. I mean, shout out Hams too, has played a great series so far. Maybe heard me when I said that Eli fit the team better. Hams does not want any part of that. Has 2 goals on 1 shot. You don't see that very often, but is able to get by the defense here, make it 3-0 for Fargo, and This looks like a game that Omaha really just wants to forget about, V. Obviously, you lose the second game, more than likely, but...
Yeah, I'd have to agree. It does feel like there's been so much offensive pressure. Oh, as we mentioned, Kai is able to get Omaha on the board. It's an interesting game because you think I'd be okay with switching the score lines, and that's what I'd expect. It feels like it's been constant pressure. We'll see at the finish what the shot totals are, but it feels like the Steelhawks just have those moments of counterattack, and they've been able to put them away. And the sustained attacks, the looks that they're finding just aren't going the Buffalo way. But maybe that first goal will give them a chance. Still 40 seconds remaining. Notice can get back on this one. Doesn't have the boost. Big demo from Gav. Now his Knifehang has space with it. Decides to set it off the backboard. Tries to get the double. And what an incredible save from Likewise. Keeping the Steelhawks to have a chance in this game too.
A big save. Yeah, to keep him in it. A big miss though from Hams. Nobody's there to shoot it for Omaha. Likewise tries to pick the corner. Knifehang wins the challenge though. Kai off the backboard. That one gonna go mid. Lotus is there to keep it up. It's going to go off the sidewall. Likewise, one resets. Does not choose to use it. Chooses to fake it out, and Kai wasn't ready for it. Ham's going to win the challenge. 5 seconds. And a demo on Notice. Open net. Gavalanche, Hams, and Knifehang completely rout Omaha here in this second game. Running interference. The physical play started to kick up for the Steelhawks. And I mean, what? How many times do we see a backline player from Omaha on offense trying to keep up the pressure in the midfield, trying to hold that line, steal the midfield boost? How many times were they just removed from the pitch? Because it felt like this Fargo team just continues to get better and better. But I said we would not have a sweep. We don't have a sweep. Game 2 goes in favor of the Steelhawks 4-1. A lot of shots for Omaha. Was that 9? As they only score 1 goal.
Ooh, look at those saves, though. The Steelhawks coming out with 8 saves, only 1 save on the side of the Buffalo. So whatever the Buffalo are doing, they're getting that pressure. They're forcing saves out of the Steelhawks, but maybe they aren't just quality shots. Maybe their defense is the issue. They see your Hams with a great fake, and Notice doesn't have the boost to get back to it. Hams, you mentioned the game that Knifehang. Hams was incredible in that matchup, getting the goal off the pinch, the fake play, and also getting the demo to set up the goal for the road. So proving his point and wanting to stay on this Premier team, showing that it isn't all the Eli lineup, and a good response in this game too.
Yeah, and I really thought that, that goal right there, as soon as that one went in, it felt like the momentum just shifted. Mm-hmm. The Omaha Buffalo confidence dropped a hair there. Because as soon as that pinch went in your own net, it just felt like you made a good play, and the challenge just wasn't good enough. But going into Game 3, a swing game of the series, winner is up, and Fargo obviously taking the momentum back after the first game, where Omaha came out firing on all cylinders, but can this Omaha team get going on offense? Only held to 1 goal in that last game. What will end up happening here for Fargo? As right off the kickoff, a win somewhat from Likewise, but gets dunked. It's all the way in his net. Hams continues his scoring streak into this 3rd game.
I'm getting deja vu. It's another 50 from Hams that's just killing the Omaha team. We mentioned the last game, there was the goal to go 2-0 up, and that really killed the momentum. This is the worst start you could have for Game 3 after really getting destroyed defensively and offensively. Seahawks already taking early advantage. Likewise wants to respond to it, but Gav, what a touch there. Notice was up so early, but Hams clearing that front line so fast. Big 50 here as this one's bouncing towards the net, and Kai will even it up in 15 seconds.
And Omaha showing a little bit of life. A little bit of love there from Kai towards the other team. Yeah, him and Likewise and Notice really trying to get going. I mean, you obviously see the reactions from those guys. 9 seconds later, they're able to tie the game? I mean, it didn't even feel like Fargo scored. We're back to a 0-0 scoreline. As Gav on the ball. A lot of boost and a lot of time, but Notice, Kai cutting out that play. A lot of time for either of these teams to take this game, take control of it. Reset touch from Likewise, trying to stay on the ball. A demo from Gavalanche. He'll respawn. The ball will go mid. Hams is there once again, and Hams. I think he heard me. I said Eli fit the team better. Hams is just taking this series by himself.
going for the premier MVP. He wants to prove his point. And you mentioned in the previous games the demos, the offensive pressure that third man and the Buffalo are doing. There was a demo on the third man on that play, allowed the Steelhawks to expand and get that goal into the lead. Might see a deeper drop from the Buffalo. Have to be more aware in case the Steelhawks are hunting these demos, because it's really attacking what they need to do. But speaking of attacking, notice trying to send this one out towards the middle. Again, Hams controls this one beautifully with low boost, sends it around Kai. Important touch needed from Likewise, but Gavalanche is so early. Tapped here by Hams. Knifing does not want to commit his third man, leaving that one for Likewise to take over. Does have boost here, trying to find a pass out towards the middle. Does get the dunk, but no teammate is following this one up. Notice needs to get a touch down the field, looking for Likewise on the pass down, but can't quite connect on it. This one will kick out though. Notice can take over, demo onto Likewise, and now moving back towards their own net. Steelhawks able to counter this one. Kicks towards the middle, a big miss on the back line, but left for Notice as we continue through. Steelhawks showing signs of potentially finding something, but as are the Buffalo.
Gav will lose that challenge. Notice was a little bit quicker. Night Fang, a lot of time into the corner, fakes out one, fakes out Notice for a second, but Notice gets a flip and gets by the defense. It's pretty much open for a second, but didn't have enough to get back to the ball, and as a result, Omaha is still on it, still trying to work through. Hams on the ball, bumped off. Notice not a ton of boost to work with, but will pick up the mid. Night Fang finds Hams on the far side. Hams back to Night Fang, and yeah, Fargo, I mean, they can't be stopped.
Yeah, look at this infield play, just outpacing. Great passer from Hams, setting up Night Fang, already progressing forward, and yeah, this lineup is looking so nice. Maybe they just needed that first game to resync, get their synergy on for the day, because they're looking hot here. 3 minutes remaining, plenty of time for the Buffalo to find something. Will they look to find team plays or individual brilliance? As Likewise is going towards the back post off the corner. Can't quite find the finish. That would have been the great response for the Buffalo, but unfortunately they're still 2 goals behind. Now Kai trying to send this one up, but intercepted once again by the Steelhawks. His defensive 50s are killing the Buffalo as this one's just bouncing. Likewise trying to go again, but Hams with low boost cuts it out. Kai trying to get a big clearance down the field, but again, now this time Night Fang sent up. Could be a chance here. Kai has low boost, trying to get a touch onto it, but can't quite receive it. And Hams will send it to his own corner.
And do I agree with Kai's decision to go for a bump? Kind of, but didn't have enough boost to even get to where that last defender was at. Right to Hams, bangs the ball up the field, will be demoed for his touch. Night Fang lines up a double. Gav was there for the read, he went early. Hams spawns on the side of the ball. So you do a ball pressure here for Fargo. Trying to kill this clock and win this third game. Take the control back from the series. One downfield to Gav, redirect on target. Notice has the read. Likewise, pressure on the ball. We'll win it out, but Hams again, another good touch that just continues to be an issue for this Omaha side. Kai trying to go off the backboard. Hams will win the 50 once again, and I don't like how Omaha has played this series so far as the 50-50s go. You are not going to win 50-50s that are taken like this if you are Likewise. That ball not going in the place that you really want it to be, but a good shot from Gav. It's now 4-1. If you are the Buffalo, this is back-to-back games where Fargo has really just taken control.
Yeah, it calls into the question, when do you want to use a timeout? When do you want to figure out how we want to attack? Because I agree, it seems like every 50 is going the Steelhawks' way, and there's the way that they're attacking. Well, there's 50s, infield passes, some flicks around players. Their offense is just firing on all cylinders as we're trying to find Night Fang to make it 5. Doesn't have the boosted backflip into it. This could be a chance here for Likewise. Has room to work with. He's trying to send it towards the backboard, but Gav gets a touch onto it and off to Hams. Seems like there are a lot of touches for the Buffalo, looking for something on this backboard, but there's always a Steelhawks player monitoring it and clearing it out, just nullifying any attacks that the Buffalo may have, as Night Fang tries to chauffeur Kai into the corner and does so safely. Cheap in here, 3-goal advantage. Don't need to push anything quickly. Give any opportunities for the Buffalo to get one for the road. As this one is sent down again to Hams. Tries to get a touch, but does get demos. As this one go to Likewise, but kind of kicks it over towards Night Fang, who does have space here. Could look for a pass out to the middle. It gets pinched with Hams, and it looks like the Steelhawks are just controlling this one on all aspects.
I didn't hate the decision there from Omaha to try and test Fargo's backboard touches, but Fargo has just been better for it. Playing that backboard, really controlling. how they recover off of the save, how they recover off of the clear. Likewise goes missing on that ball, and again, Omaha having troubles here. Going into this 4th game, got to see a little bit better from them. 0 seconds, it's likely going to... Now Night Fang will kill it. Fargo on to the lead, 2-1. They have won back-to-back games by score lines of 8-2. And Night Fang held to 2 goals. That is, I mean, they scored double that in the first game. What does this Omaha team have to do on offense? Because, I mean, going down 1-0 with 4 seconds in, that's tough.
Yeah, definitely not the tone that you wanted to set. And they did respond quickly with Kai, able to equalize it. But after that point, it just felt like it was all the Steelhawks, the bumps, the pressure that they're providing. And these finishes, the 50s, this great passing play between Hams and Night Fang was really the icing on the cake for this matchup. It felt like, again, once they get this 2-goal advantage, it's so dominant for the Steelhawks. And again, a pass there from Hams, getting the demo onto the first man. Just all around, the Steelhawks are performing so strongly offensively, and the Buffalo need to figure things out. You mentioned they're looking for some plays off to the backboard, but the Steelhawks have been clearing it magnificently. So is it demos? Is it solo plays? Is it infield passes? How are the Buffalo going to respond to this pressure that the Steelhawks are providing?
And we have a timeout on the side of Omaha. You see Rob on stage helping out with his Buffalo team. As timeout used for Omaha, that's their 1 of the series. They will look to change what is going on, as held to 2 goals in 2 games. I mean, 1 goal per game average is not going to get it done. And we've seen that so far. Is this Fargo team, when they get a lead, when they get going, I mean, how long did they hold that lead for? I mean, what, 90% of the game? I mean, it felt like Omaha never really had a chance to get back into it. And, I mean, shout out Hams. I mean, he's really had, for me, been the series MVP. Has been the guy to create, you know, the problems for, you know, this Omaha team on defense specifically. But, yeah, we'll wait until this clock runs out. But, yeah, I really like how Fargo has played this series, playing on their what they're good at, their 50-50 game, their aerial plays. They're great on aerial defense. They're one of the toughest teams to get the ball by. And even if you do get the ball by the first player, good luck reading the backboard, because there's going to be somebody on it. So, yeah, I really think if you're Omaha, you're better served here to play on the ground or play where your strengths are at, which is your speed. Fargo obviously is a fast team too, but I think Omaha just has to switch it up a little bit, and then maybe we see their offense, you know, wake up a little bit. But 50-50 game dominated by the Steelhawks. Can that continue? Hams to himself, uses the ceiling, but does not get the reset. And hello, Omaha, do we have a counterattack, guys? Holy cow. As the 50-50 finally comes out. But there were 2 players that just randomly scrambled back from Fargo, and the save somehow came out.
Yeah, it seemed like there was an open net, but no one wanted to take control of the ball. And now we get the Steelhawks again on offense, looking for the ground play. Kicked up towards Notice, could drop this one down towards Likewise, has room to work with, decides to catch it, tries to put it on target. He did have Kai at the back post, but decides to go himself. Oh, should he look to find the easy opportunity? But again, showing that defense that the Steelhawks do have. This ball just hanging out here. Notice does get demoed. Kai trying to find a pass, but the demo player was probably the one who was going to receive that one. Flicked around by Avalanche, looking for the touch again. Important touch from Notice. Now Hams trying to find pass to the middle. Important touch by Night Fang. There's some risky plays here from the Steelhawks. The Buffalo are getting their chances, but they might just be picking the wrong options here.
Good bump play from Notice. Hams, though, tries to get by Kai. Kai has a little bit of a better challenge. Notice on his back line, waiting for Likewise's play to finish. But again, another demo and rotation from Fargo. That's really been their mantra here so far, is let's remove the backline player. Let's remove the player that's going to be taking the shot at the end of the day. And it has been successful so far. We've seen only 1 solo play from Notice really to go through. But other than that, has been a little quiet in this series so far. When does he make his mark? Likewise to him. Good demo from Notice. Likewise has 100 boost to work with here. Chooses to catch the ball and go for a reset, and I don't like that decision. Based on, you know, how that Fargo defense is played, especially in the air, like I said, it's hard to get the ball by them. I mean, you're better served to just play a hard shot on the ground, force them to make saves and run out of boost. 50-50 again from Night Fang, and he has been a defensive issue for Omaha. Can they get by him is the question. Kai to himself. to work by the last part of this Omaha defense here. Fargo now on offense, but ball taken away. Kai has 100 boost, has time, has the play, has a double, a demo in the back line from Likewise. There's your first round player, or your first man player, excuse me, not your first round player, but great demo, Likewise, and notice, Likewise and Kai, excuse me, combining for that goal.
Yeah, there's the aggression that I've been looking for. It just simplifies things out. We're seeing a lot of looks for personal resets, solo plays, not trying to find anything, but that's some good synergy there. Kai beautifully taken to the air, but as we're singing the praises to the Buffalo, just a single flick by Knifeng, and they equalize this one.
Oh, Likewise went for boost. Oh, I didn't realize that happened. Couldn't see from my perspective there, as we only had Knifeng, but yeah, odd there, because there was a backline defender, but chooses to go for the boost, and Knifeng just shoots the ball. 1-1 tie. This one halfway done. This has been controlled by Fargo so far, but Omaha has shown some fight back. They will not go away quietly, and if you win this game, you really put yourself in a better spot to get going here. But Kai has been the player to step up so far for Omaha. Notice off the backboard, the demo comes in on that Fargo defender. They aren't able to get through just yet. Likewise and Kai have to communicate here between who's going for the ball. As Challenger lower semifinal on the B stage, currently Kansas City against that red-hot Brainerd Victory team. Kansas City up 2-0. So winner of that gets, obviously gets Rochester for Challenger in that lower final, but these two teams playing, loser gets obviously either St. Cloud or Bloomington. And so far, it's looking like Fargo has control of this series. Hams off the backboard, Kai backflips, and Avalanche misses the read. Knifeng flicks, no boost between pretty much all three players for Omaha. The only one with anything was Likewise, and he wasn't on the play. Kai starving for some pads or something. As 70 seconds here, V. And this has been a better game so far for Omaha. They haven't let things get out of control.
Yeah, they've been keeping up pace with the Steelhawks. They're doing what they can, but again, these 50s from the Steelhawks are so dominant, and also this aerial play. Gavalanche trying to get this one around, met in the air. Kai gets a clean win here. Notice doesn't have the boost to contest this one. Knifeng sits to the corner. Could have a chance for a solo play. Kai again does not have the boost to contest. Now it's all up to Likewise. He's got a strong touch here, but this one kicks out a bit. Knifeng gets the 50, looking towards Gavalanche, trying to find something to the back post, gets around one, but doesn't quite have the pace that he needs. And now counterattacked, another low boost, this time to the side of Steelhawks. Great touch from Hams there, and clears his line wonderfully, but still low boost. 14, 12, and 6 on the side of Steelhawks. Can they clear the lines enough? Likewise has the boost to contain this pressure. 30 seconds remaining, tries to roll this one down the ceiling. Oh, it looks like it will drop in, but confident save there from the Steelhawks, making sure they're in the right positioning. Another massive 50 from Gav, but the Buffalo are looking so much stronger heading into this. 14 seconds remaining. Can the Steelhawks really put this one to bed, give themselves such a strong advantage with 3 match points? It is cleared once again. Knifeng this time takes over, gets the reset, but intercepted by the Buffalo. Could be a chance here from Hams, decides to let it drop down, and we have our first overtime of the series.
Remember, V, Omaha timeout after that third game. This one has to be a win if you're the Buffalo, because Fargo goes on triple match point if they win this game. Kai off the backboard, finds Notice. Shot gonna be saved though. 15 seconds into this overtime, early chance for Omaha, but they can't break through just yet. Hams off the corner. Kai misses his touch, but luckily Knifeng was not ready for it. And one thing I'm seeing from Fargo so far, V, is baiting Omaha in. They've done a good job as that touch. Knifeng beats out the midfield player. Hams' touch was good, but Notice was just half a step too late. And Kai can't read the backboard. It's such a rough bounce. And Fargo on triple match point, 1 game away from being in that grand final.
Oh, that's got to hurt. We saw the change with Omaha. They were performing so much better after that timeout, and it's just so unfortunate. You see that shot hitting towards your net from Knifeng, you have to commit to it, and unfortunately it goes off the crossbar and in off Kai. It feels challenging, but we're seeing signs of life from this Buffalo side. We saw that beautiful play from Kai, taking it across, gets the double tap and the demo on the third man. If they can find more situations like that, I think they'll find some recipes for success, but it's going to be hard to respond 3 times in a row given how strong this Steelhawks side is.
Game 5. as we are trying our best here to stay alive if we're the Omaha Buffalo. But for Fargo so far, tough game. That last one really felt like Omaha gave it everything they had and they just could not get through. Off the backboard likewise. Where's Notice to finish it off. He's there. Really get through is Gavalanche. Not a ton of boost to work with, but the only one with anything. Top left, look at it. Night Fang gets 100, but the only one with anything for a while was Hams. And luckily he was on the ball. So if you're the Steelhawks, you get out. A big miss on the back line from Likewise. Covered though by his teammates. Notice. Pop touch to himself. Does get by Gav. Likewise looking for a bump. Kai committed on the play. As this one might hurt the Buffalo as the turnaround touch. Hams midfield, but a demo coming in for Fargo. The ball is not really in their possession. Hams is there. He hits the post. That 50 going to go off the backboard of Omaha. Notice will collect 100 boost to work with. You expect him to get out, and he does, but loses possession for a sec. Likewise will stay on the ball. And keep possession for Omaha for a second. Grabs that corner boost. A lot of boost to work with here if you're the Buffalo. You have to get out now because, I mean, really what Fargo was, I alluded to it the last game, what Fargo has done well is really bait Omaha in. You know, I mean, how many times have we seen Night Fang or Hams like this, just waiting for Fargo to throw themselves at the ball, and you're going to use your boost advantage that you have on the turnaround, as Likewise's touch will get off and into the clear. 3 minutes still have to go, V. It's anyone's ballgame.
Yeah, and I agree with say that they're winning so many 50s, the Fargo Steelhawks, that they're just letting the Buffalo throw themselves towards the ball, and they have the confidence that they can get it going their way. And there's some risky plays from the Buffalo. They're throwing a lot of attackers forward. We saw Kai commit his third man for a shot, some dangerous saves and touches on the back line, but I think the Buffalo know they need to find some offense. They need to find something here to switch it up towards the Steelhawks, and Gavalanche wants to switch this up by going to the finals, but cleared out by Likewise. Control down the field. Notice is awkwardly here, leaves it for Kai, doesn't have the boost, needs to get something here, but Hams, great touch to the corner and follows it up with the boost. Gav contesting Likewise, kicks off into the corner, controlled by Notice. Great slow play here, waiting for Hams to commit to it, and does so, but cleared out once again. Night Fang, no one getting on the back of these touches from the Buffalo. Steelhawks getting another big 50. Hams might send this one off to the side, looking for Gavalanche towards the middle, off to the crossbar. No one's there. Decide to slow this thing down, but two players commit from the Buffalo side. Notice can find something here, looking for something on the crossbar. Important save there from Hams. And we're seeing the goals dry up here in this series. But as I mentioned, big touch there from Gavalanche. Now Night Fang has space to work with. Gets around Kai, but dies for it. Notice now, looking for some sort of a 50, doesn't get it. Likewise, missing the touch, hands possession over the Seahawks. Night Fang with tons of room here, looking for Gav in the middle, but doesn't have the boost. Both teams trying to find that last touch they need to get, but nothing's really clicking as they need to.
A lot of time here left. We got plenty of room here for Omaha to take one and get back into this series, but Fargo, plenty of time for them to kill off this Buffalo attack. On a boost here for Kai to himself. Got a fake reset, but again, Night Fang, and really this Fargo defense just continues to have the answer every single play that this Omaha team is putting together. Reset from Likewise, and there's Gav. Just shut it down, and there's your backline help from Night Fang. This Fargo team just continues to have that figured out. Demo from Notice on the backline. Gav, not a lot of boost. Notice looking to recenter, but Gav gets enough to clear it. They find Hams on the clear. That one is off the post. Notice can't make contact. As Kai will lose the 50 to go to the corner. 1 minute to go. And this has been a low-scoring game. Odd, because we've really had a lot of goals. Just that's off the post. A great infield play from Likewise and Kai, but it does not materialize into a goal.
Oh, two big chances there. The clearance from Hams could have given a massive lead to the Steelhawks, but that one, Kai, just missing the back post. This is a dangerous ball, just bouncing in the middle, and somehow with the backflip, Night Fang. Oh, a chance out of nothing there. A big interception by Hams. Night Fang causing chaos, but just backflips it past Kai, and all of a sudden, it looked like this game was destined for overtime, but we only have 30 seconds remaining.
And you hear the crowd getting behind Fargo. They want them to make this grand final. They're well on their way. They're 30 seconds. What do you have if you are the Steelhawks team? You just have every answer. You read the book. You figured it out. Hams has figured it out. And I'm sorry. I called him out, and he's really answered the call.
Well, bumped to the ceiling, controls this one, and double taps it and gets the dunk through. Incredible play by Hams. And I agree, the storyline heading into this was, would Hams live up to the legend of Eli? And he's done so and more. Incredibly playing for this Steelhawks side. 2-goal advantage. It looks like it's over for the Buffalo. They will likely be heading into the lower bracket unless it's caster cursed, but Notice can't get that one on target. Oh, if there's ever an opportunity, they needed that one. This one looks like it'll be just sent down the field. A potential goal for the road is not the case as this stays up. And the Fargo Steelhawks in 5 games will be heading to the grand finals of Premier.
And I talked about, Night Fang last season losing. He made the grand finals through the upper side of the bracket. This is really his chance to right that wrong, but he was able to really, I thought, on the defensive end, put his team on his back. On the offensive end, you see here really scored the catapulting goal that, put Omaha together. But, yeah, I really thought Omaha played well in the middle part of that series. They did their absolute best to keep it close. And, a lot of shots, but really, Hams. Every part of the stat board has his name in it. He has a goal. He has 5 shots. He has an assist. He has a save. And he has 3 demos. That is what you want. A step-up performance. And Fargo punches their ticket to that final, and they will play either St. Cloud, Bloomington, or this Omaha team. And, yeah, tough for sure. As obviously Flyers and Mahler is going to play here soon, but I really didn't think that would be a 4-1. I thought the games obviously were all close. Looking back, we've got a 4-2, a 4-1, a 4-1, a 2-1, and a 1-0. The latter half of I would say 3 was a little closer than probably 4-1, but 3, 4, and 5 were all close games. That a couple more bounces go the way of Omaha. Maybe they're up 3-1. Maybe they're in a game 5 right now. Maybe they're in a game 6 right now. Who knows? But, Fargo did a pretty good job of keeping things as close as possible. But, Casey and Brainerd currently playing on the B stage for Challenger, like I said. Don't know the score of that. Last time I checked, it was Kansas City up 2-0. 2-1. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. 2-1 in favor of Kansas City. So those guys running through their series, but if you're Fargo, you're feeling pretty good right now. Kind of see how those guys, do, as they've got a long wait ahead of them. Hopefully they stay warm and stay playing their best Rocket League. But our lower finals starting very, very soon, and a lot of matches happening on warm-ups, B stage. Teams getting prepared, playing their best Rocket League when they need to, and I'm just excited to see how this ends up.
Yeah, I think Fargo is going to be ecstatic that they're avoiding that lower bracket. That is a frightening matchup. I think that St. Cloud Flyers Bloomington Maulers game is going to be.
I think that's the scariest match, and we don't get to see it on stream, unfortunately. But that is going to be an absolute shootout. With how St. Cloud has played. Taking down Duluth, taking down Kansas City, now finding themselves against Bloomington, who had 55 goals in their last series. My God. That's going to be an absolute shootout for sure. I wish we could have it on stream, but unfortunately for time reasons, can't fit it in. But, I'm excited to see how this Premier bracket ends up, because obviously we're going to crown a champion later on, and I think you're obviously playing for, the prize pool, but I think you're playing for obviously that medal, but also you're playing for the ability to hoist that trophy. There are very few players who have gotten to hoist that trophy in a triumphant way. And I'm one who's never got to do it. I really wish I could say I could, but I came ever so close multiple seasons back. But these Fargo players, they are now 4 games away from doing it. And best of 7s the whole way through the rest of the day. I'm just excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, I think it's a I think I agree. Getting that medal, getting to raise that trophy, seeing that iconic photo from your whole season is so much bigger. And it's bragging rights. It's showing that this ever-competitive MCS league at the top of Rocket League, you're the champions, and you were able to perform at LAN. You're playing at the season. I've never played at LAN, so I can't say the experience, but it's I think for these premier players, it means a lot to know that you're at the top dogs, and I think Fargo's on their way to showing that they're the strongest. But as mentioning like the St. Cloud Flyers, I mean, they did go 5 games, Fargo Steelhawks and the Kansas City Outlaws to the full length. They went very even, and then St. Cloud comes out and sweeps them 4-0. I think that is a telltale sign that the team that's in the finals barely beat the team that they kind of destroyed. So I think I agree with saying, seeing the offensive power of Bloomington. If you're in the venue, be sure to look around, and if you see St. Cloud and Bloomington at the setups, go and check that one out, because it's guaranteed to be an incredible game.
Yeah, and obviously coming up next, Challenger Lower Final, Rochester and the winner of the B-Stage match, Kansas City or Brainerd. Currently, Kansas City up 3-1. They are 1 game away from fighting themselves against the Rochester Rhythm in that lower final. But we'll have that match for you, V, in just a bit.
I wish we stayed the same. I got way too many thoughts in my brain. I got memories that run through my veins. I'm not one to blame, but I could point out every way that you changed. Some things stay up while others go right down the drain. And lately we've been going down in flames. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm at least my therapist is saying that I should. I don't believe her, but I really wish I could. Instead, I guess I'll stay misunderstood. Oh, 'cause I'm stuck now, just trying to figure a way out. I've tried but can't seem to slow down. I don't know if I want to. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm honest, I get in my feels when I want you. Say you feel it too, I'll haunt you. Hold on till I'm lost in the nirvana. But if I'm
the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for One touch was enough, got you thinking of 3 words that you can't say. Too soon to be real, things you shouldn't feel, got you walking my way. Hey, you didn't see it coming, surrounded, I got you spinning out. Inside, you know it's too late now, too late to let me go. Tell me, is it fun here under my sun? No sense testing your fate. With every turn, the lesson you learn is there is no escape. Hey, you didn't see it coming. Now I'm all you ever think about. Inside, you know it's too late now. Too late to let me go. Hey, you didn't see it coming. Now I'm all you ever think about. Inside, you know it's too late now. Too late to let me go. Too late to let me go. No. Too late to let me go now. You know, it's too late to let me go. Go. It's too late to let me go.
Moment, all it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focused, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is your moment. I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm out on the waters every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and your only cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Now lately we popping at the age, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and your only cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. Just stay alive. Just stay alive. Just stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Just stay alive. We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build our own demise, from the ashes we will rise. When the world
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more MCS Season 10 action here. We are coming back with a very fun match. We've got the Challengers lower finals here, and I'm going to be joined with Nightfang. I am K2, and you actually just came off of a match having fun on stage, so definitely going to have to dive into that a little bit later. But how are you doing now that you know you've been planning and studying to cast for hours and hours and hours preparing?
I'm excited. First time on, and I can't wait. And about the game you saw recently, man, tough game. I gotta say, they played phenomenal. Loved it. Can't wait till my finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a super fun match. I know we were talking a little bit on kind of who you were hoping you're going to face, but that is going to be a little bit later. Right now, we are focusing on a Challenger, and we've got the bracket in front of us. We already saw Buffalo beat Rhythm 4-2 going to the grand finals. Now we're dropping to the lower finals, Rhythm versus Outlaws. And Outlaws, they just had their match on the B-Stream versus Brainerd Victory in a pretty convincing 4-1 fashion. So we'll see if they can take that confidence and the momentum going into the Rhythm for this lower finals.
Yes. What's your prediction on the upcoming game, since Rhythm just came off a loss and Outlaws came off of a 4-1 lead?
So it's kind of interesting. This question is asked a lot of, like, is it better to have a break from Rocket League playing on stage, or is it better to come off of a game instantly? Because like we said, Outlaws just played. They've had about 5-minute, 10-minute break, right, and then they're back on stage. So I personally think that, especially with how long these days are, I'm going to have to go with Outlaws taking this one. I think just because they haven't had time to relax yet, they haven't had the adrenaline come back down. They're just go, go, go. So I think especially as the day gets later and later, I think it's the adrenaline is going to push Outlaws over the line.
I understand where you're coming from, but I scrimmed the Rhythm team earlier this morning. Yes, granted, they fortunately got 4-2, but if they fix their little mistakes, I got to go with Rhythm here.
Ooh, all right. I respect it. We'll have to see, how that actually goes. Again, this is best of 7. Both teams will have a timeout. And again, this is now life on the line, right? Obviously, in the upper final match, when Rhythm played, they could lose and they still dropped down, which obviously they unfortunately did. But now they're dropping down. They have no lives left. Yes. So going to the grand finals, obviously that is going to be a massive task here. But I know, especially someone who just played on stage for you, and we talk about this so often, but are there still massive LAN nerves for you playing on stage?
I would say yes. No matter how many times, even as my rookie year last season, I still have nerves, even up there. Occasionally my legs shake. I'm like, okay, relax. I got my team. Focus up. One game, one goal at a time.
Sounds good. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be introducing our first team here. Walking out first is going to be the one and only Rochester Rhythm. Gotta have some fun with it, ladies and gentlemen. This team, again, they are one shot away from going. Laws. All right. Well, we love to see that. We love a little bit of feedback on that one. Got to make it interesting, of course. We always love some audio technical difficulties, but we got to make it a little interesting for you guys.
Kansas City?
We'll see. All right, we'll try this again now that the issues are fixed. Let's bring in Kansas City Outlaws. We've got Wovic, Olvi, and Dicey taking the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fantastic time. I am super excited to give this one a good run for their money here. And can we give the crowd give it up one more time for these two teams before they take the stage? I already love it. All right, boys. Why don't you guys hop on up there and get ready to go. And we'll start diving a little bit more into this match here. I know we kind of talked about predictions, specifically on who we think is going to be taking this one. But I'm curious if you have a specific game score prediction.
Game score?
I just want to make it a little interesting for you.
Okay. 4-3.
Ooh, game
Or
7.
three.
All right,
Game
I
seven.
respect it. I mean, I do want to see a game 7. One thing, too, that's interesting is, whoever does win this one, they have another match to play, and going to game 7 is going to make him that much more exhausted.
Exactly.
So we'll have to see what happens. I know, especially if in your situation, right, you definitely want the teams below you to go to game 7 over and over and over just to try to tire them out. So we'll have to see what happens here. I'm going to go game 5. I think it is going to be pretty dominant. I think, especially like I mentioned earlier, the Outlaws coming off of a win and coming off, they only played about 15 minutes ago, right? So to keep that adrenaline, to keep that momentum, and really focus, again, on the main stage, there is going to be a little more nerves, but I think the adrenaline is going to carry them.
So you're saying just because they won with momentum instead of lost, they're going to have the advantage?
I think so. And again, it's going to the other side, right? Obviously, you look at the other team that they ended up losing, but they lost a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
So in that time frame, did they have time to kind of revamp maybe the system? Maybe they want to talk about some small things, or did they just say, hey guys, we have faith in our play style. We're just gonna, we made some small mistakes. It was earlier in the day. Let's just keep on the warm-up PCs, keep warm, and we'll run it back.
I got you, yeah, for sure. But again, I faced the Rhythm earlier this morning. If they just play their game like they were supposed to, I think it's going to be a close game on both ways.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here, but we are going to be slowly working our way getting into this game. We still have the B Stream series going on. We'll make sure to update you guys on that one. That is going to be, I believe, the premier match going on right now.
The
so we'll
St.
have
Flyers versus the Bloomington.
Ooh, and do you have any predictions on who you think / will win that one? Who do you want to face, I guess I should say?
If I have to pick one, I'd want Bloomington to lose.
All right.
Their play style is just cancer to spread all across the games, and I don't like it.
All right, spread across the games. I respect it. And speaking of games, I am hearing some car engines, which means we are getting ready to jump into this one. We'll see, especially in this best of 7, how much of a difference getting the first game win of the day is going to be. We've had some crazy game 7s. We've had some crazy sweeps. I'm hoping they're the first one. We're going to get some game 7s here. But again, with game 1, momentum is massive for these guys just to start out super early.
Yeah, and we'll be going in the air. He's very mechanical. If he can just take his time and get those skills up, Rhythm's going to have a hard time stopping them in their offense.
Yeah, so I am kind of curious then. Obviously, you've got, the team that you think is going to win. If you had to pick one player to kind of pick out as the star player that's going to take their team across the finish line, who would that be?
For Rhythm, I got to pick Toshiga. He's out there. He can do practically anything he needs to if his teammates allows him to work with him and everything else. But on Outlaw side, Wubik is the one guy you need to watch out for, because I know he's very mechanical. He can do anything he wants and allows space for his teammates to score goals.
Well, hopefully your prediction will be right here. I'm hoping, like I said, my prediction in the Outlaws is going to be right, as in the first minute we have seen the Outlaws having very good offensive reads. We see a lot of demos. One thing that we have seen throughout this LAN is the mechanics tend to take a little bit of a backseat, and it is the demo plays, it is the boost management, and consistent rotations that really has done such a good job for these teams. As we've already seen 4 demos in this game, as Dicey trying to get this mid flow. A little bit awkward here. Wubik trying to get this one downfield as Tishay going to be tossing this to Busy, who has no boost to work with here. Flow now, a little bit of an awkward spot here. Has to drop this one to the corner. Dicey trying to follow Olvi. Trying to get a low 50. You can see there's no boost between like 4 players. I can promise you right now that boost is going to be the #1 thing players should need to focus on early in these games.
Yes. Whoever is able to maintain the boost in the first hard half, you start having momentum build up. Eventually, they start cracking, offense start messing up, and they overextend, causing a free open goal.
Absolutely. So we see Dicey now opting to go back to defense. Good pass. Busy, little bit close there as Wobik going to be tossed this one to the corner. And again, 0 boost there. Dicey popping it over 1. Olvi has no boost to work with. Does pick up the mid. Gets beat up by T-Shag. Drops it to Dicey now. 0 boost again. Busy and Flow on the sidewall. Busy taking their time. Trying to get a reset. I think he's got it. Going for a 50. T-Shag is there. The net is open for a split second, but Dicey comes in and swats it away. You can see Dicey now on 0. Wupik on 0. Olvi, every single person on Outlaws has 0 boost as Dicey finally picks up 1.
They had the counter right there. Just unfortunately, all of them lost their boost just trying to defend against the Rhythm offense. Right now, they're trying to push, but nothing's going effective right now for their offense.
Nothing being effective in the first half of this game as we have 0s on the board. We'll see who can break that deadlock. Here's Dicey throwing this one downfield. Can they get a 50 mid? Flow to the corner. No boost to follow up. T-Shake with a great clear downfield. That is going to be on target. Olvi taking their time. Cool, and collected under pressure. Woolbeck going for a solo play. Can they find the reset? Just going for a 50. It's a free shot from Dicey, who drops it down, breaking the deadlock. Outlaws up 1.
As I said, if Woolbeck has the space and time to use his mechanics, his team can just come up and clean just the open room. He just put the pressures on.
That was so smart from the Outlaws. We saw 50, 50, 50 over and over and over again. And you saw he dropped it down, took a little bit of a softer touch. And the defender, again, on 0 boost. I know we kind of, joked about boost is going to be the biggest thing, but almost every single time we're seeing the third man and second man of these teams on offense just not have the resources to follow up as that aggressive third or second man to follow up, which, as we saw earlier in your game, that is one of the best ways to score. Is the first person is almost never meant to score. It's just disrupt the defense and just make a shot to have the defenders make maybe a poor clear.
And cause disruption, like you said, but if you go through the goal and get presence there, they mess up the defense, might miss and jump. Yeah. Oh, an open goal, cross goal, no second man to show up there. Flo's going to take it high, trying to control, but Oli just dunking, and it's a goal. Okay.
Somehow Olvi finding this read. Let's take another look at this one. Flo taking a soft touch here and off the ceiling. That is a ridiculous read. Again, not giving the defenders any space here. Outlaws 2-0 to start off game 1.
And again, boost. He had no boost. Freshman needs a challenge, stop the offense from starting, and he got a goal.
Boost is going to be a big deal here as we see a potential kickoff goal. Olvi 0 boost, getting a good 50. Woolbeck now off the ceiling. It's going to go all the way across the field here. T-Shay just waiting in line. Flo, again, 0 boost, maybe looking for an infield pass here. Is busy, drops this one down. Shot on target. Flo and T-Shay, that's going to be a double commit. Is anyone there to follow up for the Outlaws? Pass mid, it's just a little bit behind Woolbeck. Pass infield, and that's chance. It's a second one. Is that going on target? Yeah. Yes, it is. The passing plays coming out for the Outlaws.
And like you said, boost management, all rhythm are low on boost, nothing to do anything, but Woolbeck and Dicey had a little boost. That good passing play right there they just had.
3-0 to start off game 1 here with 45 seconds left. Rhythm looking for one, maybe just to get some momentum going into game 2, as this is going to be a free drop down. No one was expecting it. Flo was there, but again, you have to expect the defender on the backboard to at least get a touch in that situation.
And even if they get a touch, your 2 teammates are behind you. You got to respect the miss, most likely on this, since you're first man.
25 seconds left. Outlaws looking very, very clean here in game 1. As I mentioned, maybe they have the momentum. In fact, that they were coming off of a game and staying warm. So Rhythm, because it's been a little while since they've been on stage, maybe the first couple of games will just be them kind of getting into the group, getting warm again, and then they'll start to wake up, because game 1 was all Outlaws.
Yes. And again,
oh my, doing them dirty, dicing them up on the field here. That's how you get one for the road.
And again, Woolbeck, again, with that play, forcing the first man, like, oh, there's 2 options here, a shot or a pass. Dicey coming in with the cleanup with the fake. Come on.
Oh, that is just dirty. And especially you talk about, getting even more momentum. It's like, that's just a feels-good goal to end this one off. And we might even see another one. Rhythm cannot get out of this game fast enough.
Again, momentum, huge, because that fake, mentally, another goal, 1 second left. Come on.
1 second left. This is just insult to injury, forcing them to do another kickoff. They just want to get back to the drawing board, go into game 2 with maybe a little bit of a different game plan here, but game 1 is all going to the Outlaws with a 5-0 victory.
Again, look at the stats. Shots across the board, 5-3, but the saves is what's important. 4 saves on their team, on Outlaws. No saves coming out from Rhythm.
Yeah, one thing we mentioned too is the boost management. We saw in both, especially for the first couple minutes, both teams really struggling with boots, but then as the game kind of went on, Outlaws, they had a little bit tighter rotation there. They weren't going all the way back, making sure to secure their mid boost. So Rhythm, they just couldn't get anything going on offense here. So we'll see in game 2 if we'll see, first of all, less demos in the first 2 minutes, because that was an absolute bloodbath.
Yes.
But then also, are they able to secure their resources?
With the first game done now, what kind of measures, countermeasures, do you think the Rhythm are going to make?
Again, I'm kind of hoping they tighten up the rotation. They make sure they secure their rotations, but also, again, the demos, right? We saw how demo heavy the first couple seconds was. Maybe if they did a demo, can they have that third man have enough resources to be threatening? Because if you get a demo on the first man, but your second or third man are too far back, it isn't going to predict, or it isn't going to provide any goals.
Yeah. And again, with a strat kickoff that might go in, with Busy getting that 50 save right there against 2 defenders, attackers, sorry. Ooh.
Chance here. Olvi now just awkward on defense a little bit. Throws it downfield. Flo should have a chance to hit it high off the backboard. Wolbeck trying to get a read. He misses. This should be a wide open net, but Wolbeck from the ceiling, falling down from the hands of Grays, getting a save on the goal line.
And again, they did everything they could, but the defense is still standing strong.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, you get in the demo, but Wolbeck somehow, and again, they missed the backboard read, but still able to get down there.
Yep.
Olvi now with a solo play, trying to get this one mid, and that almost an own goal off of Busy. A little bit awkward rotation there as Dicey now trying to pop this one back mid, a little bit too far ahead of Flo. Down to the corners, Olvi trying to be aggressive. You can see him again every single time they're rotating through, trying to get a defender, and that's going to be awkward from Flo. Again, potential open net counters, just not having the resources to get contact.
Now their offense are playing awkward because all the boost is gone, the demo's coming in more. Now it's more like a dirty match right now, trying to figure out who's going to have the advantage. Whoever scores the first goal in this, the momentum's going to shift drastically.
We're seeing Rhythm already going for a lot more infield passing, which I really like that they are changing up, but again, not quite having the resources to go for them so far. T-Shag, though, trying to go off the ceiling here. We're seeing 50s mid. Dicey is going to have not enough boost again to go for a solo play. Going to pop up to Wolbeck now. Potential skim here. We see demos galore happening. Olvi should have a little bit of time here, but a good early challenge from Busy. Dicey, again, a little awkward here. And again, every single time Olvi challenging through, they're rotating, always looking for that goalie.
Yep. And it's disrupting the offense, trying to get a good counter because it allows their team to set up, get boost. Oh, back on offense again. There we go. And Rhythm been on the defense practically this whole game besides 1 or 2 attempts.
Besides 1 or 2 attempts is indeed correct here as Flo getting 50. Dicey just trying to destroy everyone. Can Olvi read this one? It's open for a split second, and that is going to be the opening goal. Halfway through, Wolbeck just waiting for that one to drop down.
And again, that demo coming in, clearing space completely. Second and first man were so close together. Third wasn't up there.
That was as fast as physically possible. There was not another frame that he could have gone earlier to make sure the ball went in the net. But as you mentioned, demos galore happening. Outlaws are doing a great job that every single time they do have a demo, that second and third man is there to follow up, and a great save from Flo. That would have been 2-0 for the Outlaws. Rhythm now trying to get some offense going. Again, they have yet to score in this series as we're about 8 minutes into this game.
Yep, and again, these 50s coming in are just solid. It's soft touches. Again, they can get another read off of it. Again, Wolbeck and Outlaws are all right there. The second man is very close, and a read. Pass off of
the demo is just salt in the wounds, ladies and gentlemen. Olvi with a great pass off the sidewall, and Wolbeck getting the touch and the demo on Busy. There's nothing he could do again in net with 0 boost. Rhythm, they still cannot find boost. Outlaws, they're just thriving right now.
Yes. Boost management, everything they do, just phenomenally going in their way right now.
We'll have to see in the second half of this game if the Rhythm have any answer. Again, shut out so far in this series. Outlaws now, again, every 50-50 has been so good. And again, this Outlaw roster, after coming off of a win last time, they made a fantastic run later. They actually made the lower finals last season, and we'll have to see if they can do it again going to the grand finals here. Outlaws now with a potential chance. Now Dicey trying to figure out how to handle this one. Busy, a little slow in the corner with 16 boost. Good 50. Again, like you mentioned, every 50 from the Outlaws has been so solid right now.
And their second man's playing so close to no matter what happens, they're there to support. And with the fakes coming in, they're going to have a hard time reading what second man's going to do.
Chance here, Busy now. Taking a slow play here, going for a solo play. He's got a lot of boost to work with, trying to go to the ceiling, up and over one. Can he find the double? No, he can't. But that's going to be the first goal for Rhythm, finally getting one on the board.
And again, they had a struggle, and it almost hit the crossbar, or the post, and came out.
Hey, it doesn't matter as long as it goes. Is Rhythm finally getting on the board? Hopefully, that'll be the one to break through and give them that momentum, knowing that, hey, guys, we are still in this one. Just because we lost game 1, it does not matter.
Right now, we got a little update on that on the Premier loser side. Maulers are up 2-0 to the Flyers. And
does that scare you or not? That's the question I want to know.
A little bit. If Bloomington goes through, I need Omaha to take them out for us.
All right, we'll have to see if that is going to happen. But right now, we are down to 50 seconds on here. Outlaws trying to hold on here to go up 2-0 in the series. Rhythm finally getting one on the board, looking for that tie-up. They need to get another one here and possibly go to OT here as T-Shag now should have enough boost to beat out Olvi. But again, Dicey doing such a good job playing Disruptor. Flow now in the midfield, trying to go for low 50. Both players miss. Dicey and Olvi on 0 boost. We're seeing awkward commits. Outlaws struggling for resources. Oh, the fake attempt was there, but Outlaws not falling for it.
And again, right now, it's just they're taking their time, resetting, and it's all closer this game.
13 seconds left. Rhythm now. This is desperation time. Olvi's got plenty of boost to work with. Is anyone back there looking for the midfield pass? T-Shag with a great touch mid. Wolbeck, that might be there, but Flow on the goal line, and the ball hits the ground. Outlaws back-to-back, up 2-0 in the series.
So now this is a time when they're going to think about calling a timeout. You think they're going to call it?
Nope.
You don't think so?
No, I don't. I think they should. I think they should, but I don't think they will. For whatever reason, in all the leagues I've been a part of in casting and stuff, people don't like to take timeouts as much as I think that they should.
Mm-hmm. And from this, I understand why they think so. Oh, we're really close, but again, they got completely destroyed. They're up in the air. And what do you think their countermeasures now are going to do?
I still think a lot of it has to do with kind of what we mentioned here in game one, right? Is we saw the Outlaws had so many demos, and every single time, I think it comes back to boost. I think right now, the Rhythm are struggling with their boost management. They aren't having enough resources to have their second and third man specifically being more aggressive. The first man is doing a pretty good job of not allowing Outlaws to get out defensively, to get those clears. But again, it's when it 50s mid, which the Outlaws 50s have been impeccable. Mm-hmm. But when it does 50 mid, Rhythm don't have the resources to have that second 50 ready on hand.
And again, we saw occasionally they had a good counter, no boost. And that demo coming in with that 50, what can they do?
It's also demoralizing when you can see there's so much potential that your team is getting really good opportunities, but the resources just aren't there. So Outlaws, again, massive props to them and their 50s and their demos. And that is going to be another one, as we mentioned it, off of a 50. Outlaws again up 1-0.
And it wasn't a bad play. It's just they have all the boost control, and they're able to get back and return.
Yeah, and this is definitely tough. Rhythm, again, they chose not to take a timeout after going down 2-0. We'll see if that comes back to bite them here, as Outlaws are pretty much doing exactly what they did games 1 and 2, going up 1-0 early in the game here. Is Dicey off the backboard. That might be a free read. Olvi going to be dropping off the ceiling. Where's the third man? That's going to be a shot on target, and Wolbeck again, back-to-back. Outlaws are not dropping down.
No. Again, the 50s are coming in phenomenal. They're up. They trust each other. The third man going up already while the freshman's rotating. They have all the momentum right now.
All the momentum in the world. And again, it's 50s and consistent play. You saw how aggressive the third man is from Outlaws because they have the boost. And I know it sounds like we're beating a dead horse saying it over and over again, but that is the #1 reason, in my opinion, that the Rhythm just can't seem to get their momentum right now.
Right now, I think they might need to do a little softer touches and let them come at us. Second man could be a little closer. But at this point, what can you do with no boost?
Yeah, it's definitely hard to say. As we see Olvi getting a great fake around 1, trying to take a low 50 with T-Shag. Goes to the sidewall. Wolbeck now going to be last man back. T-Shag looking for a pinch. Now a solo play up and over 1. Is anyone there to follow? Olvi off the backboard, taking their time. Dicey now able to follow up on this one. Busy, not a ton of boost to work with here. Just has to go for a low 50, which he does a great job of it pinching mid, but again, the third man was demoed.
And again, messing up their offense, defense. Flow going out from the corner. A stop by Wolbeck. On the defense once again. Again, Dicey missed, unfortunately, but Busy might have a 50 here.
Chance here, Busy now going mid, trying to get around 1. Good touch from Wolbeck to the corner. Now playing Disruptor, obstacle away. T-Shag now trying to get this one mid. The chance is there for Flow, but a good save from the Outlaws. Still in a dangerous position. This one's actually going to be on target, and no one's going to be there. And Busy working through its way. No boost on the side of Outlaws and cutting the lead in half.
Freshman got that bump on third man and completely cleared out the goal right there.
Taking a page out of the Outlaws book, and it worked instantly. Rhythm doing a good job. And what's kind of crazy to say, that's only their second goal of the series here.
Yep.
So definitely a lot of work to still do on the offensive side here, but still, I love to see that Rhythm are changing it up.
Dicey on the ball, going in the corner. Tashiga got the 50. Olai with the control here.
Woolbeck now just throwing this one downfield. Flow taking a little bit of a soft touch here. T-Shake is going to have time and resources. Opting to just slow it down, allow his team to get boost and resources, gets a flip reset around one. Shot going to be on target, and a demo on the last man. And again, copy and paste of earlier Outlaws are loving these demolitions.
Yep. Either you got to keep your head on the swivel or something, because he was coming right down the middle lane.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of a scripted play here, as we are now a little bit of an update on the B stage. We have 3-0. The Maulers are over the Flyers here. So this is going to be interesting to see if we see a sweep down in Premier.
Yep. And as you said, I'd rather not face Bloomington. I want them to lose. No hard feelings. Just I don't want your play style near me.
That just means it's going to be a battle of offense versus defense in the finals if that scoreline does hold. But right now we're seeing if the Outlaws scoreline of 3-1 can hold. And again, if Outlaws win this, they will be looking to go on to triple match point. We already had a similar situation earlier today, and the double tap was there. And Olvi going to be off the top of the crossbar here. Still into the corner here, Dicey trying to flip, no resources, maybe opting for a back pass, actually opts to go for a demo or just a bump on the goalie. Olvi, can he find the sidewall read? He's got plenty of boost out the backboard. Flow throwing this one away, and again, Outlaws have lots of resources to keep recycling here. Is anyone up? Olvi, plenty of time, rips this one downfield. Wolbeck again looking for defenders every single time they're looking for it, but Rhythm, again, they got plenty of time. They just got to be consistent.
And all the outlets coming out from Outlaws, stopping their defense from even be able to push or have a good counter against Outlaws. It's just, they're just getting pushed back. Good, quick outlet. Again, back on defense. Oh, I got the clear. Back on defense.
That shot almost on target here. Wolbeck now turning on this one. Opting to take it slow, maybe looking for an infield pass, a little bit backwards, a little awkward for Olvi. Turns it, gets a good 50. Now Dicey throwing this one away. It's going to pop mid a little higher than he wanted to. Going for disruption on the defenders, and Wolbeck again with the follow-up. It seems so scripted, and it just keeps working.
And again, freshman, right down the middle. You either got to keep your head on a swivel, hit the brake once, or
if it isn't broke, I mean, keep going for it. You mentioned earlier after the first 2 games, what does Rhythm need to do? And again, it's you got to avoid the demos and get your resources. And Outlaws, they are literally doing a copy and paste of games 1 and 2. And again, it keeps working over and over again. I'm looking so far. Wolbeck with a ridiculous MVP performance. He's looking to do it again as I call his name, putting in number 5.
Again, like the guy I said, to watch out for it, stay close. Wolbeck. He has great mechanics, great offense, defense, all around. Got to keep him, got to shut him down.
See a little bit of the toxicity, spam in chat right here. And honestly, I mean, I kind of got to respect it, because if your team or if your opponents are starting to get tilted, why not do something like that to tilt them just, a little bit more? So after this game, I will assume the Rhythm will take a timeout. But again, is it too little too late right now? As of right now, they've only scored 2 goals in 3 games.
Yep. It really just depends. If they do take their timeout, it matters how they countermeasure against that first demo and the boost material you were talking about.
Chance here for a 1v1 here. T-Shag, though, getting beat up by Olvi. That one's up. Flo doesn't have a lot of boost. Gets a weak touch. The net is open for a split second, but Dicey wasn't expecting that touch there. He is again continuing to go for the shot after shot. Wolbeck, though, did commit. That's a free shot from Olvi. Just a little bit off. Again, the post being the savior for Rhythm. T-Shag now trying to get a pop number 1. It is going to bounce mid, and as time it does expire, Outlaws will confirm to go on to match point, up 3-0 in the series, and Rhythm need to do the impossible to reverse sweep on LAN.
Yes. And again, like you said, they only got 2 goals out of 3 games now. I would do a timeout, rethink, go back to the drawing board, and have to think.
We're looking at Wolbeck. I talked about him earlier. 5 goals, 10 shots. This man single-handedly carried his team in that game specifically. But again, we also have to talk about the amount of demos. It really was every single time. Throw a shot on target, first man goes for demo, second shot, or second person, which a lot of times this time was Wolbeck, go for the goal. And it worked every single time.
And I say a good majority amount of their goals came off the backboard. They had no one sitting on the backboard, which they just abused, as you saw. 5-1.
All right, we'll have to see if Rhythm do call a timeout here. Again, they got to go back. And again, this is where I asked you, with your experience and your knowledge, if you're Rhythm and you kind of been dominated the first 3 games, it's not like, hey, we need to make some small changes. As of right now, it looks like they need to have a completely different play style.
Yeah, and if that's the case, either boom it, because, again, they're just constantly on it because that heavy first man bump. And the boost, forcing the third man back, that first and second man is going to be overextended, causing the third man eventually to make a mistake.
Yeah, we do see the timeout come in. And again, this is where you wonder, is it a little too late for these boys? We'll have to see what can their team, what can their GM come up with. Again, these boys are here for a reason, right? They have gotten so far in the season and in playoffs so far. They do not want to drop out here because right now there is no more lives. After this game, it is win or go home.
Yep, and right now they're pushed, their backs are against the walls. This is where it matters.
To see what happens here. So as we kind of mentioned earlier, in terms of momentum, right? Outlaws are just vibing. They won their last game pretty dominantly in a 4-1. So they've lost one game, in the last 7 or 8 that they've played.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're planning on losing any more here. So if you are Rhythm, is there any specific person that you're looking to maybe step up and kind of, just get that first game, right? Or is it just the entire team needs to elevate as one?
Kind of both. If I have to say any name, Tashiga, he's the main of the guy, offense and defense. But his teammates also got to respect, just like Flo doing here, making room. Unfortunate.
We'll have to see what happens here as we see early aggression here out of the Rhythm. Counterattack coming down here. Flo pops this one up to Busy. I love that outlet pass there. T-Shaga now trying to go for a solo play off the corner. Can he read it mid? It should be a free touch here, but again, the second and third men weren't there. That was a ridiculous touch here. What is this counter?
It looked like he had it all under control.
I thought he had it, and it looked like it almost might have been a ghost touch, but that definitely doesn't happen in these situations here. So. We talked about first 30 seconds, Rhythm had so much pressure. We saw the ridiculous outlet pass and then one single boom downfield, and Outlaws again, every single time they have started 1-0 in the first 30 seconds.
Yep, and right now it's going to be a copy and paste as the other games if Rhythm did not find a solution to their problems right now.
We'll have to see what happens, and I can tell you right now, Outlaws are just praying that the clock winds down faster and faster. Rhythm now, chance here. T-Shaga now, a little awkward with Busy. We see 5 players in the corner. We've got a 1v1 situation. Olvi with the musty. Is that going to be on target? Flo with a great save. Outlaws, though, still in a dangerous position. Dicey pops this one up. T-Shaga now trying to get a sidewall read. Not quite enough resources. Off the ceiling. Flo opting to turn, and that one is going to be on target. Rhythm finally getting an early tying up goal.
And finally, it's not last 1 minute going in. It's 3 minutes. They can readjust, figure out what they need to do to come out with the win.
And you see, again, the quick chat spam is coming alive here. The Outlaws and Rhythm not being quiet on this one with how they feel against each other. It's Olvi now waiting his time, trying to go for a ground double. A little bit awkward here as this ball is going to go up. T-Shaga now trying to go for a bump on the first defender. Flo puts this one back mid. Dicey now taking their time, and we can confirm on the B side that the Maulers have swept 4-0.
Dang. I do not want that to continue.
Yes, so the next match will in fact be Omaha versus the Maulers. But again, we'll talk about that in a little bit here, because right now we are focusing on if we see another sweep in Outlaws versus the Rhythm. Rhythm with a lot of work to do here. Again, reverse sweep is needed. They just need to focus on this game, right? You cannot focus on the reverse sweep and how much work they have in front of them. Right now, it's in the next 3 minutes, can we win?
And the biggest thing is your mindset. Like when I'm playing, I'm down, like, okay, 1 goal at a time. That's all we need to do. Don't focus on how many down. 1 goal at a time, and that's it. And they're doing exactly this. She goes up in the air, got blocked by Wubik.
Ooh, Flo looking for a good 50. You saw T-Shaga was mid for the shot, and there's another one. Olvi with the save. Zero Boost popping that one up. Busy, taking their time. Flow, waiting as a second man behind. Opting to go early now. It's going to be off the back wall. Going for the bump on the defender, but Olvi, that jump saved the goal right there. Able to dodge the demo, which we mentioned earlier, that Rhythm, they were not able to do that games 1 through 3. The demos every single time for Outlaw were connecting.
And right now, and it's a really close game. Whatever they did in the timeout, it's finally working right now.
Flow booming this one downfield. T-Shake actually ended up pre-jumping, but Flow had to get it around the defender of the Outlaws. Olvi taking their time, going for low 50. That's actually going to be a double commit. Dicey ending up with the ball here again, going for low 50s before he gets demoed. Busy trying to work around one. Leaves this one for T-Shega. Trying to get a touch off the sidewall. Can he find one more mid? Busy's going there. It should be a free shot. And Flow finally finds the lead for the first time for the Rhythm.
Yeah, and again, Segment's playing close. Again, goes after the demos. Backboard finally, instead of just a on-shot target.
This is exactly what we've been wanting. This is exactly what we've seen Outlaws do for the last 3 games. And Rhythm now, again, we mentioned earlier, taking a page out of their book. So Outlaws, for the first time, actually find themselves down in this game. We'll see how aggressive they are going to be in their responses. Dicey now throws this one downfield. Does take the corner boost here. Wolbeck, a little bit of an awkward touch. Didn't go there. It went a little bit farther mid than he was wanting to. Busy throwing this one downfield. T-Shega, that might be off target. Unfortunately, it's going to be off the crossbar here. Flow trying to get another shot here, not out of the woods yet. Zero boost, has to go for a pre-flip, not able to find the touch here. Wolbeck now, zero boost, trying to just clean up the way. Busy now, little awkward. Dicey, zero boost again. He wants to jump so badly, but again, saved at the last second. We are seeing a lot better backboard defense out of the Rhythm.
Yep, and the demos coming through, they haven't happened currently. So I guess they're adapting to the demo.
I think they're listening to us.
I think so, finally, right?
It makes me feel like I almost know what I'm talking about, but with 50 seconds left, this is so close for the Rhythm. Again, they have to reverse sweep, and this is going to be a step in the right direction, but Outlaws, they still absolutely can come back here before overtime.
Oh, that's a big wide open, and it, yeah.
Oh, those are always the best when we're all waiting, just that 3-4 seconds of silence, seeing if it's going to be on target. Nobody knows. We think it might be, and it does fall. Rhythm now 38 seconds left from getting their first game of the series.
Yeah, and again, exactly what we were talking about. They're doing what they need to do. First man, second man, staying close, maintaining that boost.
And sometimes you do have to just boom the ball. And you know what? They've done a little more boomer ball. They've done a lot better in dodging the demos, getting the resources, and third man being closer. I'm so glad that they have done exactly what we asked. And just proof that it is worked, right? You know, they are able to change their play style. So the question is, going into this next game, if Outlaws say, hey guys, they've changed their play style, do we need to change, or do we need to just play a little cleaner?
Probably could be both. Again, since they have such a 3 lead and the timeout, they're like, okay, let's see if our playstyle still works.
Going into the next game, I think they just run it back, see what happens, right? Maybe this was a fluke, maybe not. And if they lose this next one, then I think that's when you go back, take the timeout, and go, hey guys, we only have one more life here before it's game 7.
Yep.
Let's figure this out. But again, Rhythm, massive props for them to change their play style. They have so much more boost. They go for a lot of demos here, as we see only actually one from each side here. But look at the shots. They ended up coming up with 14 shots for the Rhythm versus Outlaws only had 5.
Yeah, and again, the previous game, they hardly got even above 5 out of 3 of them. This time, they changed their play style, got 14 shots.
I love to see that here again. Massive congratulations to the Rhythm, but they are just getting started if they want to survive this series. Again, they need to reverse sweep, and they got the step in the right direction in winning their first game, but going into game 5 here, they still got a lot of work to do.
Yes, and again, one game at a time, one goal at a time. Building blocks, build what you need, don't look at the big picture.
No, that's exactly right, and I hope that they continue to do that. Don't worry about what's in front of them. Focus on right now. As we mentioned, next, can we win the next 2 minutes? And they then put up 2 more goals. So Rhythm, I respect it, and we'll see if they can continue to do it. Because again, as we all know in Rocket League, especially on LAN, the hardest game to win is the last one.
Yes, just the nerves are going to get to you. Like, oh, we're there, we're right there. Didn't pin.
We'll have to see what happens here, but as we do work our way into game 5, Outlaws looking to come back here. They're not getting the sweep here, but they want to at least close it out in 5. As Flow looking for an early shot here. Busy, got plenty of boost to work with. That's going to be a mistouch here. Dicey, though, has 0 boost. Olvi has 0. That actually causes a double commit from the Rhythm, and that's going to be an open shot. Rhythm with the defensive blunder.
And again, they panicked. They saw that, then Tashia had to dodge that demo, and unfortunately he got hit by that wall and lost control of his
But
car.
I mean, he had to dodge the demo, like you said, and that double commit was a killer of the momentum of Rhythm after they did so well for the last 5 minutes, looking incredibly good as a team. First 15 seconds, again, the Outlaws score in the first 30 seconds. They are now 5 for 5 in doing that.
But again, like last time, they resettled, got what they needed, and came out with that win last game.
We'll have to see if Busy can leave this one for T-Shaga, which he does. Not a lot of boosts. We had zeros on the board for the entire team of Rhythm. Outlaws now looking for a counterattack here. Busy trying to buy time for his team, going for a low 50. Olvi opting to leave this one. Actually surprised he didn't go for an earlier challenge there. T-Shago, this is actually awkward. Dicey going for a weak clear. This should be a wide open target, but Olvi, that is a great goal-saving touch.
Huge play right there by Olvi. If that wasn't a bump by him,
that would have absolutely been a goal.
Yeah.
Still not out of the woods yet. Wolbeck now, again, he's had such an MVP performance in the first 3 games as Flo now on 0. Leads us for T-Shaga. Should get this one mid, but a great 50 from Wolbeck. Again, he has been everywhere on the field. This man does not let go of the boost button.
No. And with his first man, he follows the boost route, able to maintain that boost and speed, keep the offense constantly on.
It's been pretty consistent here as Outlaws again starting out 1-0 here as this one does bounce mid. Olvi not able to turn on this one. A little bit of a mistouch there from Flo. This does bounce up. Wolbeck going to be looking for a 50. Pops this out to Olvi. Trying to get to the sidewall. He's got a decent amount of boost to work with here as we see the ceiling challenge coming in from Flo. That is so good from Olvi just to take their time, go for a low 50, and allow Dicey to follow up here. As it does bounce mid, we see demos happening. Flo, not a lot of boost to work with here. The Rhythm, again, they're getting clears, but they're just not downfield.
As you talk about that, they just got a massive goal and a good counterattack right there.
Chance here. Flo, can he get it? It's going to be off target. Too high. T-Shaga now has to drop it down. Going for a second touch mid. I love that he didn't shoot that, knowing that if it was on target, it was going to be a mile an hour. Toss it to the sidewall and see if he can get a second touch back mid.
Yep. And again, they have the offense right now, but time is ticking down. Half the game's already gone, and they might have an opportunity right here. Unfortunately, saved by Olvi.
Chance here now. Wibick, a little bit awkward touch here. That's going to go mid. The pinch didn't work in Flo's favor, though. 1v1 with both players having 0 boost here. Olvi now taking his time, going for a 50. Gets a great touch over one. Flo now off the backboard, but Dicey's already waiting. T-Shaga now gets a good first touch. Can he find a second one? Maybe off the backboard. Is anyone there for the follow-up? Busy just a little bit too far back again. Not the resources to get there as Flo drops this one mid. T-Shaga is there. Is it back to Flo? A little bit too high. He doesn't have the resources to go for this one. T-Shaga now off the backboard. Busy is there, and again, Rhythm, they're starting to string the passes together, but the time just keeps working against them as we see the air dribble bump, and we keep calling his name in Wolbeck.
Again, what can you do? Full boost, third man alone.
Yeah, you saw no boost between the two defenders of Rhythm and Outlaws trying to ice this game here with this MVP performance from Wolbeck, as they are now 1 minute and 50 from working their way, and that might be the dagger.
A kickoff goal. The worst feeling to have. You're like, okay, it's fine. We just got time. And
yeah,
a goal right
the
off.
delayed kickoff goal. And again, it's not just from the standard kickoff and worked his way. No, that was a planned delayed kickoff from Dicey, and you got to give massive props for that, man. Channeling the inner 50s of Mr. Monkey Moon himself as Olvi trying to work his way down. That might be number 4, and it is. And this is where, if you're Rhythm, you really just want to curl up.
Right now, they got to keep maintained because they still have a chance. Bloomington did it in Premier. They need to relax. Take
Monkey
the time.
Moon being a toxic again in the chat, saying, imagine not wanting me as a teammate. And this is what they're doing right now. Minute 37 left. We'll have to see if Rhythm have anything left in the tank here. Outlaws, they just need to not do something stupid and giving up free counterattacks and bad double commits.
That's a good counterattack. Unfortunately, it was blocked. Again, they're not panicking. Backboard is getting saved. I think Outlaws are going to take this win. A minute left.
Ooh, that might be another one, but as we see the last second, T-Shaga getting a shot on target, and finally Busy getting the first goal, but again, it's with only a minute left.
And they threw everyone at that.
They had to.
And even then, Wubick saved that goal that was on that goal line.
Yeah, Wolbeck again, MVP performance here. Outlaws just need to clutch this one out, and they will be moving on to the grand finals here. So we see Wolbeck again going to the sidewall here. Tshega now just has to drop this mid. Busy had no boost here. Now Flo facing a 2v1 with neither offender has any boost to work with. Tshega drops this one mid. Counter from Busy. This is going to be going off the backboard. Should be a free clear. Opts to take a slow touch. I love the control coming from the Outlaws, saying if you're going to beat us, you have to 50-50 us.
Yeah, and with that coming in, time just ticking down.
Time and the resources to go for those 50s. This is brilliant time management from the Outlaws.
Yes, because they know, like, no matter what, if we waste time, and why waste time when you can just get another goal?
You know what also works is scoring 10, goals per, but it's not going to be the 55 that we saw yesterday, but Outlaws, this is now multiple goals that they've gotten at least 5 goals. And ladies and gentlemen, you just have to say congrats to the Outlaws. The timeout, it did work for the Rhythm in the fact that they got one game. They were changing the play style, but Outlaws, in the end, are just going to be too strong.
Yep, and again, you got to remember, they saw your play style, they're going to counter it. Got to always have a backup plan in case this situation happens. But Outlaws just performed.
Outlaws perform. It's pretty hard to disagree with that one. And again, massive performance from that man there. Every single time I'm about to say his name, he gives me another reason to do so. And Wolbeck, ridiculous master class from this team.
And just like you said, the MVP of the Outlaws, just carrying them, helping them, Wolbeck. That's the man.
Hey, he's the man, the myth, the legend right now, and he'll be going to the grand finals. We'll see if they can make a splash once they get there. But for right now, the Outlaws, ladies and gentlemen, have deserved this ridiculous stomping here. We'll have to see how they do in the grand finals, but Outlaws, if I'm going to the grand finals with this performance again, I would have all the confidence in the world.
And again, what you said, momentum is huge coming off into that finals.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is. And again, we talked about it earlier. Is it, does the team have more momentum just coming off of it, or do they have momentum if they had time to relax and not get burnt out? And Outlaws, I think they answered that question for us.
Yep. No matter what they dished out, they were able to counter, and as you saw, 1-6.
Yeah, well, it's kind of interesting too. It's like, especially in game 5 and game 6, it was just game 5. It was a different play style from Outlaws where you didn't see as many demos, you didn't see as many backboard reads because Rhythm changed their play style. Outlaws had a plan B, and I love the fact that they have multiple ideas on how to beat you if you change your play style.
Yep. And again, they just played great. Wolbeck spacing those solo 1v1s. What can you do?
I think you just have to say congratulations, boys, as they are going to be leaving the stage. It's all fun and games at the end of the day. I know, in game a little bit quick chat, a little toxicity, but in the end, we're all here to play, some video games, have some fun, see some friends that we've been talking online with for however many months. So it is finally nice to see these guys. But regardless, Outlaw, pure domination.
Yep.
So as that game does wrap up, again, as we already talked, we had for Premier the Maulers with a 4-0 sweep. And we've got our next match, which is going to be Omaha in the lower finals. I'm curious, kind of before we go to a break, if you have any ideas on how that match is going to go now that we know it's official and you have to face the winner.
If I had to pick, if Omaha brings their play style that they showed us in Season M in Majors, I think it's going to be a close game. But if I have to pick, Omaha's 4-2.
All right, you don't think it's going to be like the bubbly buff at all? You don't think that's going to be enough? They just swept again. And again, as we saw, with momentum coming off of a game instantly, as we just saw with the Outlaws, they looked dominant. So why not the Maulers to do the same thing?
You got to remember, Notice, likewise, and I forgot the other guy. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's all right. No, it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. But as we're, running through all the goals in this one, it's kind of interesting because the Outlaws goals, they do all seem to be the exact same copy and paste. Pop the ball up high, go for a demo, and again, the aggressive second man was able to close it off here. So Rhythm, again, you can hold your head high. You were that close to going to the grand finals, but in the end, you will have to settle for third place.
Yep.
But as we are getting ready for our next match, I am kind of curious, as someone who is going to be playing in the grand finals, how yourself do you prepare in terms of, do you stay warm? Do you just, wait a little bit? Or how do you mentally manage your expectations as you've got to play in, like 3 hours.
Yeah. The biggest thing is keep your nerves calm. You see the games going, you see how they perform. It's just a massive impact is that. And staying calm, know that, and staying warm constantly is a huge part.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Obviously, I got to say, best of luck. But again, I don't know if I'm rooting for you yet. We'll have to see how this Omaha and Maulers game goes here.
Completely understand.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun. But yeah, this is, I believe, the last match before we actually get to our grand final. Actually, sorry, no, we have one more match in the Premier Losers Finals, and then we will have back-to-back grand finals here, which is going to be extremely exciting. And actually, we're running on schedule right now, which I do like to see. We'll be getting down here at a good time. I do appreciate everyone who has stuck with us this entire time, between chat, everyone in the crowd, cheering people. It is so much fun just to see everyone out here cheering for Rocket League. But as we do have the bracket up here, lower finals, Outlaw 4-1, and lower semis 4-1 again. They have been dominant today. And so going up against Buffalo again, I don't know who I would have to give the advantage to here.
I got to agree with you there. With the 4-2 and the 4-1 out of both teams going into the finals, but momentum is the biggest part. Outlaws might have the edge on this one.
So the question is there bracket resets?
Last time in the final, there was not. So, and there still isn't from what I heard.
All right, just had to make sure to see what happens there. But yeah, with this bracket, again, just the fact that Outlaws coming through this ridiculous lower bracket run, taking out Fargo, taking out the Miracles, taking out Victory, and now taking out the Rhythm. What's to stop them from taking out Buffalo?
Not much if they keep playing their game. As you could tell, 4-2, 4-2, 4-2, 4-1, 4-1.
They haven't even gone to a game 6.
Exactly.
And Buffalo, again, they went to, a game 4 in Superiors and then again a game 6 in Rhythm. So neither one of these teams has gone to game 7. So hopefully, if we roll the dice, game 7 is what we are going to get in the finals here, as we are now looking at the premier bracket, and we just saw the Maulers in the lower bracket 4-0 the Flyers after they came off of a crazy game 7 against the Rhythm, which happened yesterday. And as we see now, lower finals will be Maulers versus Buffalo. And we'll have to see who's going to be taking that one. Again, we have our predictions, but I appreciate everyone who is tuned in. We are going to be getting for our next premier match, which will be the last one before the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back very soon.
Yep. See you guys.
just when I feel sad. Mm.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Midwest Championship Series with more premier action. I am Ari, joined by AK, and right now, up next, we have the premier lowers, meaning that the winner of this match will go on to face
Fargo
Steelhawks in the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, it is the Bloomington Maulers, as you said, against the Omaha Buffalo, the low finals. Both teams have played amazing seasons, all leading up to this moment. And before we get the players walking out, I think it's good we look at the bracket. Bloomington Maulers making it all the way through from the lowers as the 7th seed coming in. Went past the Duratio in 5, the Rhythm in 7. That was a little sad. Swept the Flyers. We just saw that. That was unexpected and very exciting for them. And now they got one more match between them and Greatness and going to grand finals.
Yeah. And it's really interesting to see. Yeah, Fargo, Buffalo beating Rhythm in the upper bracket in 5. Go on to face Buffalo the next day in that upper final. Doesn't go their way. Only able to take one game, and it was that first game in the series. If they win this lower final, they're going up against Fargo. They know how Fargo play. Every single one of those games, that series score, I watched that live. That 4-1 doesn't represent that series accurately, I feel like. I think every single game was one-goal game, was very tight. There was, I know that game 3 or game 4 to put Fargo on that match point was really tight. It was an overtime. So I think if Buffalo can conquer Maulers, we have seen them play at this LAN, have a very odd play style, but they had like 50 goals in one series or something like that. So
55, I think
55.
It was. Yeah.
If they're able to conquer Maulers, I think they have a really good chance at Fargo.
Yeah, and I think the Omaha Buffalo will really, really want to take it back, run it back against the Fargo Steelhawks. As you said, that series was super, super close. They'll want to take the step right back up to the grand finals and take it home, and I think we're ready to bring the players back out. Ari.
Yeah, and up first we have the Omaha Buffalo with Likewise Notice and Kai.
Let's give it up! Some fans in the crowd. As players who all season have been on the cusp of that top 4, all season playing out of their minds. I think Stewie mentioned earlier, Likewise, a player who a lot of people look down on, but has proven that he's a player to contend with. Kai, I kind of gave him he was on my roster. Looking good to see him up there. And Notice has been playing out of his mind today. Even though they lost in the upper finals against the Fargo Steelhawks, they looked really, really solid. And as we said, they will want to take it back immediately. And now we bring out the Bloomington Maulers, led by Bubbly Reaper, Aqua XO, and Fishy in the back. 3 players who have been on the cusp of the top 8 all season, made it with a scrub of the necks. As we hear some noise for them, a few fans in the crowd. I am really, really excited to watch them play.
Both of these teams fighting to stay in this tournament with a chance at lifting that coveted MCS trophy and walking away with a medal around their necks, but they have to fight each other first. Both of these teams and all of the players on these teams have storied history. Bubbly, a player that we've seen a lot at these finals. Same thing with Kai. And I'm really, really excited to get into this match. And speaking of these two teams, IK, what do you predict is going to happen in the series?
I think you used the word fight to describe the series, and I think that is perfect. I think the Bloomington Maulers will look to demolish the Omaha Buffalo in every single chance they get. They will make sure they will not be on the field. A small prediction I'll have, Aqua XO will probably average 8 demos a game. Let's see it. He said 9. We're getting 9. All right, as we get this lobby started, Bubbly, a player who is top 10 on the Global Demolitions leaderboard.
Okay, I did not know that. That's insane.
Yeah, this Bloomington Maulers team is a team that you do not want to play. Having said that, the Omaha Buffalo have proven all season that they are a team to contend with themselves. They won Major 1. They played as a roster for most of the season. They had a single roster change. They got Kai from the Rochester Rhythm. I think it was trade window 2. And they have not looked back. They have looked so strong. And both teams, let's go into predictions, Ari. What do you think is going to happen in this series?
Well, from the way you're talking, I already know you're going to take Bloomington. I, on the other hand, not just for the sake of balancing it out, I genuinely think that Steelhawks have a really good chance at beating this Bloomington team, and I think all 3 players on their side have the capacity to weather the storm that is the flurry of demos and bumps of the Bloomington Maulers, I've seen Steelhawks be really good at adapting and changing their play style to whatever type of premier team that gets thrown at them. I mean, they won Major 1 for a reason. And so far, even with that roster change, they've looked even better so far. I mean, they've made it all the way. They're just one step away from making that grand final. So I will have to say Steelhawks, and I'm pretty sure the series is going to at least, Omaha. I'm going to take Omaha in 6.
In 6?
I think it's going to, wouldn't surprise me if it go to 7, but I want to see it in 6.
That is their fair prediction. And I think it's hard to predict against Rob, who's sitting behind his franchise right now, as he's waving to me. Hey, Rob. But as you said, I think I'm just going to do this just to balance out the desk. I'm going to give the Bloomington Maulers the win in 7. I think we'll have a really long series. I think we've been ahead of schedule all day, and I think that's where this ends. I think we'll get back as I hear cars moving, and we're about to get the social lobby started, Ari.
Yeah. Off the bat, off kickoff, you see Buffalo on the attack, actually getting a shot within the first 4 seconds, but it is saved away. Big clear downfield. Kai, low boost, deciding to take his time with this into the corner, and both of these teams kind of in a feeling out. Maybe a little bit of nerves setting in because the finals is on the line. The spot in the grand finals is on the line again. Cannot say that enough already. Likewise, off the ground, double shot, top right, he puts it away. Buffalo take a 1-goal lead just 20 seconds into this game. Yeah,
and I don't know why that is open. Fishy just commits, doesn't connect. Bubbly and Aqua both unable to get to that. And a 1-goal lead to begin the game. That is how you want to start. As a team coming from uppers, the favorites, if you will, you want to start off the series strong. And as we get the first demo of the series from the Bloomington Maulers, they already have a way to fight back and get this goal lead back.
Yeah, and especially against a team like Maulers, I know Maulers have 1 goal left in them for this game. I know they haven't put their one in the net, basically guaranteed at this point, statistically even. Fishy allowed some time in this ball, but he's bumped off of it. Bubbly trying to get a touch on it, can't make contact. Waka into the corner trying to keep the attack going, but Kai, good challenge to get it out of danger. Notice, not having any boost, can't make the challenge. Fishy having a crack at the net, but he hits it wide likewise. Waiting patiently on his backboard, will collect. Aqua, a lot of space in the area. Scary player to have that space. Team pinch actually goes towards net, but just high, and Notice is there to make sure it doesn't get too awkward. 0 boost, but Kai trusts him with the save. Saves his, gets 1 touch out. Bit cluttered up here, Maulers are in front of the box of Buffalo, having all 3 of their players there for that shot, but not able to work out for him.
And I think the Omaha Buffalo is a team that is a traditional 3 team, good, decent rotations all around, very solid players. And I think the Bloomington Maulers is the exact opposite. There's no word I can describe to explain their play style. They are absolute pests.
Yeah.
And I mean that in the best way possible. They just go for the ball. They don't stop. As we see the constant pressure since conceding early on. And I think the player I'm looking at showing me a little something in this Bloomington Maulers roster is Aqua XL, a player who has shown that his peak potential is potentially the highest in all of Premier. And I know that is saying something with players like Brian Mogi, Notice himself, likewise all of them in Premier. But Aqua has shown all season, in addition to getting an absurd amount of demos per game, he has shown to be probably the best player on this Bloomington Maulers roster, but Notice does not care as the Omaha Buffalo double their lead.
Yeah, 50 in the corner here. Bubbly just can't make contact with that. Notice does so well to just not trust that touch from Bubbly and slots it away. 2-goal lead now. Buffalo leading in Maulers for the first time since I've seen them play at this LAN. Look quiet. They haven't looked that much of a threat to score yet. They've had a couple opportunities that have gone close, but the defense of Buffalo has held strong so far. Here's another opportunity. Bounces down in front. Fishy only able to pop it out towards the sidewall. Goes back in front. Notice doesn't have any boost shot, but it's saved away. Notice falling off of his backboard. Makes the miraculous save. But Maulers keep possession. They look to regain, but 2 players up for Buffalo to make sure it doesn't go past the midfield. Aqua awkward on his last line, able to make the save, but only for so long as it goes to Kai past middle. It's a demo, but no. Saved away.
And Notice is looking really, really dangerous out here as the Maulers struggle with boost. Aqua rotating out, having low boost, and Notice and Kai especially. As I think Kai gets bumped, just hits the ball to the ceiling on an open net for Bubbly Reaper to get the Bloomington Maulers account started in this lower finals.
It got pinched out. It was on target. Kai had to make a touch. He didn't have time to turn around and go back towards his net. Had to make the touch. It still gets behind him, and Maulers off that counterattack, able to bring it. They throw themselves a lifeline in this game. Only 1 goal difference now, and solid 2 minutes left of game left to play.
And I think we knew, Ari, that they were not going to get shut out. They were not a team to get shut out. Yesterday, as we've mentioned multiple times, they had 55 goals in one series. I think it was in 6. It might have gone 7. It was in 7, actually. And they had 55 goals. That is
Are we ever going to see that ever again?
That is, what is that, like 8 per game? That is, unfortunately for me, the team on the other end of that was the Rochester Rhythm, who just could not defend for the life of them. But there is goals in this Bloomington Maulers team, and they need another goal. As Notice almost sneaks one around likewise, and the pressure dies down as a little bit of midfield play. Both teams slowing down, figuring each other out. And I think that's something that's interesting about Premier. Teams have been playing each other all season. This Bloomington Maulers playstyle that I said is hard to describe. These teams have been playing them, scrimming them. As Aqua EXO looking dangerous. Almost cycles it backwards. It was a back pass, I'm assuming. As likewise puts one on net. Bubbly should have a good clear. Aqua on the wall. Again, looking dangerous. Notice low boost misses. Thankfully, likewise able to cover for him. And both teams a little stretched.
There's that opportunity here, but Aqua just can't reach it. It was a fast pinch across. Just mere centimeters separating his car from being able to make contact with that. And with only 40 seconds left, Buffalo scrambling just to wither away the clock here. But here's an opportunity from Fishy. He wants to tie the game up, but can't get it across the net. Bubbly, bit awkward there. Likewise, taking full advantage of this counterattack. Now Buffalo looking to give themselves back that 2-goal cushion, but not if Aqua has anything to say about it. Trying to advance this down the field. Bubbly can't make contact, but does get the demo popped up awkwardly. And Maulers, this is not where you want to be, but they do get it out of their corner. Touch over to the sidewall, 50 out, that's towards net. Not on target, is gonna bounce midfield, but Buffalo doing well to stay composed on the goal line, 50 out in the corner. They really just need this out of the danger zone. Likewise, first one up on this ball. Maulers playing patient, Aqua giving time, giving space on this ball. Pops up, Bubbly is there first to the backboard. Notice, good contact on that, but it still doesn't touch the ground. Pop up, pass, shot, weak, and there's 2 Buffalo players there. Still up is this ball. Kai first one on that, he hits it away towards the net, towards safety, and Buffalo take away game 1.
And that is a strong start from the Omaha Buffalo. As I think on the B stage, the lower Rising Star finals just ended. I'm sure we'll get the results of who won that. As the Bloomington Maulers were also playing on that stage. But Notice, likewise, and Kai taking game 1, looking really solid all around. As we see Clash coming onto the stage to support his team. They might need his support after that one if that continues.
I mean, that was still a really tight game 1. Maulers, especially towards the end of that game 1, looked to, I mean, they fought towards the every last second of that game. Buffalo were not out of the woods, even despite them having a 1-goal lead there. And even a 2-goal lead at some point. Maulers coming back to win that. And I think a big thing for this series, AK, is I think the first team that scores is going to have such a huge advantage in this game. Statistically speaking, most of the teams that score first have a really good chance of winning that game. So I think Buffalo are going to try to look to come out strong and take that first goal again. And if you're Maulers, you want the exact same thing.
Yeah, and you'd expect that at this level, the highest level of play that MCS has to offer. You'd hope that teams have enough defensive structure to contain other teams. But again, like we saw 55 goals each from the Rhythm and the Maulers yesterday. So maybe sometimes defense just goes out the window, especially when you have the chaos that this Bloomington Maulers roster creates, and they'll want to create chaos. Because that game, I mean, they had a couple opportunities to even up the score, but overall for the first couple minutes, they just did not look themselves. Misses like that, but that is an interesting touch above the net. But notice, misses, or fakes it for Likewise, who almost connects. And both teams looking a little nervous, which, I mean, it's to be expected. This is almost your last game. For one of these teams, this is your last game of the season. All season, 4 or 5 months of play to come to this moment.
Yeah, and it's still not over after this again. Premier Glory staring them in the face after this. That's a really good pass out to the midfield. Amazing save from Kai. Gets there in time, pinch out, across. Notice will be the first one on this, touch out. No follow-up here. He is able to get the 50, just trying to advance this out of their zone, trying to kind of regain control of the tempo here. They're all low boost, a bit scrambly on defense. Aqua, pass down to Bubbly. Bubbly can't make contact, though. It looked like a defender from Buffalo was able to meet it. Another pass, and another Buffalo defender there to meet it. And I think a big thing for Maulers is they want to control the tempo of the game. They want to control the pace. They want to have 55 goals scored in a single series across two teams. But Buffalo, they look like the ones in control of the tempo. We're not seeing that kind of Maulers out right now, and I think that's due to the way Buffalo are playing. You see, despite the fact that they're low boost, despite the fact that they're awkward or one of their players might be missing out of rotation, they're still remaining calm. They're reading the passes. They know what's dangerous, and they're doing so well to contain Maulers right now. And with a miss like that from Fishy, it might be a bit easier for them. It's a shot downfield, but Fishy is able to get there in time. A little around half the game remaining, and so far, no goals have gone over, and 0-0.
Yeah, and this is good for the Maulers. At least they can stabilize as they look shaky on defense still. Notice what's going on net. Fishy able to get away. Bubbly might have a shot. One-on-one with Likewise. Gets a good 50 into the corner. That just pops too high. The defense should be able to get that away. Notice low boost on the backboard. Kai covers for him. But I think I mentioned Clash walking onto the stage to support his team. He was on the B stage supporting his Rising Star team, and it is coming through. Shout out to the Duluth Superiors who swept the Bloomington Maulers Rising Star team on the B stage. Kirby, Seppi the First, and Dinger, a team who allegedly were not supposed to be here.
Yeah.
But they made it. They're making the most of the opportunity, and they're in the grand finals. So shout out to them. As this Premier Lower Finals just still both teams going back and forth, evening each other. I was like, when we have a shot goes missing, Notice can't put it into the net. And the ball's still in the Bloomington corner. And if you're the Omaha Buffalo, what a bump from Notice on there. Likewise able to put it away. And I was just about to say, almost a caster curse, that the Omaha Buffalo needed to make sure that this offensive pressure came to something, and it did. And they have a goal lead in game 2.
Yeah, and that's a huge payoff for Buffalo. It would have been so... I mean, it's, with the way Rocket League is, you don't ever really have a time to take a moment and to breathe and to kind of let your mind recuperate. That would have been so infuriating to have that offensive attack come to nothing. That was such a good opportunity, but they're able to recover with that bump play and another midfield pass. That pressure does come to something. Speaking of passes, sidewall pass attempted, but nothing coming of it. Notice trying to take us back to his corner, but the bounce doesn't go. That was dangerous, and Kai again. It's about second or third time I've said his name to make a clutch goal line save for his team, making sure that they keep this 1-goal lead. Now with just a minute left, so much time is ticked away so fast, such a low scoring game. All three players on Maulers on this attack here, they're able to break out, give themselves some time to space again. Fishy just popping it forward, not able to find a teammate upfield. Likewise, getting multiple touches on this ball, tries to 50 it. Buffalo just trying to hold on right now, and it looks so scary, especially with this attack right now for Maulers, but it's popped up. Kai waiting patiently on the backboard, clears out. In the corner is Aqua, but he can't get it past Notice. Big clear. Bubbly is there, takes a pop touch towards backboard. Kai 0 boost, but he's able to get a touch on the ball, clear downfield, and now just around half a minute remaining.
Yeah, and the Bloomington Maulers do look dangerous, but they look half a second too slow to every ball. Notice and Likewise especially are just dusting them to most balls, and Kai is just cleaning up. Even when he's 0 boost alone on the backboard, he's able to get a good enough touch to give his teammates time. And as Aqua, so this is one-on-one, just watch it on net. Notice, again, low boost. A player who's been low boost a lot of the series, and Aqua able to put a good enough shot on net to even up the series with 16 seconds left.
Buffalo looked to be on the attack there, but two of their players in rotation didn't have any boost. They couldn't continue it. Maulers, that was just one touch was all they needed to get it downfield for a pass from a shot from Aqua. And now they tie it up with just 16 seconds remaining. Kai trying to look to regain that 1-goal lead, gets it downfield, but it meets Fishy. Now passing the midfield, Bubbly able to get the beat. Notice 100 boost in his corner, taking control, gets it around 1. 0 seconds now approaching. He has 0 boost. He's not able to get any more, and we will have overtime in game 2.
Yeah, and this is, if you're the Maulers, you don't want to be in a position where you have to think about a timeout. As this might be a shot on net, Notice able to get back to it. And I was about to say, like, you don't want to be in a 2-0 position where you have to think about, oh, do I call my timeout now? Are we playing well enough to wait it out, continue? As this is looking dangerous, just one player on the Omaha Buffalo back in net. It is Notice on full boost, able to collect that ball, goes around Bubbly. Aqua tries squeezing it in, and the Bloomington offense continues into overtime.
Now, yeah, we have half a minute into OT, and both teams looking just so deadlocked right now. That's a really good floater out to midfield, but Bubbly is going to be the first one on this. Kai uses every single last one of his Boost to get that touch. Aqua a bit awkward off the ceiling. He does get the flip reset. It's towards net. It will be just high. And likewise is there first on that save. And that was so crucial. Such an awkward position with such low boost. But again, they're still able to make the save. And it just seems that Buffalo are more comfortable playing with 0 boost on defense than Maulers are playing with 100 on offense.
And it just seems like the Bloomington Maulers are always on 200 miles an hour, but somehow it is structured enough that they know what each other is doing, which is, I don't know how. I mean, I wish that is a skill I hope to learn one day. As the Omaha Buffalo are on offense now, likewise almost connects. He's on the backboard, tries to put it on net. What a save! I don't know who that was. That was Aqua. And Omaha continues to be on offense. And it is looking dangerous. Mighty Perilous, and they all go for that ball. They do get the save. That is on the sidewall, and that pop will give them time. Aqua just floating, fakes it. Nobody's there to collect. Notice gets a touch. Bubbly should have this. Kai beats him to that. And it is back to even.
Just unfortunate that no one on Buffalo was in a good shot to get that angle on net. It was an open-ish. There were players on Mahler scrambling back. And it was an awkward angle off that sidewall bounce, and just no one was there to capitalize. There's a demo on the back line. That shot finds its way off the post, and Fishy reads it. Maulers stealing away that game in overtime.
And all 3 Bloomington players committing to this. Fishy goes miss, Fishy scores, Aqua goes missing. But that is the team they are. They go all in all the time. And right there it pays off. Series is tied 1-1. And it's a best of 5 now.
Yeah. Basically a best of 5 now. 1-goal games each time, this one going to overtime. Last game, Maulers looked to have scary opportunities at 0 seconds to maybe take that one into overtime. But if you're Buffalo, I know that they're feeling that maybe they should have scored off that triple commit that Maulers had. That's especially at this level, usually you see a quick punishment of a mistake like that, but just they don't capitalize on it. They had a couple of shaky moments on offense. They had pressure and they had opportunities, only able to put away 1 goal despite all of those opportunities and all of those shots. I think that they just need to keep doing what they're doing. They're controlling the pace. They're controlling a tempo against a team where that's their entire objective is to demo, is to steal your boosts, is to make you awkward, is to make each game being a 5 or 6 goal game.
Yeah, and as we see the trophy and medals both teams are competing for here. Clash on the right, standing behind his team. Rob sitting right behind them. 2 of the best GMs this season. Both going all out all the time. Both had, well, Clash had 2 teams here, I was about to say. But Rob had all 3 of his teams here. Excellent season from him, man. He's looking to cap it out with a premier victory. Both GMs are. And best of 5, as we said, who's going to take the upper hand in this matchup?
Now, we say, oh, it's basically a best of 5, but both these teams, the difference is they've had a whole 10 minutes and some plus that overtime to feel each other out, to know what each other's game is. This game gives the team a 1-game advantage in the series and maybe an opportunity to go on to match point the game after. It's so important for both of these teams right now to take that head of steam to get themselves ahead in this race that is this best of 7 series. As starting out, Mahler's looking to try to be the team to start that attack, but saved away. Again, just this Buffalo, it seems that they're awkward. It seems that they're out of position, especially with the low boost, but they're playing so well around each other with 0 boost. And Mahler's has just been having such a hard time cracking that defense. And Buffalo are going to keep relying on it for what seems like the entire series until Mahler's have an answer.
Yeah, and that clear from Kai almost goes over Aqua. Bubbly going for a double off the sidewall, off the backboard, sorry. And the Bloomington offense continues. And yeah, as you said, I mean, it might be a best of 5, but yeah, like you said, both teams have played not just today, as there's a bump on the goal line, almost. Bubbly with a good save. Passes to Aqua on the sidewall. Bloomington Mahler's on a counter attack. Bubbly tries putting out on the head of Aqua. Let's say that the other way around. And both teams having a little bit of a counter attack, a little bit of a go at each other. Nothing connecting so far, but jabs have been thrown.
Yeah, nothing looked too threatening. This might be a bit scary. They'll pop up towards the midfield. Is anybody there for the pass? Fishy is slotted top right. Maulers take the opening blow here in this game 3.
And a beautiful pass by Aqua. Likewise, expecting the shot. Can't react fast enough to stop the Fishy top right slot. And the Bloomington Maulers have their first, I mean, I guess they won last game. I was about to say they have their first lead. But that's the earliest goal they have scored. So let's see if this continues. And Aqua has, in fact, lied to me. He did promise me 9 demos a game. I don't think he's been having 9 demos a game.
I don't even think he's been having 2. It hasn't looked super I mean, they're going. I see them going for the demo attempts. I see it going for the bump attempts. Just Buffalo are being so aware. They know Mahler's game. They know what to look out for. So far, it's been working out. Kai, huge last man challenge. Doesn't get the beat that he wanted, though. Aqua able to keep his counterattack alive. Bubbly getting beat in the corner here, though. Fishy, 100 boost collects. Tries to find the midfield pass, but notice the only one being found with that pass is, again, hit across, but it's just not in a threatening spot. Notice trying to start this counterattack. Beautiful 50 as he tries to get it around Fishy, but it lands right in the hands of Aqua, who booms it downfield into the corner, applying the pressure, gets the bump. Bubbly shot. It will find its way behind the defender. I mean, so far, both of their shots, top right, bottom left, picking out the corners of the net.
Yeah, and the Bloomington bumpers just carry on doing what they've been doing all season. Bubbly Reaper with an excellent slot. 2 perfect shots, and they have a 2-goal lead. And they look really, really excited in the cams, hoping to regain. But if you're the Omaha Buffalo, what do you do to regain, Ari? I mean, Notice especially has looked a low boost a lot. Bubbly and Fishy especially just playing the Omaha corner boosts, as that might just be in there. Another bump. Excellent 50 by Notice, able to get it away. The ball's still stuck in the corner as there's this, like, all 6 players hit that corner. Likewise, able to get it away. And this is looking dangerous for the Omaha Buffalo. They look like they're on the ropes.
Yeah, that's almost another goal for Mahlers. That was scary. And I think that Buffalo, you can only defend against a team like Mahlers for so long. I think they need to start getting more aggressive or tenacious on the attack. Find some more scary looks, because so far this game there's been a couple of that look scary. Oh, they might have a chance here. There hasn't been a lot of surefire opportunities like that. That's an amazing demo on the last man 3v1 against a team like Ballers, and that's probably never going to go your way. Aqua doing so well to just kill the ball, buy time for his teammate to get that demo, and they make it a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, and Aqua and Bubbly are 2 players who have the most demos in all of Prem. But Fishy right there showing up, showing he can do what his teammates can do as well. And 3 goals for the Maulers, all coming from bumps. The entire team just completely trusting each other, being ready for the eventual bump that would come out, and 3 perfect shots, another bump, and a counter attack. Aqua is low boost, plays at 50, Bubbly with a good follow-up. And when they get on offense, this Bloomington Maulers team is suffocating.
Yeah, and I think that, like I said, Buffalo, they're trying to play defense out of their own half. They're trying to hold down the line. I think they need to have more ball possession. They need to get more shots. They need to have more offensive presence against a team like Mahlers, because if you allow Mahlers just to hold on to your mid boost and stay in your zone the entire time, you can have as an amazing defense as you want with 0 or low boost, but it's just not the kind of Rocket League you want to be playing to beat a team like this, is to be in your defensive half for the majority of the game. And so far that's what we're seeing. They're stuck in their own half. They struggle whenever they do get out of midfield, it doesn't really stay in Mahlers' half for very long. Likewise, having a lot of time and space to play on this ball. The game is not over yet, but good midfield challenge kills the counterattack.
Yeah, and the bumps and demos from the Maulers is something we expected, but this boost control is something that I have not seen. Granted, I have not watched the Maulers. The beautiful pass again by Aqua so Bubbly Reaper ready for it. 100 boost. Just came off taking the Omaha Buffalo back right corner. And this, again, this boost control is what it comes down to, because notice again, jumping up for that, has 0 boost. If you're the Omaha Buffalo, like, what do you do? Is this a timeout?
I would honestly consider, because what other time are you going to have a time like this to take a timeout? Off a kickoff, maybe Aqua thought he own goaled that for a second, but he puts it just right off the post. I think this is probably either this or they're relying on themselves to win the next game, because you don't want to have to try to triple match point Maulers, or basically best of 5 reverse sweep them.
But yeah, like,
if Maulers win the next game after this, which with the form that they're looking right now, and considering Buffalo got shut out this game, I think that unless you're trying to predict the future, I think this is probably the best time for them to take a timeout in this series. It wouldn't surprise me if they don't. I think, I forgot who it was else in last series, but he also said that teams are a bit scared to take that timeout sometimes. Maybe they think they can hold on to it for a bit longer, but you got to use your resources when you have them. They have a timeout. I think this is an amazing time to use it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm someone who's guilty of holding on to the timeout for too long. I got swept yesterday. I called the timeout after game 3. I mean, regrets being what they are. Maybe I should have called it earlier. Maybe something could have happened. Maybe, I don't know. But even if they take a timeout right now, what does the Omaha Buffalo say? Like, get some boost? That's not really
Yeah.
helpful because the Bloomington Mars are not going to let you get that boost. They're just on top of you. And if you go for that boost, you're in their way and then you just demo the bumps.
Yeah, I think it's more so of they just need that they need to rebel on offense against the Mahler's team. You saw that was the strategy for the team that they took them to Game 7. That wasn't Flyers. That was, forget the specific team, but that was their strategy. They went really hard on offense and they kind of just said to heck with it with the defense, which is why we had that 55-goal series. But that's not how you want to start out your next game. That's unfortunate. Initially, good defensive stop, but it just 50 pinches out into the crossbar, right down into the Bubbly Reaper sitting right in front of the net, just waiting for it.
Yeah, and after choosing not to take a timeout, that is not how you want to start. Bubbly, with a beautiful fakes to air dribble, just hold on to the ball, stays behind it, knowing full well that whatever touch the Buffalo get, he's right there. And Aqua, he probably called the fake, and he was there to follow up. And this might just be a landslide now. It's not looking good.
Mahler's picking up right where they left off. I don't know if anybody thought that they weren't going to carry right where they left off from last game. This team, especially with the way they play off so well off momentum. You have a 4-goal, you have a 4-0 last game. They're going to keep the pressure up. They're going to keep the tempo up in whatever next game they play. Doesn't matter if they're down 0-3, if they're up 2-1. So far it is going the way. Maybe 0-3, but no, it saved away only as long as Bubbly's on this ball. Pass off the backboard, shot, and it finds its way past the goal line. Aqua making it 0-3.
How do you stop 3 players all on top of the ball at all times? And they just took both your corner boosts, so your entire team has 20 boosts between them. You just can't. You just can't. And I mean, you're allegedly a better player than I am, Ari. Like, what do you do if you're in the Buffalo shoes here?
I've been saying that they have to get on offense because if there's, I mean, this is just momentum at this point. This is mental. Buffalo shown that they come out Game 1 and Game 2 even was really close. Game 3 not going their way, and it's definitely that mental losing, getting shut out 0-4, and then it being up. You yourself are down 0-4 in Game 4. And again, Mahler's threatening a triple match point if it keeps going their way, which it looks like. Even if Buffalo, I think if you're Buffalo, you just kind of got to treat it like it's 0-0. You got to just find yourself. You didn't take that timeout. I've came back from 1-4, 0-3 before in 3v3. It's not an easy thing to do. And you just got to start with, you got to treat it like it's 0-0. You got to calm yourself down. And you just got to get your head back in the game. You got to do it 1 goal at a time. And stop letting Maulers walk over you.
I mean, this might be a negative way to think about it, but I think the Buffalo just, I don't know if they score 4 goals on the Omaha Buffalo. Especially playing like that. I mean, they can triple commit the way the play style is, but 4 times, and also making sure they don't score on you. It's just not going to happen. As notice, getting chased. Bubbly, this is an open net. Kai just floating. Bubbly with a beautiful fake. They're double committing on the goal line. They're both bumped. Aqua just doing donuts on the goal line. It's not in. But again, the Maulers are just toying with you here.
The ball literally stood still. It had no spin. It was 0 kph, just sitting in front of the goal line. Nobody could make contact with it. And Buffalo don't get scored on from it. Here's an opportunity now. Big clear out. Notice makes a touch. It's not on target though, and you got to put that one away to get yourself maybe just the mental, the momentum. That touch also not finding its way on net this time for Maulers though. They don't need a goal. Down the field, it is met in the challenge in the midfield, and I don't know. I think Buffalo they've shown they have created opportunities for themselves. They've shown that they've had chances on offense. They just haven't been putting away, or they just haven't had maintained pressure. And I said this in other games, they just need that offensive spark. They just need to find what they had in that Game 1 or even Game 2 even, where they were pretty dead even with the offensive pressure, with the shot total, and it just, these last 2 games just have not been it for them.
And the Maulers are just playing with such confidence right now. And a team that plays the way they do, you don't want them having confidence, but that, a giveaway by Aqua, likewise gets a free goal, and maybe that's the spark they needed to just kickstart it. But I was going to say earlier, Ari, maybe it's time to call this game. Use it as an early timeout almost. I mean, maybe now that they've scored a goal, they'll think, hey, there's still 2 minutes left. If they scored 4 in 1 minute, why can't we?
Yeah. Off the kickoff, Fishy. Trying to take his time. Likewise, big pinch out. now Maulers are the ones scrambling back on defense for the first time in a while. Aqua first on this ball, uses barely any boost to get that huge double tap around 2 defenders to the backboard shot. Bubbly is up, and this is the issue with putting all 3 players forward. You have to leave an open net like that. Fishy scrambling back does get the save. I don't know if it was ever in scary look for him from his POV, but looked like it might have gone over his head. Buffalo would have really liked to have that second goal, especially with how much time's left, only a minute and a half. Bubbly trying to go for that double tap, not able to find it. Notice. Big touch out. Aqua not able to make the first touch that he wanted. Just killing, that's got to be annoying if you're Buffalo. He fakes it, takes it all the way back to this corner, kills an extra 5 to 10 seconds. But now a big opportunity. 2 demos come through, and it's a wide open net. Kai taking advantage of the giant hole in that Mauler's attack.
And I think the Maulers are having a little too much fun here. Aqua choosing to play the fake, the time play, waste time. Bubbly and Fishy both going for bumps. They do get the demos, but you can't just, Aqua is going across the field, air dribbling by himself. Eventually he's going to lose that ball and your goal is going to be open.
Yeah, that is the one silver lining of all of this. If even when Maulers aren't playing super, maybe, I don't know if overconfidence is the right word, but just, I mean, they're putting all 3 players on the goal line of Maulers, is that if you get the touch, if you get the beat, if you get that clear, it's over all 3 of their heads. Their entire team's beat. Which those 2 goals were off of that. They've had other opportunities in this game and other games where they just aren't the first one on that ball, and Maulers are so good at making sure the other team can't. They don't have boost to jump for it, they don't have the positioning because they demo somebody out of the rotation. Buffalo, for a good part of this series, looked like that hasn't been affecting them too much. Good save here, and they've really gotten this game kind of back in their own hands, just maybe a little bit too late with only 30 seconds left and 2 goals having to be made up for it.
And a fake on the goal line by Fishy there. The Buffalo are not able to take advantage, but I mean, I guess positives. You scored 2 goals, maybe a third here. Give yourself a chance to win the series. That's not gonna go in. And a clear by Notice, I think it was. Bubbly might have a goal on the other end, does not. And that was a chance to at least make the Maulers nervous here. And it looks like the Bloomington Maulers will be on triple match point on their path to the grand final, just making a blazing run throughout the entire lower round.
Yeah, and I mean, they did about the best as they could. That's a double posting out for Maulers trying to find one for the road, but wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout. I mean, they're not really going to have another opportunity to use it anytime in this series. But Buffalo, they didn't let Maulers get to him. They could have easily just gave up in this game, let the mental get to him, but they come back, they scored. They almost scored 3 there. Unfortunate goal line touch, missed shots. I think that if they're playing at 100% like they were in that game 1 and they play like they did in the last half of this game, that next game, especially if they have just the mental of getting shut out last game and starting out that game 04, just kind of recuperating, they need to tell themselves and genuinely believe it that they can win this series, that they are better than this team, and they have shown at points during the series that they are capable of that.
They have, but I mean, the 2 goals the Buffalo scored, I don't know if the Maulers will really care though. I don't want to say they were trolling, but it felt like they were playing with just insane overconfidence and just having fun to just completely ruin the mental of the Buffalo. Regardless, like you said, the Buffalo did get the 2 goals. They show that they will not get shut out. And it's now or never. You have nothing to lose. And sometimes that is so freeing. You can play with the mindset of, hey, this is my entire season now. Yep. I just have fun. We lost. If they lose, pressure is on them. They have the triple match point. Let's just play to have fun and just let's show what we can do on the biggest stage.
The hardest game to win is usually the shutout game, but Maulers have shown that hasn't really been that much of a contention for them. Starting out game 1, how they wanted to. Really good pass from, Fishy off the corner here. And this is not the only time that they've been doing this. Aqua earlier in game 1 having an amazing corner pinch pass. And Maulers starting on the right foot.
And when you think you have time playing against the Bloomington Maulers, no, you do not. You just got to play, just boom ball. I'm a bronze giving you some advice, but just boom the ball. That might be the best, because anytime you touch the ball, there will be 2-3 Bloomington Maulers players on you. As I say, a demo by Aqua, Fishy puts it to the backboard. Likewise, gets a good touch. Kai, low boost, tries following it up. And the boost issues continue for the Omaha Buffalo as Bubbly Reaper is just on the offensive half, just taking boost, finally rotates out. And now Fishy's turn. to take the corner boost, and they're just taking turns. And that's a scuffed shot by Bubbly. He will want that back. And a crossfield pass. Fishy going for the sidewall. Aqua already up. Likewise able to get a touch. Notice it's just against Bubbly. Got the flip. Bubbly able to save it. And that's a chance you needed to go in if you're an Omaha fan.
Yeah, really good 1v1 opportunity. Looked like he might have had, I saw what he was trying to do, jump. He got the fake that he wanted. He bought himself time to get that shot off. It's just the actual final shot just wasn't enough. Here's another pass. That's an open net. Clearing the line is Maulers with those bumps. Fishy making it 0-2. Still so much time left for Buffalo, but Maulers do not look like they're ever going to slow down with the score.
Yeah, and I think Notice thought he had time. He went for the corner boost, left the net open. But as I said, when you're playing the Bloomington Maulers, you do not have time. One of them is always on the ball or close to being on it. More often than not, 2 or 3 of them are all on the ball. There's a bump on the sidewall. Fishy able to recover, gets a pinch on net. Bubbly already up. And no follow-up this time. But the Maulers just stay on the ball. They don't get off the ball. And the Omaha Buffalo just can't. They just don't know what to do. They can't counter it.
Yeah, I mean, here's an opportunity to notice, but he just doesn't have any boost. Fishy, pop downfield. That's all he really needs to do with this ball. All 3 players advancing forward. Likewise, really calm on his back line, though. Able to take time possession here. 50 pinch out, nothing too scary yet, especially with Aqua. Good touch out in his corner, gets it under Notice, lands in the hands of Kai, though. See what he can do, pops up the sidewall, maybe he has an opportunity towards that, finds Notice on the goal line, and they throw themselves a chance in this game. Only a 1-goal game now.
And regardless of how the rest of the series or the rest of the game has been going, you got to live in this moment. And in this moment, you're only 1 goal behind with 3 minutes left. You have so much time, and you have shown all season that you're one of the best teams in this league. Now is the moment to show up. Now is the moment to step up or shut up. As the Bloomington Maulers, again, just continue on offense, just immediately off kickoff. As Bubbly Reaper gets a bump on the sidewall. Notice we'll be able to get a touch. Fishy opting to play the boost, just playing time as 2 players from the Buffalo committed in the Maulers. They're all just low boost. And the 1 guy with boost in Kai just gets demoed. Likewise across the field. Kai able to spawn, tactical respawn. Aqua already up. That is on the backboard. Bubbly is awkward. And that's just in. And the Omaha Buffalo equalizes, and they still have life left.
And you heard them getting loud up on stage. They are pumped. They are not out of this yet mentally. In their minds, they know and they think that they can win this series. And especially with that celebration, they're proving it now. Tie game with around half the game left. Basically slate cleaned. Only 2.5 minutes separate Maulers and the potential at winning and going on to the grand final, but not if Buffalo have anything to say about it. They are stuck in their own defensive half, though, something that we've been commenting on for a while. They get a pinch out, but it only goes as far as Bubbly, who has boost off the ceiling. That touch goes errantly towards the backboard. Aqua for the shot. It's just off Notice, getting the touch out. 0 boost, though. Allowed some time on this ball. Takes it well for the 50. Likewise, first in the midfield. Big touch up, Aqua a bit awkward. He does do really well to get that around Kai. Now a pass, a shot actually, and that's so well played. It looked like they were on their back foot for a bit. Aqua looked like in an awkward spot, but does so well to do so much with that ball. Double tap, and Bubbly's so quick to realize the situation that the Buffalo defense is in there and get that demo.
And I think Likewise expecting the pass across, playing the net.
That's what I thought happened.
Bubbly Reaper is on his head top, and Aqua with a beautiful finish. And the Maulers take the lead back. And there's still time. You've already scored 2 goals in this game. 1 more goal. That is not out of the realm of possibility, but that is Likewise goes for a double. I think that could have just been a shot on net. And the Omaha Buffalo, again, have shown to be one of the best teams in Premier. This is they're just letting the Maulers pressure them for no reason. And even there, when Fishy goes missing on low boost, there's no follow-up because the Buffalo are either low boost, too busy getting a corner boost, or they're dead.
Or they're dead, yeah.
As Bubbly is chasing low Notice on 0 boost, it's just not. It's not a way. I don't know. I don't have faith. I don't have faith.
I still do. There's still a minute left. They've had opportunities. I mean, Likewise missed that double tap. Even if it wasn't the right thing to do, he could have still converted on it. Likewise, they have an opportunity now. He decides not to pass, leaves it for Kai, who gets beat out by Fishy. Fishy landing on this one. Aqua just doing what he does best to kill time here in his corner. Gets a beat around 2. Kai, last back, has to keep his head on a swivel for these bumps. The bump does connect, but the shot doesn't. Now Buffalo allowed a counterattack opportunity as Maulers scramble back with low boost. Bubbly somehow gets the bump on the first man, though, even with 0. Fishy doing it so well to leave it for Aqua, who does get another beat. It just seems that they can't get Aqua off this ball. Kai, good touch to himself off the sidewall, but it just lands right back in the hands of Bubbly Reaper. Likewise, pass out to Notice, big boom downfield, and that's what they need. They need offense, and they're going to need it quick. That is not the touch they want, and a bump on the last man rotating back. It's going to float slowly towards Fishy for the open. That might be the last send for Buffalo, and that might be their season done and dusted.
Yeah, and the Buffalo all turning upfield, trying to beat the Maulers at their own game. I'm playing the heads-up demo upfield. Does not come to fruition. Bubbly with a beautiful dunk, and Fishy just rolls it into the net, and now it's just a victory lap for the Bloomington Maulers as both Aqua and Fishy both up, trying to get a 5th goal maybe. Just pad the stats a little bit more. Continue being the team with the highest amount of goals scored in all of Prem, pretty much all season, I think. And I think it's time we congrats to the Omaha Buffalo. They have played an amazing season to even make it to this point. There is
top 3 in Premier.
Yeah, top 3. There's 13 other teams that have not made it this far. So well done. You might be sad at how it ended, but you got to be happy about the journey and how your team has played all season. And if you're the Maulers, one more series left. One more, and the 7th seed against the incoming 1st seed, I think the Seahawks were.
Yeah.
That is, yeah. They will want to complete this cloud run from the lower bracket all the way to the very end. All looking very confident, all looking very, very happy. And again, commiserations to the Omaha Buffalo. Well done to the Bloomington Maulers, and that was an amazing, amazing series, Ari.
Yeah, and well done to both teams. Buffalo making sure that even when they were down 0-4 in that one game, they made it close. This game as well looked like they got out on the wrong foot right within the first 10 seconds, and they fought back, and they fought so hard. And I mean, they fought like their lives depended on it, and it did. This was their elimination match. This was their chance to punch the ticket to the grand finals. They just couldn't do it, but again, so well fought. And Bloomington, though, they look on a really big hot streak, and I think Steelhawks have to be at least a little bit scared looking at the way that this Bloomington team has been playing this LAN.
Yeah, that is another aspect of it. I wonder if the Fargo Steelhawks, Nightfang, Gavalanche, and Hams have been watching that. Are they scared? Are they worried about that? I don't know. If I was them, I would be. Playing against Bubbly Reaper, Aqua, XO, and Fishy, all playing like that, all not getting off the ball, all just constantly going. That is something I do not want to face.
And it's gonna be annoying either way. I mean, Buffalo showed kind of how to beat it in that game 1 and game 2. The OT didn't go their way, but they had the tempo of the game. They set the tempo. They set the tempo of the game. They were in control of the speed of the game. The bumps from the Maulers weren't getting to them. The boost steals weren't getting to them. And then over time, just the constant pressure. As soon as Buffalo showed any signs of weakness in that series, Maulers took full advantage of that, and they cracked the egg wide open. And Buffalo, again, just they weren't able to get the momentum back on their side. And that's just the thing with Maulers is once they get that momentum, they look so hard to beat.
Yeah, and the Maulers have so much pressure in all the games. They have looked so unbeatable all of this LAN. Yesterday and all of today as well. They have looked like the team that is just on the offensive half all the time. And that is a credit to them. And they might lose a game here or there, but if they continue with this amount of suffocating pressure, I don't see how they lose. I don't know. And the Fargo Steelhawks may be the 1st seed, but watching that, I don't know if I'd consider them as the favorites. I really don't.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see. And I don't know. We've had interesting storylines. Kirby having to play up for his challenger team, but although that didn't go well for him in Rising Star, he did get that sweep. I'm personally rooting for Kirby's team in the grand final. Really looking forward to how that looks out. And we have another interesting storyline for Challenger as well. Grand final of Challenger. Will Wubik finally conquer his demons on the grand final stage at a Challenger LAN? He's been there so many times, time and time again. He just hasn't been able to put the final nail in the coffin on so many of these runs. But I mean, he's back up in that stage for the Challenger LAN to see how well that goes for him. Yeah, really interesting storylines all around the grounds for all of MCS, and I think that we don't have any more non-grand finals matches left to stream. I think everything else is a grand final, unless I'm mistaken.
It is, and I think the Bloomington Maulers and the Omaha Buffalo both have a grand final to look forward to. The Buffalo in Challenger and the Maulers in Premier, as we just watched the masterclass as they beat the Buffalo. as both teams, both franchises, having amazing, excellent seasons, as I've said. Shout out to the GMs, Clash and Rob, both who have shown excellent judgment in picking players for their franchises. Clash, someone who I think all season has made one change to his franchises. His Rising Star team made the lower finals, I believe. They just lost to the Duluth Superiors, as you said. And his prem team is now in the grand finals, the premier grand finals. So, well done to him. Rob, despite how many changes he's made, he's also shown enough judgment and enough confidence in his players and his teams to all bring them here to LAN. He has 10 players, including himself, at this LAN. That in itself is an achievement. So, shout out to both of them.
Yeah. And
as we take a look at all the brackets that we have seen so far, the challenger bracket, heartbreaking to look at for me, as the KC Outlaws also, that was something I wasn't thinking about. I was so sad about my own team that I didn't think about it, but they are also making that Cloud9 run from the lower bracket as the 7th seed or the 6th seed, making it all the way. And so is the Duluth Superiors. So 3 teams in all 3 grand finals, making it all the way from lower round 1. I got to root for all of them, I can't lie.
You saw, and the Senators team, if Caesar wins this would be his 4th LAN win. I don't think we're going to ever see. I'm very, very confident. They've also literally have not lost a single game yet. So not a series, a game. They have not lost a game. They're currently undefeated at LAN. 1 day 1, 0-3, 1 day 2, 0-4. And if they continue on that form, will we ever see a player win 4 LANs?
I don't know. It might happen today. It might happen in the next hour. And I think there will be a new premier champion for the first time ever, either the Bloomington Maulers or the Omaha Buffalo. Neither of them have ever won a premier LAN.
Or any LAN.
So there will be a new one. Or any LAN. Wow. I did not notice that.
Yeah. And up next, though, speaking of grand finals,
it is the Rising Star Grand Finals.
It is Rising Star Grand Finals. So yeah, that Duluth versus those St. Paul Senators. Don't have anything left for you for the Premier Lowers. We saw which team won. Bloomington will be being up there in that grand final. But yeah, don't go anywhere, folks. Rising Star Grand Final up next.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to MCS Season 10 LAN. We have just finished up all of the nonsense before Grand Finals. These next 3 series for you are all Grand Finals. Getting it kicked off is the Rising Star Grand Finals between Duluth and the Senators. We just saw, though, the premier lower finals where the Bloomington faced off against Omaha. Bloomington dropped game 1. But then Clash DA showed up. He gave him a little speech, and they swept from there on out. So shout out Bloomington. Congrats on that win. Gold Dude, how are we feeling about this series?
I'm really excited. There's no more nonsense. Our next 3 series, we are going to be crowning champions. Everything that all these players have been working for all season leads up to this, and these 2 teams are coming in with very different paths. The Senators, you can see 7-0 on the weekend. They have not dropped a single game, sweeping their way all the way to the Grand Finals through the upper bracket. Meanwhile, the Superiors, I want to remind you, the 9th overall seed in the standings, made it here on LAN, filling in, and they have made their way through the lower bracket, playing over double the amount of games that the Senators have, and they find themselves in a grand final position, a situation that I don't think anyone saw coming into this weekend.
Absolutely. That Superiors team has just been letting that. They've been playing free of pressure, Gold Dude, and they showed that against the Buffalo. They showed that against the Inferno, the Outlaws, and the Maulers, of course, to find their way all the way into the Grand Finals to face up against this Senator squad that everyone expected to be here. I mean, this was a team that was 20 points ahead of 3rd place. Chicago, obviously, not here. Superiors filling in for them. So it's a little bit interesting that Superiors, the fill team for that 2nd team, is now facing off against that 1st team.
Yeah, and slotting in perfectly. You know, they're filling in for our 2nd seed, and they are proving that, you know, anyone can win on any given weekend. It is just absolutely insane. You know, they did have that Game 7 lower semifinal, very close, but other than that, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, they have found their form here. And this was a team that they weren't drafted together. This was constructed throughout the season, and clearly things have come together at the perfect time, and all you got to do is make the dance. Now that the Superiors have made LAN, they've showed that they have what it takes, along with the rest of the big boys, to make it all the way to the grand final and play today for a chance to call themselves Rising Star LAN champions.
Absolutely, you know, and if you want to take a look at storylines, Caesar is, I believe, looking for a 4-time LAN victory here. So if he wins this best of 7, Caesar officially wins 4 LANs. I don't believe any other player in the MCS has ever done that before.
Call my man Turbo Pulsa. That being said, we will have some walkouts shortly here, and I am excited to see these players not only get a little hype themselves, but show off a bit of that personality. And with that being said, you know, I was talking about the Superiors a little bit, but that is no shade to the Senators, who are absolutely dominant this season, and they're looking to cap this thing off with a LAN championship crown of their own.
Absolutely. Anyway, we've got those players. They're ready to take the stage. Up first, we've got the St. Paul Senators with Lord, Caesar, and Bloom. Give it up. This is a team that has absolutely dominated all season, and that domination has not stopped here on LAN. But on the orange side, we've got Duluth with Dinger, Seppi, and Kirby. These are your miracle players. They have made it all the way from lowers. They have taken out everyone in their path, the longest run possible here at MCS LAN, and they're here to show the Superiors what they've got.
And I'm excited to see the clash of these 2 teams here today. Who will remain victorious? Who will fold under the pressure? We got 2 teams here that couldn't be coming in any different, and yet we're going to be putting them on the same stage here today to see who's going to have what it takes. And this is a very special LAN here today. Season number 10. Can't believe that we've had 10 of these already, and yet these players are going to make sure that they can put everything they can on display here, leave nothing else left on the pitch, and see if everything they've worked for this season can be worth it in the end.
Absolutely. We see T-Jack. He led those Duluth Superiors to victory in Season 9, or sorry, excuse me, he defeated those Duluth Superiors in Season 9 Grand Finals. I was there. That was very sad. I was the Duluth player that season. But Duluth Superiors looking to change that narrative. Last season as well, I believe they also had a bit of a demon lower bracket run. And here they are to do it again. Duluth making through that lower bracket. Of course, we look at that demos leaderboard. None of the players on that leaderboard are going to be taking the pitch today. So, we may get a very fair playing game here, very respectful type play style.
That being said, we do have one of the best scorers in the league here today on the field. Bloom coming in with 1.04 goals per game. That is absolutely lethal striking, and I'm excited to see that on the pitch. Will Bloom leave here as our golden striker coming in? I mean, averaging at least a goal per game is great, and pushing even further beyond that is even more impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I can hear those engines revving. Let's get ready for kickoff. Kirby. Facing off against Bloom.
Let's see here, Kirby just taking it up the field, does pop it high. Bloom with no boost. Lord is going to get up to it first, but it's shut down by Kirby. This could be an open net with the bump, and it is! You hear the crowd coming alive here with this grand final, and Kirby is going to open this up with a goal here. Seppi forcing the touch. Lord just throwing it up, and no one on the defense was prepared for that touch, as we see 3 zeros in the boost department for the Senators. That is not what they were expecting, and when you're coming in as the #1 overall seed, not even dropping a single game, you got to watch out, because you can get sucker punched early here, as the Superiors are looking to do that with an early lead.
Absolutely, and we didn't quite have time for predictions, but I was going to pick the Superiors. Honestly, they're playing completely free of pressure. The Senators haven't been checked by any team, and so I think if the Superiors come out swinging here in Game 1, the Senators might get shell-shocked.
And let's do some predictions as well, as that was an opportunity for Caesar. It almost ends up in the net anyways. Dinger able to make the diving save here. And while I love myself an underdog, love myself some chaos, I am going to go with the favorites here. Senators, they have been looking absolutely dominant, and I think they are going to remain that and put the finishing touches on a absolutely domineering season here. I think this is going to be a 4-2 Senators victory, and we're going to see some Neo Tokyo today. But in the end, our overall leaders, number one seed is going to leave here the champion.
I mean, you could say all you want about their domination so far, but I think I like the story a little bit more than I like the stats in this matchup. And Superior's proven me right so far. As Kirby, he's going to take this one across his side. Bloom can't quite get the angle on the shot. Dinger, he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Caesar looking for that shot, but saved away by Seppi. He's been playing solid all weekend as Lord passes it back out to Bloom. He's a little bit low boost, but can he get it over Seppi? He can. Kirby, he's awkward on the back wall. He's 0. That whole Superiors team, they're low on boost, but it's not threatening quite yet. As Dinger, a bit of a 50 on his own teammate there. It's going to come mid to Seppi. Gets the 50 on Bloom.
And we had a combined 12 boost for the Superiors there for a moment. I was very nervous to see if they would be struck by a counterattack. Instead, they were able to pick up a couple big boosts. As we've seen a couple back passes for the Senators, I thought that was a double commit, but Seppi able to stay grounded, although that backflip rather is going to keep him grounded for a little bit longer, as that's a shot on net, but it's saved by Seppi for the moment, although that's an open net. Dinger avoids the first bump, can't get the second save, but is able. Caesar not able to finish the deal. At 2:40 on the clock, we still have a 1-0 game. The Superiors counting their lucky stars as Bloom goes up to the sky, gets the flip reset, and it's in. Top left cheddar. This game is tied.
Absolutely. I mean, you feel like they had to score eventually. They had 1, 2, 3 open nets that they couldn't quite put in, but Bloom eventually going to go for a bit of a more mechanical goal. That nice flip reset into that top left corner. And we are equalized again.
And you think you can't finish the job with a simple soft touch to the bottom right? Instead, hand it over to your teammate to get a flip reset in the top left. Very impressive, especially at the rising star level, as these players are showing that they have what it takes no matter the circumstances. Here in the grand finals, this is an opportunity for Dinger. Instead opts for the midfield pass. Seppi playing it slow, can't get past Lord, instead does his own teammate, as Dinger has to be careful, as that was a big commit. Caesar able to stay disciplined on that backboard, and Kirby is just going to try to keep it in the midfield, but not able to do so. Instead leaves it for Seppi, who gets it back over to Kirby. Kirby with a couple nice touches, leaves it for Dinger, but that's shut down by this Senators defense.
Absolutely, we're seeing a bit of antsiness from the Superiors as the Bloom going to capitalize on that one. But you know, there was a play on the left wall here, and Kirby, he tried to pre-jump, you know, on the defense, and the Senators, they're going to see right through that. They're going to play it slow, take their time, and they're going to go up 2-1 in this game 1.
Superiors definitely have what it takes to come back in this game. This game so far has felt very even. Definitely haven't felt, you know, that one team is taking advantage of the field more than the other. These teams are going battle for battle, blow for blow here, as Dinger going to keep this in the blue half, tries to pick up a bump, but doesn't get it. Seppi, however, will collect, can't get a bump, but nearly does, as this is an opportunity here. They do have numbers. Senators passes it over to Lord. Lord isn't able to get the goal there, as that is saved away. Seppi going to rush in it, faked out, but it gets over to Kirby, who has no boost, gets some help from a teammate, but can't get the second one on Lord, who makes the save, and we will continue on.
Yeah, absolutely, Lord. He's looking to do it all himself here in the corner. He's got low boost, but perhaps a pass out mid to Bloom, and it's saved away from Dinger. Kirby, he takes a nice 50 on the side wall. Dinger there again. Seppi, he's got time, he's got boost, and he's got the ball. Caesar there to meet him, though. That one flying a little dangerously towards net, but nobody quite there to capitalize except for Lord. And there's just no one home for the Superiors there. 3-1 for the Senators. Caesar taking the steps on that path he's walked 3 times before.
Seppi looking for a flick upfield for a teammate, ends up getting dunked, and that is a brutal one with 54 seconds left here. This is now a 2-goal game, and the Superiors are going to need to turn the tides here, as Dinger does get a bit of a touch that keeps it away from Lord for the time being. Seppi flings it up for Kirby, who's up early but just not able to reach it. Does get the corner boost off the ceiling here with an opportunity, and doesn't get the first touch, but Kirby's able to put it away. And we have a game here with 37 seconds left on the clock. Beautiful setup by Kirby, getting it underneath Lord, over Caesar, and around the last defender. Lord trying to get a second attempt there, but we have a game here.
Absolutely, you almost wondered if that one got away from Kirby, but manages to magically get back to it. Lord, he's looking to extend that lead for his team. He's got a pinch mid, no one there to meet it. Kirby, a little antsy on that defense. You know, that's a player you want to see calm down a little bit. Again, they're playing with no pressure.
This is one of the final opportunities here. Dinger does get a good 50 over to Kirby. This could be an opportunity. It is, and we have a tie game with 14 seconds left. Unbelievable play here. Look at this 50 here by Dinger, getting it perfectly over to Kirby in the greatest spot he can be on the field. Anywhere else, it wouldn't have been a quick enough follow, but is able to box out that final defender. And with 14 seconds left here, this game is tied. These teams are looking grand final ready. Are we going to be headed to an overtime, as that does start with a little bit of double commit for the blue side?
Oh, absolutely, and the Superiors really embodying the mindset that you want to see out of them. It's never over until the ball hits the ground, which it will, and it's still not over. We've got overtime.
No better way to start a grand finals here, as Seppi looked like he won the kickoff there, but it does go over to Caesar with a little bit of an errant touch, but is able to follow it up. That does go flying, but Bloom able to make the save. That could have been disastrous. Seppi does get beat. Dinger's going to have to make a play here. Instead, opts not to die for it immediately. That's a bit of a bad opportunity, but Seppi able to make the save, flying over to the other side of the field to Caesar, who's off the ceiling now. Opts to wait a little bit further. Midfield pass, but it's shut down by Kirby, and Seppi may have had an opportunity, but with no boost, we will play on.
Absolutely, Bloom was looking for that shot, and on the Senators, he's kind of my player to watch. Before I was taken to Rochester, I was drafted on the Senators, and there were a few games where one of our players couldn't quite make it. Bloom ended up subbing up from Rising Star, and that was a player that I really enjoyed playing with. Very strong player looking to lead that Senators charge here. But Caesar, again, looking to set up that offense. Lord, he's here now. Perhaps he's got a pass in the midfield. He's going for it all by himself. Gets a 50 into the corner.
And you have to ask yourself, who is going to set this tone here for this series, picking up an overtime victory? If you are on the losing end of that, that can invigorate you, but that can also spell your doom. Who is going to take the upper hand here? As we see Kirby with the midfield pass, gets past everyone, shot on net. It's half in, half out. Will it be saved? It won't! Dinger scores, and the Superiors take a Game 1 victory here. That ball was just dancing, dangling Respawn not able to get there. It was almost saved by all 3 defenders, but in the end, Dinger is the victor and the hero, and the Superiors take the early series lead.
You know, and of course the Superiors did end up putting that one away, but that's one of those shots where your heart sinks all the way into your toes. You know, you take the shot, you think it's open, and it's off the post, and it's just sitting there bouncing and bouncing and bouncing, but Dinger able to loop around and get that 50 on the last defender. And takes Superiors to their first game win in this grand final.
And both of these teams looking sharp already, but I'm looking at the 3 players on the Superiors enabling each other in different ways. Obviously, you had Dinger with that heroic OT winner, and yet Kirby with 4 shots on net, picking up the hat trick. Excellent as far as that offensive end. And then Seppi, 0 shots on net. You look at that and think, you know, we need you to step up here. And yet getting that off-ball value here, 4 demos, huge as far as opening up the space for players like Kirby to pick up a hat trick.
Absolutely, and we can see that career fact that I mentioned earlier. Caesar has won 3 Challenger LANs, and he's looking to pick up a 4th one here in Rising Star to become the Turbo Pulsa of MCS Fuel.
And the only one with 3 is truly shocking. Looking to double up the rest of the competition. You were mentioning Turbo, who also has more than anyone else at the professional level. That being said, we have Bloom here, who's a paratrooper medic in the Army in Alaska for 4 years. See if he has any high-flying efforts here today with those aerial goals. We did see that flip reset to open up game number 1, but it wasn't enough to come away with the victory. And on the other side of things, you have Duluth. Dinger likes to sit crisscross applesauce. We were mentioning that yesterday. It's not something that I could see myself ever doing. I know you asked me, but I don't know if I ever got to you. Is that something you could ever play?
Absolutely not. I think it's a little ridiculous. If it works for him, that's fantastic. Obviously, it's worked for him up to this point, making it all the way to the grand finals and winning that first game. Maybe I should take some notes.
Yeah, I will say he is the one in the grand finals here, and I'm up here casting, so maybe he knows something I don't. That being said, he is 3 game victories away, potentially just 15 minutes on the clock away from walking out of here with a LAN championship. I know we've seen a lot of sweeps so far in Rising Star. It actually, the trend has been it's either going to be a sweep or it's going to Champs Field. So we'll see what trend continues here today, but the Superiors, I'm sure, are happy to walk out of there with game number 1 in a game that, you know, I'm sure the Senators may have been thinking that, you know, this team is the 9th seed. We're happy to face them, and yet they're coming out and they are fighting strong here as Kirby taking that 50 does go over to Dinger. It's a bit of an awkward shot. Seppi is all alone here on defense, but is able to make the save, and we will continue to fight on as that just finds iron, but Bloom with an open net here as that continuous pressure by all of those shots finally breaks through the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Senators having none of that Superior winning anymore here in this game too. They're going to strike first.
And we were talking about striking first. Superior did pick up the early goal in game number 1. Senators now able to respond in kind, but Seppi with the kickoff goal, and we are tied all the way back up as you hear the crowd roar here. Let's see what happened here. Kirby and Lord off the kickoff, and just a super aggressive cheat by Seppi, paying dividends, finding the bottom left-hand side of that goal. And with 4:12 left on the clock, this game is tied, and these teams continuing to just go blow for blow here in the grand finals.
Absolutely, and that's kind of a goal that, you know, makes you spike your controller if you're a bit more on the hot-headed side. You know, the aggressive cheats, they just beat you to the ball. There's nothing you can do. You're off the kickoff. You don't have time to set up your rotation. Spears are going to grab one back quick. They're looking to make that happen again, but Caesar, a nice dunk in the midfield. Bloom looking for a bump on that last defender, doesn't quite find it, and Kirby able to get a touch into the corner. Caesar still lurking around. He's found Blue in the midfield, and he's going to get it right around Dinger. Give Senators their second.
And Senators with a quick response. You know, it's kind of tough when you're working really hard for a goal. You're just pounding the defense, and you're finally able to put the ball in the net, immediately giving up a kickoff goal, something that it may not feel the other team had to really work for as hard as you did, and yet you're able to get the lead back here. Kirby had an opportunity on that back wall. Instead, that is a miss. See here, Caesar collecting it, trying to find a midfield pass, but Bloom is instead picking up backfield boost. See, Superior's looking for a couple bumps here. but they will continue to make saves. I do need to see this orange defense get a little bit of momentum as Lord going for the flip reset, but not able to convert.
Wouldn't that have been a shot, but we see the Senators up in this game. We see them having good pressure here. Maybe they'll get a third here as Bloom tries to read it off the back ball, but stopped by Dinger. Of course, Senators were up 3-1 on the Superiors in game 1. We saw how that turned out for them. Bloom, he's looking to put this one off the backboard. Is anyone there for the follow-up? No, not quite. Seppi gets a clear downfield, but met by Caesar. Kirby, he's going to have time, but not a whole lot of boost to work with. And Lord's met him in the midfield. He's working in the corner. Looking for that pass mid to Bloom, but can't quite be as fast as Dinger. Kirby goes missing. Caesar now into the corner. And again, that Superior's offense is just low boost, a lack of funding. That one's screaming towards net. Kirby here, he's off the back wall. Bit of a nice air dribble, maybe a 50, not quite. Bloom gets a clean touch around him. And Lord there to follow him up for this offensive push.
And you touching on those boost amounts, Superior's able to subsidize that a little bit. They have a bit more in the tank here, but I've seen several moments where they not only have that's an iron touch, and Caesar picking up the demo here. It is 3-1 again here in favor of the Senators. This time with 2 minutes on the clock, Kirby doesn't get the touch that he wants. Instead, Caesar is able to take out the last remaining player that could have done anything to save that ball. And with 2:12 left on the clock, the Superiors are going to have to step up as Caesar is having none of it and starts with the possession, but Seppi able to shut it down. I do want to see here if the Superiors, they've been doing better in the boost department. Seeing as that is a nice opportunity, but it is saved away. But I do want to see, a little bit less of those double zeros, even triple zeros on the orange team, because that's really hindering their offensive attempts.
Absolutely, and that's something that's so much trickier on LAN, is finding where those boost pads are on the midfield. But Dinger, he's also got low to work with. Seppi, low behind him. Lord looking for that shot, and what an angle from Lord. Shot it with his behind, and he's going to give the Senators their fourth. That's a lead looking secure.
Let's see a little bit of lead in the trunk there of that Fennec, able to get enough power to put it in the back of the net. And with a 3-goal lead here, just a little less than 100 seconds left on the clock, Superiors are going to need to make a little bit of magic happen, or we're going to have a tied series here. Even if you can't walk away with a victory, if you can at least get some momentum, as that's a nice bump, but instead Seppi not able to make the shot. Again, just a lack of boost. Speaking of, Caesar ends up flailing at the ball, but that is a huge flying shot saved by Kirby, but had to dive and work all the way for it, and he has to continue to avoid these bumps and pressure that the Senators have been putting on display here.
Yeah, absolutely, and the Senators have been doing such a nice job at it, so well timed. As soon as the demo comes in, there's a shooter coming in, as Caesar looking to be the one this time. Bloom there to meet it, but not quite. Kirby, he gets a nice 50 into the sidewall, buying his team a little bit of time, but unfortunately time is not on their side. Kirby at 50 into the midfield. Is someone there? No, not quite. And Superiors, you feel like that's one you got to send yourself at. That's one you've got to trust. Down 3 goals here with 40 seconds. Dinger, he's got a shot on target, but Bloom remains stoic in the net.
And at this point in the game, you can't be anything but aggressive. Even if you concede a goal here, with 26 seconds left, you have to score. Seppi trying to find Kirby. It's shut down by Bloom, who's going to regain possession here and just gets a midfield pass off. I love that opportunity. Even if it's not necessary for this game, they're continuing to find each other, continuing to click as an offense, and the Senators, after dropping a Game 1 overtime, are looking to regain the series momentum here in domineering fashion as Kirby is up, finding Seppi for the goal, but it's shut down by Lord, who's having none of it, and the Senators will take Game 2 after surrendering Game number 1 here in the Grand Finals. We have ourselves a best of 5.
Absolutely, and the Senators, they really wanted to show that Game 1 was just a fluke, that they are the better team, that they are the dominant team.
Caesar just packing up the score sheet. No goals, and yet just stats all around. Shots, saves, demos, everything that you need to be doing on the pitch except for putting points on the board. And that is all right when you have teammates like he does. Again, this is the #1 overall seed. They have not shown really any semblance of weakness all season, and they are looking strong here in game number 4 as Lord getting some help there from teammates as well as scoring on his own, again with that nice rear touch there. But see, Seppi, I was saying, wasn't able to pick up those offensive stats in game number 1. Was a bit of that engine here in game number 2, and I'm not sure if that's going to be the recipe for success for the Superiors.
Kirby looking to start off strong. Bloom handles it nicely. Dinger off the ceiling. Lord is looking for the pass mid, but there's no one there for him. Kirby perhaps getting in the way of his teammate. Seppi, he's going to send this one long. Demo coming out on Bloom. Kirby, he's got this one to the sidewall. Dinger looking to make contact. Can't quite. Kirby off the skim, maybe. Dinger a nice 50. Caesar taking control of this one. Finds Bloom, but Bloom on low boost still gets a touch to the backboard. And Seppi goes missing. Bloom gets in the way of his teammate on that shot there. Lord looking to stall a bit of time. Get the pass mid, but Seppi, he's got that blocked out. Kirby on this one. Bloom taking it up the wall. Lord, he's there to turn. He's found Bloom in the midfield, but can't quite get the uncontested shot on target. Seppi, what a save to the backboard. Caesar not letting that one escape, though. Dinger, the 50 in mid to Kirby, who bumps Bloom. Seppi's got a bit of time. Lord on him.
And Seppi taking a heroic effort to make that save. 0 in the tank, and yet was able to get a hand up. Dinger lobbing it up for Kirby, who again has 0. You gotta wonder, what do the Superiors need to do to get a little bit of boost here? I know it's hard when you're struggling to maintain that midfield pressure. Again, Seppi not able to pick up that midfield boost, but it may not matter here, but Kirby is not able to find a teammate, as that was a good opportunity here. This should be a good beat for Seppi. Dinger with the quick turn. Shot is not able to be followed up here, as that's a big miss here. Kirby may have an open net. It is in, and they take the lead here. It's not necessarily one of the early ones that we've seen, but with a 1-0 lead here, Bloom just letting the grand finals pressure get to him a little bit, misreading that corner bounce. That is a tough one to read, but something when you're at this point of the tournament, you gotta get it.
Yeah, absolutely, and scoring first has proven to be a solid indicator of who wins that series. You know, that one looks like maybe it could have been a goal, but Kirby can't quite get a piece of it. Caesar, he's coming down the other end. Looking for that double, but he's sent it a little bit long. Dinger goes missing. Bloom's got a free shot, and the defense can't quite get there in time. Senators are going to equalize.
And I don't think the Superiors touched the ball a single time in this replay. In fact, I'm very confident about that. The Senators doing a great job of finding those soft spots in that zone defense, keeping the ball away from the Superiors, and they are able to equalize. We have seen that now time and time again in this series. Whenever the first team scores, you know, so far they have been able to walk out with the game victory, but the other team is always able to respond, although Kirby with an opportunity here can't get past the last defender. Bloom with a miraculous 0 boost save, and you gotta wonder if that should have just been a quick shot opportunity here, as that is a monster 50, but it's shut down by a Dinger. You gotta wonder if should have caught that ball instead, is able to find a teammate, but they're not able to make anything out of it.
Absolutely, Lord. Looking to get another one. He's 0 boost, gonna be stopped by Seppi. He's trying to work it down, but Bloom, another nice 0 boost challenge. Bloom's been fantastic on 0 boost so far this game. Lord, he's looking for a double. Can he find it? No, but Seppi trusted the touch from Lord, and he's gonna put that one in his own net.
And in Rocket League, you can laugh or you can cry. Hopefully, it looks like Seppi is laughing this one off. He definitely is, as you know, I was talking about who will come out of here as the golden striker. Unfortunately, that one does not count towards your stats, but if he can laugh it off, it may at least work for the team here, as that ball will go flying here. Who's up first? It is Bloom, but he's beat to the ball, and that is saved away. Dinger able to get the boost and the ball here, but it's caught by Caesar. Gets past 1, flicks it over 2, saved by the 3rd, as that was almost a do-it-yourself moment, but the Superiors remain within 1.
Absolutely, that was a fantastic look again from the Senators. Their offense has just been so coordinated. Dinger, he gets that 50 into the midfield. Caesar almost there for the shot. Bloom, he's lurking on the sidewall. He's got a pass mid. Lord, he's there to meet it, but blocked out and then demoed by Dinger. Kirby sends one long, perhaps an open double. Can he find it? Not quite, blocked out by Bloom. Seppi on low boost gets a pop high. Caesar just barely able to get that touch to Lord, who's going for the double, can't quite find it again. Kirby passes to Bloom. Bloom's full, Lord's full. Lord's looking for the bump, but that takes him out of the play for the pass. And, you know, maybe that one could have been scored by the Senators. Had a different decision been made by the second man.
And Bloom making that error on the only goal they've They've conceded this game, but trying to make up for it with a few diving saves, and the Senators, for the third game in a row, will take a 3-1 goal lead here. 1:10 left on the clock. They have conceded a similar lead in less amount of time, but so far they are looking good here and are 1 minute 10 seconds away from being 2 games away from crowning themselves champions here today.
You know, you set away a lot. It really goes to show how long these best of 7s are. Even if they do win this, they're not out of the woods yet. And Dinger gonna put them within 1. They've got a real chance here, 1 minute and 1.
Nice demo there. Kirby able to get the beat, and Lord not able to get the touch. Nice low shot, keeping it away from any danger here, as Dinger is going to strike quickly here. And that's really what you need. If you're down multiple goals, the quicker that you can close that gap, because nothing matters when the clock hits 0 if you're down 2. If you're down 1, everything is still in the cards here, as Kirby going to pre-jump pass to Seppi, who tries to get the shot up, but there's just no juice, and instead it flies up. Kirby, that's a nice back pass to Dinger, but Dinger not able to get the lob that they needed, as Kirby looking good here in these final seconds. But with the triple jump, the Superiors are going to fall, and this might as well do it here in game number 3.
I mean, I wouldn't say that. We saw Superior score 9. They've got 40 here. Definitely not out of the woods yet, but that panic defense, all 3 of them jumping. One of them gets a touch that the other 2 weren't expecting, and all 3 of them are now out of the play. That's going to be an easy one for the Senators.
A little bit of lack of communication on the defensive end is going to cost you. Usually in Rocket League, you can afford 1 mistake like that. 2 is when you're really looking to get scored on nearly every time. Kirby lobbing it up to the backboard. Gets a nice touch high, but Dinger with not enough in the tank to make the play. Instead, it goes over to Lord, who just throws it up high. And even if nothing is made out of that play, as that's a decent opportunity off the wall, but this clock is just continuing to tick, 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 tick. And with 5 seconds left here and the ball rolling on the wrong side of the field, that will do it here in game number 3. Superiors taking 2 in a row and forcing, or rather, the Senators taking 2 in a row and forcing the Superiors to recollect and say, hey, do we need to take a timeout and work on a couple things here, because right now this is not a winning game plan at the moment. 2 consecutive multi-goal losses.
Absolutely, and that's the famous debate. When do you take your timeout? Superior's obviously losing 2 in a row here.
I'm a 2-game guy, personally. I'm not sure about yourself.
Right, I think the 2 most common ones are you either lose 2 in a row and take a timeout regardless of the series score, or you wait until you're 2 down. It doesn't look like we're getting a timeout called here.
And I can understand why the Superiors may feel that way. They did concede an own goal in that game, so you can look at it and say, especially with that last goal, just a bit of a silly miscommunication, trying to be super aggressive in the waning seconds. I can understand why they feel that last game was still in hand, but you have to be careful, because if you drop this game, I mean, you are all but wrapped up in the series. 3-1 comebacks do happen, but it is so difficult. There is no room for error at this point. And so far, the Senators have shown that they can play not perfect Rocket League, but near perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. In Superiors, this is a must-win game for them. They win it, and now it's a best of 3. You're even. You lose it, and you're staring down the barrel of triple match point. Caesar, he's a little awkward in the corner here. Seppi gets a pinch on target, but Bloom well-positioned to handle that one. Kirby, a bit of a backwards flip up to Seppi on the wing. That one's going to bounce high. Caesar, though, well-equipped to handle it, but he goes missing. Lord covers him nicely. Kirby, he's got a free ball now. Beats out Lord. He's in the corner. Off the ceiling, looking for the bump. Can't quite find it. Some well-composed defense out of the Senators, but that one's on target. Bloom and Lord teaming up for that one. Kirby, he's playing it high. He's so composed. The offense looking so much more threatening from the Superiors this game.
And not only are they looking more threatening, but they're looking more creative, going for a ceiling pinch here, going for those air dribbles, but Bloom getting it past 1, not able to get it past 2, as that's barely saved away. The second shot saved by Seppi, and it's still in danger, as Caesar getting the pass over to Lord, but Lord is a little bit interrupted, and it will be shut down fully here. Caesar with the catch, past 1, but not past 2, and Kirby is up early here. Shut down I love this back and forth play, as that is an opportunity for Seppi, forcing 2 to go, and is able to recover off the backboard, which is huge as far as getting back on defense, and that may be needed here as the ball is careening back and forth on their side.
Absolutely, and we see these Duluth attacks with a bit more boost. That one just barely saved away by Bloom on low boost again. Looking for that clear downfield, but not enough juice in it to get a great play to Lord. But Lord handles it nicely. He's back out to Caesar. Fakes out that double for Bloom. He's going to send it high. No one really there to follow it up. Kirby, bit of an in and out save there. Seppi, he's got that one clear to the sidewall. Bloom up to meet Kirby. Doesn't quite get the better end. Lord up for that shot. 50 on Dinger. Caesar, he's there to put one home. And he's going to find it. Seppi just not quite enough boost to get back to that ball.
And it felt like 4 shots in a row where the man in the net had 0 boost. Seppi there with 0, not able to find that back corner and make the save. And when you're in those positions where you're making save after save, the last thing that you need to do is double commit. And just moments before, the only 2 players that had boost did double commit, and that spelled doom there for them there. Senators with a 1-0 lead halfway through game number 4 here. And they're looking to hold on to this, although that's a good go by Kirby, able to pinch it to the sidewall. Getting it over to Dinger with a little bit of a controlled touch. Not controlled enough, it's off the ceiling, but a huge double commit, and Dinger has to go back now. Has to fly all the way back. Instead, Lord flying to the top left corner. Seppi got to watch out for a second own goal and is able to make the save, but that gets your heart racing, especially if you're a Superiors fan. They have to watch out here. You know, I've been enjoying the creativity of their offense this game, but you do got to rein it in a little bit because that was too close.
Absolutely, you know, and that one's one that they certainly got away with. That net was open for quite some time, but just no Senators players around to cover it up. And the good news here for the Superiors is that their offense has looked good. It has looked threatening. Bloom, of course, being the man to shut him down. He's here defending that 1v1 now, does nicely with it. It's going to bounce down for him, and now he's got to attack down the other way. He's over Kirby. Lord fakes this one out for Bloom, almost gets it. And Bloom, Lord, finding a demo there on the back line. Perhaps a chance, but Caesar goes missing. Yeah, Spears going to have some time here.
And if Caesar made that touch, that could have been a goal, as the last defender was flopping like a fish, not able to pick up the touch, but Caesar not able to make a connection there instead. Lobbed up by Kirby, but shut down by Caesar. A good pass over to Kirby, who's able to follow it up here. 50's Bloom. This should be a Seppi ball here, and is, but a little bit of a wider touch than he was looking for. It does go over to Kirby, who pays the ultimate price. That's a shot on net, and Dinger not able to find his way through the smoke screen. The Senators now with a multi-goal lead again. That has been their bread and butter, and what a nice setup by Caesar, getting that touch, getting that demo, and setting up, really putting themselves in the pole position here.
Absolutely, and you really said it, Senators. You know, their whole thing this series has just been to go up a whole bunch of goals on them and, you know, hope that they can keep that lead. But Dinger, he's going to put a shot on target. Caesar, he's awkward. Bloom gets bumped. It's hanging dangerously, but Lord, a nice clear out, and the Superiors are going to be forced to retreat. Dinger taking this one up the sidewall. It's back to Kirby. Caesar gets a nice 50, but nobody there to follow it up. You know, that's a touch you can't really trust. But Dinger, he's playing this one. He's got it around Lord. Bloom, though, there to meet him, and he's got an open net. That's going to be 3 for the Senators. Not missing that one, of course. That's too easy.
And when I say that the Senators' bread and butter has been multi-goal leads, you know, obviously scoring more than your opponent is recipe for victory. But what I'm really referring to is some teams, they want to keep it close. They like that defensive war of attrition. They want to come out of those games with 1-0 victories. But the Senators here, that offense has just been clicking, as that's a decent opportunity off the sidewall. But so far the Senators have been enjoying that high-flying game, putting points on the board, keeping the ball moving fast, as that's a 2 that will commit, and there is too little time on the clock to make any difference here. The Senators with 3 games in a row here, and if the Superiors want to walk out as LAN champions, they're going to have to respond with 3 straight wins of their own. We do see here, they did win in the shots department by 1, but just not able to convert those chances.
Absolutely. We do see a timeout come out here from the Superiors. You know, that's what I do. You're staring down the barrel of triple match point. You've been playing well, you've been having semblances of good offense, and now is kind of when you take that time out and you either reset mentally or you talk to your team what has been working, what hasn't been working. And unfortunately, more has been going wrong for the Superiors so far than has been going right for them as they get shut out in another game.
And really what hurts in that game for the Superiors is you're not able to walk out of there with a goal. Even in those other losses, you're able to say, you know, we had some motion on offense here, but getting shut out 3-0 in game number 4, you know, there is no room for mistake, and yet you have to really come out of a big hole here momentum-wise. And you know, that is the most dominant victory that the Senators have had all series, and it's coming at the best time. You know, we're talking about taking that timeout now. You can't save that timeout for next season. You're going to use it now or you're not going to use it at all. So it's definitely a good time to take that, recollect, you know, whether it's you just need to take a breath mentally. You're in the grand finals. You've gone through a long road through that lower bracket. Or if you're talking game plan, you're saying, you know, what do we need to change? Do we need to be more aggressive? Do we need to work on our bumps? Are we getting bumped too much? What's going on specifically? Different teams and different coaches will have, you know, certain methods that they want to use those timeouts for. But it's up to the Superior to see what is going to work, because something has got to happen, and we'll see, are we going to get a little bit of LAN magic here today?
You know, you did mention that last game was the only shutout in the series so far, but I thought that the Duluth Superiors were playing with some pretty good offense. You know, I thought it was the best offense they'd had all series, but their time up is over. We're getting into game 5 here.
And especially to open that game number 4, like you were mentioning, that they did have some offensive creativity. You're almost wondering if it's a little bit too much, as they, you know, conceded some goals that maybe they weren't giving up in those first 3 games. Maybe they, instead of taking the timeout, they just said, let's up the aggression, let's go for a little bit more high-flying action here. And instead, it ends up working out in the opposite direction. So let's see if they can find that sweet spot here, as Lord getting it over to Bloom, but Bloom not taking the cheese. Instead, it leaves it over to Caesar, who's not able to make anything happen except for take a 50.
Absolutely, and right out of these first 15 seconds, they're coming out hot. You know, I was going to compliment the speed of the Senators, but man, the Superiors really came screaming through this one. Seppi, he finds Kirby, who finds Dinger, and he beats all 3 of those Senators, Senator Superiors. Oh man, all the names are too similar. But Superior's gonna go up 1-0 in this game 5.
And like a needle finding his way through the last 2 defenders. That was such a precise shot and really a precise play. The 1-2-3 team passing. If you want to, you know, well, that's a nice bump. Could be an opportunity here. Dinger picking up more off-ball value here, flinging it off the inside of that post, but it saved Kirby with an opportunity. There's not a lot of sauce on that shot, but it may just be enough, as no one is home on the backboard, and they continue to pressure. But if you want to come back after getting shut out, there is no better way to do it than getting all 3 players involved. 1-2-3 passing play, ripping it into the back of the net early in that game. And this is a good start here. I'm not sure what they said in the timeout, but clearly it's working so far.
Absolutely. I mean, they're just coming out so much faster. They're trusting each other a little bit more, you know, finding each other on those passes. But Caesar, he's going to find Kirby on a pass of his own. Kirby looking for the midfield. Drops it down to Seppi. That was a fantastic look, but Lord, he saw through it. And he's going to go for that clear down the end. But Kirby is there to meet him, not his own teammates. Kirby looking for the double, can't quite find it, but that's an open net. Dinger going to put that one away. The Superiors are back in this, up 2-0.
Back in this and back in business. Kirby up high has been looking unbelievable this game so far. Really finding that open space and creating tons of pressure, whether it's scoring a goal, putting on a shot, or not. He is making sure that the Senators are expending tons of boost just to stay alive in the play, and getting past multiple defenders there with that air dribble, beating away the last one, as this is an opportunity for Bloom, but it's shut down, and the Superiors are looking much improved. They still have to hold on to this 2-goal lead with 3:20 left on the clock versus a very good Senators team. We'll see if they can do it.
Absolutely, the Senators team looking reforged in this game 4 is Dinger. He's looking for a third. Can't quite find it. Kirby is going to put this one high, and this is the biggest lead the Senators have had all series. Their win was by 1 goal. Anytime they were winning was by 1 goal. Now they've got 2. Caesar Has to scramble back to stop a shot from Kirby. He's looking off the backboard, and Caesar gonna put that one in his own net. You know, and if he goes missing, Kirby's got that, so you gotta give him credit for trying, but, you know, not the way you want to concede that one. Superior's up 3.
And it is an own goal, but it's created by that pressure. Kirby just continuing to stay in the play, didn't have any boost, instead picks up that midfield and immediately jumps for that ball. Not sure if the defense thought that he would go for it, and yet he is saying that I am here, this is my field on Aquadome right now, picking up that save. He is easily the player to watch right now, but his teammates are not that far behind, as that is a team pinch to throw it all the way to the blue end, and Caesar is going to 50 with Kirby. That's thrown off the backboard. Let's see. Kirby, a little bit of a bump, but it may work out here. Almost would have thought if that would have been better to leave for a teammate. You see in those player cams, he is just laughing right now. He is playing free, playing loose. That's what worked for them all tournament, and it looks like that's working for him here today.
Absolutely. We see Dinger rip another one. That's going to be 4 for the Superiors. Man, I don't know what Coach was talking about during that timeout, but he's got some serious brains on him. This is a complete turnaround from the Superiors. They're looking dominant over the Senators here in Game 5.
And it takes a good team to win 3 games in the series and go on series point, but it is, for whatever reason, it takes a great team to close out a series. It is just harder to win that last game for whatever reason, and we will see here, the Senators will have 3 opportunities, but it's looking like 2 here, as Dinger just lobbing it over to Kirby, who is far in that back end, isn't able to get that midfield boost, as this is a dangerous opportunity, but Bloom combines with his teammate there in the worst way, as the clock is just going to continue to push this game further and further out of reach.
Absolutely. Lord, a nice shot towards target, but Seppi, a wonderful save back to the back line. Bloom was looking for the pass, but it's too far out, and Caesar, he's low boost, can't quite handle it. Bloom's got to play this one back to his corner and try and reset that attack. He's looking for the mustard, perhaps, almost over Kirby, but Kirby gets a piece of it. Seppi gonna put it back into the corner. Lord now to meet it. Sends it down long to Caesar, who's 0 boost, but gets it back mid. Lord jumping, sending everything he can at that ball. He knows that he has to give his all on offense, and Kirby gonna send a slammer, but saved away. Looking to just stay on this ball, make it a little awkward. Bloom, he's low. Caesar, he's calm, but he's got to make something happen here in this last minute.
And you were saying Kirby sending a slammer right now. This Superior's offense is not only looking excellent on offense, but they are handcuffing that Senators defense right now. Looking excellent, getting it past 1 here is Caesar, looking to try to make something happen. We were talking about momentum. It is at this point in the game where you're less looking about winning this specific game and more of just looking to come out of this game with something right now, as the Superiors, that timeout clearly paying dividends here. And right now, if you're a Senators player or a Senators fan, you just need a goal. It may not seem important, but it is oh so important in the long run, because getting shut out does something, for your mental, against your mental. And if the Superiors can say, hey, we just got 3-0'd and now 4-0'd, that is a massive confidence boost, and the Senators do have to be a little bit careful.
Absolutely. Kirby looking for maybe a 5th, can't quite find it mid. Bloom, he's sending this one long, looking like it'll fall, but it hits the corner. Dinger keeping it alive. Lord gets the kill. He's found one mid, and they are going to find that goal. Get a little bit of momentum heading into that Game 6. We're headed to Neo Tokyo.
And you do got to wonder if that is going to be a mistake. It may not seem like it matters, and it might not, because the Superiors are, they found that to be very humorous. But, for the Senators, you cannot allow your opponent to get hot. In that moment when you're up 3-1 in the series, you just got to sweep the leg, put your opponent down on the mat, and instead you're letting them back into it, breathing life into the series, as we see that beautiful opening goal by the Superiors. Like I was saying, the best thing you can do after getting shut out is a 1-2-3, enabling all your teammates, and clearly that worked out for them.
Absolutely. So looking back at that replay, we see the own goal come out from Caesar. You got to hope that he can regain that here in Game 6, maybe put out a bit of a stronger defensive performance. Bloom, of course, getting that closing goal for them. We'll see if that can help out their mental enough to take a Game 6.
And there's nothing more beautiful in Rocket League than beautiful team plays. And yet, with that being said, the Superiors able to make it happen. It's so hard, especially on a play that precise. Those last two defenders were so close to each other, and they were able to find the pass in between. Will the Superiors have a strong start like that in this game, as Kirby looking so strong in game number 5? We're looking even stronger, or rather, they're looking to look even stronger in game number 6 here, as the start of this game just goes back and forth, but that's a decent lob for Dinger, who was able to get some boost for his team, but they just got to continue to keep the ball away from this lethal Senators attack.
Absolutely, and Seppi, you saw him hesitate there. He thought that maybe he had a free ball, but Lord was there to meet it. Bloom looking for the pass mid. Kirby jump, probably didn't need to. You know, there was no one there to follow up that shot. They don't get punished for it. Lord gonna put this one high. Kirby read it all the way. He's got that one to the backboard. Bloom now looking for his chance. Seppi gonna send it long into the corner. Lord on 0, gonna slam it back into the Superiors corner. Kirby controlling it. Lord gets one mid. Dinger there to meet him. Bloom playing this one up the sidewall. Seppi lurking off the ceiling, gets the bump. Is it enough? Kirby puts one high. Caesar, he's got a chance. Lord looking for the bump off the backboard. Seppi diving in with 0, keeps that one out. And that's been Seppi all series long, making those crazy 0 boost saves.
As that was an opportunity missed. I did say coming into the series, I felt a Senators 4-2 victory. So far, that is in the cards here, and yet the Superiors are doing everything they can to make sure that doesn't happen. That is a huge 50 win by Caesar. This will waterfall down. It's in front of the net, but it's saved unbelievably so. And we continue to remain 0-0 here, as Bloom is going to have to wrap around here. That is a bit of a high touch. Let's see if Caesar can do anything with it. Is going to have to jump early to keep away from that Seppi demo, and uses all of his boost to do so, as this is a good opportunity here for the Superiors. Seppi playing it past 1, looking for a second, is able to get it, but it's saved by Caesar, and we continue to play on. These teams are bringing the best out of each other. Clearly, iron sharpens iron.
Absolutely. You know, we were talking about at game 1, these teams were looking grand finals caliber, but I think here in game 6, they're looking even better. Seppi, he's got a bit of time. He's met by Caesar, barely gets that beat. Kirby, he's looking to play this one now, sends it long to the backboard. Looking for the dunk, perhaps a little jumpy. Out of Kirby there. Dinger looking for that shot, can't quite find it. Bloom, he's got so much time, but uses so much boost trying to get back to that ball. Seppi is going to have an easy one, but sends it into the corner. Lord there looking for perhaps a sneaky one, can't quite get it around him though. Bloom, he's high. He's got this one sent to the backboard. Seppi there just waiting for him, perfectly lurking. Seppi playing absolutely out of his mind defensively all series long.
And I was mentioning early in the series, Seppi, not that offensive engine, but that's okay when you're picking up plays. The fake by Dinger over to Kirby, as we have an opportunity here. Senators have numbers. Bloom to the backboard, but Seppi, who has been a rock all game on that back wall, doesn't get the touch there, but they're able to survive. Kirby up early, midfield pass, but there's no one there, and the ball will just continue to fly back and forth here. Dinger misses it. Bloom up early, but it's saved. Lord with the quick turn, as that is going to go to Kirby, who tries to get the beat, but it is taking everything of the Superiors right now not to get caught in those counterattacks. They have held a lot of the offensive pressure in this game here, but the opportunities that they have conceded have been really good ones, as that one is going to require a diving save by Kirby, but he's able to make it.
Oh, and there have been a couple of scary situations where a Senators player gets just a bit of a better touch and it's a goal for sure. The Spear's going to send that one in the corner. Dinger, he's up, but he's on 0. Can't quite make that contact. Kirby with a nice bump, but honestly, it might just set up Caesar to play that midfield position. Bloom gets a nice 50. Kirby sends it long. Caesar has to play safe now. Dinger meets him on the sidewall. And Bloom, he's there looking for that shot. Seppi, low boost again, barely gets that touch into the sidewall. The Superiors team refueling on those boost pads. Dinger gets one out of the sidewall here. He's got Kirby to his side. He's got the flick high, but Bloom there to meet him again. Seppi playing this one to the corner. Lord gonna send one long. Looking, Bloom, he's up, looking to disrupt him a little bit, but again, some stoic Superiors defense. 30 seconds left on the clock now. Bloom, he's lurking. He's found Caesar in the mid. Can't quite find the mark, and Kirby barely gets that 50 out to the sidewall. Caesar got the better of him there in the corner. It's awkward for those Superiors. Kirby gets that touch. Seppi's up and somehow gets a piece of it on 0 once more. Lord sending this one in the corner, but his team's not there, and Dinger's going to be allowed a free clear long. Kirby looking to make it around Caesar. Bloom. Oh, so relaxed on that defense. Caesar there, but cut off by Seppi.
And golden goal time here. This is for all the marbles for the Senators. They are 1 goal away from LAN champions, and if they concede here is Seppi with an opportunity, but it's saved just barely. You gotta think if he gets a little bit of lift on that second touch instead, doesn't find the connection, that is in, and yet he is going to pick up the corner boost. But you gotta be careful here if you're the Superiors. Multiple defenders on that front post, as that's a pinch that could spell danger, but it's saved. Lord not able to make the play. Seppi decides to go early, no one's up except for it. Oh, it's a miss. We continue to play on. I thought for sure that the series was over. Instead, Kirby able to get the beat there. Caesar wrapping around, picks up that corner boost. Who's going to be up for the Superiors? It is the main man, Seppi, on defense, continuing to play well. And Kirby, who has been the main man on offense, continuing to enable his teammates. But that's a decent 50 by the blue team. And we just continue to go back and forth. The pressure is on here. Who will fold and who will rise to the occasion? It seems to be, for the moment, the Senators, who have had more of those chances. But Kirby picking up a demo, seeing what can he open up in that defense here. Picking up that corner boost as well as is Seppi. But that's a bit of a bad touch. Caesar up, but not enough to follow it up. And we will just continue to play on here as 2 go.
Absolutely, you can see the nerves coming out in this Game 6. And if you're a fan of Rocket League, all you can do is hope for that Game 7. Superior's looking a little bit nervous in their corner. Again, they're found low boost. Seppi looking for that bump, doesn't quite find it on Lord. Dinger gets a nice clear out, by his teammates some time. Kirby and Seppi both getting boost now off that play from Dinger. Bloom, he's gonna pinch this one long. Seppi, he's got a free ball. Takes it into the corner, he's around Caesar, but met by Lord. Lord's looking for that disruption. Kirby off the backboard. Oh, he finds another demo, Lord does. Bloom gonna send this one long. No teammates really there to make a play on it. And a nice booming clear from the Superiors are gonna set up an attack for them.
As we are 2 minutes deep here in this overtime, my heart is pounding out of its chest. I can't imagine how the players are feeling here as we continue to fight here, continue to scratch and claw, as that is a brutal miss. It's not on the net, but that could have been the end of all of this Rising Star season, and instead, we will just continue here. Kirby getting a touch to the wall. Seppi able to follow it up, but not able to follow that one up as Dinger. You gotta watch out if you're a Superiors fan, getting a little bit bunched up on that sidewall. Instead, Dinger playing it patient, trying to get it past one. Instead, Kirby a little bit too close. The back pass to Dinger, the no boost shot, is able to get it around one. And with 2:45 on the clock here, oh my goodness, this game is unbelievable. The only thing that would make this better is if it was on Champs Field, but Neo Tokyo, the stakes are nearly as high, and overtime in Rocket League is about as good as it gets.
Absolutely, you know, some of those shots almost closing it out, but not quite. Nobody's quite able to find the back of the net. Bloom looking for it. Dinger gonna get barely that double. Beats him around. Kirby, Dinger, they're both low at boost in the corner. That one's bouncing awkward in front of the net. Seppi barely able to get a piece of it. Kirby playing this one patient, somehow managing to keep his nerves under control in this overtime. It's Kirby looking for that pinch on the sidewall, doesn't quite find it. Bloom looking for the shot. Seppi doesn't make contact. Lord could be the one to put it away, but saved by Dinger. Unbelievable. Superiors stay in this series. You thought for sure that one was going to find the back of the net. Lord looking to find it now, but it's wide out the right side. Kirby looking for the beat. Finds it. Bloom gets a touch mid. Dinger there to meet him, but beat out by Lord, who gets a nice double around Seppi. Seppi now looking to play this in one into the corner. A bit of a pogo defense, perhaps. We're not sure what's going on there. Caesar looking to rip one. Bloom not quite lurking fast enough, and Superiors are going to buy themselves at least a little bit of time.
Kirby off that inner corner here, but it goes over to Bloom, and this is an opportunity. The defense a little bit overcommitted. Kirby touching it. That could spell disaster, but it's saved again. The Superiors have been doing everything they've needed on defense. Dinger trying to find mid here, is able to get it past one, but not the second one, as that is a big miss, but a nice catch by Caesar. Getting it past one, has some help. It's off the crossbar and saved, and Bloom can't follow it up. I can't believe it. Us in the caster's box, we are nearly falling to the ground. just with the beauty of this game. Lord lobbing out, this could be it. Caesar puts it away, and that is a LAN championship. 3 LAN winners. Caesar, Lord, and Bloom are all winners, and Caesar continuing to be the penultimate winner with 4 victories now at the MCS Championship Series.
I mean, wow. I don't have a lot of words for that overtime. It was so back and forth, so many fantastic chances from both teams. We see 12 shots from the Senators, only 5 from the Superiors, which is surprising to me because there were a couple times where it felt like they could have put that one away, but not quite able to do it.
And what a finish indeed. We were saying the trend is it's a sweep or it's going to Champs Field. We didn't technically go there, but we felt it in our hearts as that was an entire extra game of Rocket League that we just played in that overtime. And what an effort. You know, we'll give our flowers to the Superiors here. They were 2 games away from the ultimate lower bracket run, you know, really not even supposed to be here at LAN, and instead they find themselves just a goal and a game away from walking out. But as far as our victors, we do have the St. Paul Senators, Bloom, Caesar, and Lord, and they want to hear it from the crowd. Give it up to them, guys, our LAN champions for Rising Star.
Absolutely, and when they got that win, we saw Caesar put up that 4. He has our 4 time, but I'm going to send it down to Taro for that post-win interview.
All right.
And first of all, I want to ask one of these guys a question. Caesar, how many times have you won the MCS Grand Finals now? 4. 4 times! Give it up for Caesar! All right, we're going to do, I'm going to do some questions while Caesar presents the medals here. I want to know from you, Lord. Was there a challenging point throughout the season that really you had to turn the team around and start, was there any mental challenges, or what was the most challenging part throughout the season?
It took us a while to find our group. I think we were like a 500 team, and then we picked up Caesar.
Caesar was the turnaround. There we go, Caesar. What did it feel like to come on this team to be that turnaround?
Honestly, straight to support these guys. Like, they're up on your team, and I just play my role. And
the 4-time support player, let's go. Yeah, one more round of applause, guys. I like the interview. You guys rock. Give me this interview. Let's go. Get back to it. All right, one medal to go here. Bloom, are you a rookie this year? He's a rookie. Give it up for the rookie on the squad. Thank you for
All right, one more round of applause. You're Rising Star champions for Season 10. We'll send it back up to casters.
Well, there you have it. I mean, Caesar, the 4-time winner, 4-time support player, as Darrow joked, really playing that Turbo Pulsar role. Absolutely incredible. Double the amount of LAN wins that any other player has.
And what a finish to this Rising Star season. We started, Flo and I up here casting yesterday, started with a sweep and ended with a Game 7 yesterday, as well as a Game 6 with a super long overtime. So I love the series that we got to cast. What a finish to Rising Star this season. I can't wait to see if these 3 players can follow it up next year, or next season rather. if they can make their way back to this LAN stage. It's hard not only to get here, but to win. So when you have a player that's won 4 times, mind you, he's only competed for 8 seasons, so that is shocking. He has a 50% win rate, which is, I mean, that's unbelievable. They were talking about being 500 on the season. Caesar is 500 in seasons.
That is a absurd stat. Winning 50% of all the LANs, not even all the LANs, all the seasons you played, is pretty unbelievable. You know, and I honestly, the Duluth storyline is a bit crazy for next season. Twice in a row now, they've sent their Rising Star team. They've ran the lower bracket all the way to grand finals and haven't quite been able to take that championship against a player who has or will win multiple championships, them losing to T-Jack, of course, who I believe went back-to-back last season.
He did indeed, and yeah, for the Duluth Superiors falling in the grand finals 2 seasons in a row. Hopefully that franchise can overcome that hill next season, season number 11 in the MCS. But regardless of coming away with the victory here, you know, you just want to give credit to all the players that competed today, and especially all 6 of those that were on stage, as they did an unbelievable job here. You know, they provided us with such an entertaining finale, and I couldn't think of a better way to put a bow on this season.
Absolutely. You take a look at that bracket. You know, that run that the Senators had, 3-0, 4-0, finally met some competition by the Superiors, who ran the absolute gauntlet in the lower match, but couldn't quite make it happen, couldn't quite close it out in that final match.
And it is very interesting looking at the bracket. The Senators and the Superiors swept the Inferno. They also both swept the Maulers. So these teams were playing similar levels of competition and showing that they had what it takes against both. But the Superiors, who, you know, they were the competition that the Senators needed. They hadn't been challenged so far throughout the bracket. They hadn't dropped a single game, and the Superiors took the first game of the series, which was truly shocking, but they were able to overcome it. With that being said, we do have Challenger coming up next, the Omaha Buffalo versus the KC Outlaws Grand Final. I'm very excited for that one as well, as we will continue our coverage here. With that being said, is there anything else you wanted to add today?
Yeah, you know, you mentioned it. We got that Challenger Grand Final coming up. 2 teams that took me out personally, so you know, I'll be hate watching both teams. You know, a bit of hard feelings there. I might want to be quiet for a little bit. I think I'll give it back to you.
That being said, I'm very excited for this next series. Challenger, you know, it's an even higher level than Rising Star, and Rising Star already looked great, so I can't wait to watch that series. I won't be up here, you know, at the desk, but I will be down there in the crowd cheering with the rest of our lovely fans here today. So I just want to say I appreciate all you beautiful people here showing up LAN. You're what makes this possible, and I'm just excited for the last 2 series that we have here. And after those are over, I am going to be counting down the days until next season.
Yeah, absolutely. And next season, that'll be coming up here pretty quick. Combines here probably in the next 2 months or so.
Combines?
That's right. Combines mentioned on the mainstream, everybody. You heard it here. But anyway, coming up next, we do have the Omaha Buffalo up against the Hibbing Rangers. Or, not the Hibbing Rangers. They rebranded. They're now the Kansas City Outlaws. They haven't been the Rangers for a long time. Excuse me. Omaha Buffalo against the Kansas City Outlaws.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the next Grand Finals here. We just saw an amazing match in the Rising Star Grand Finals, and we saw a 4-time repeat champion, which is pretty ridiculous to see. And one thing you guys maybe weren't expecting is the person standing next to me in Taro. So getting him on the desk. Now, he's not actually casting the Grand Finals, so don't get your hopes up for that one. But we do have some fun announcements to talk about so far, which is interesting because we actually were working on the same thing separately, and then talked today, found out we're working on the same thing. So figured it'd be nice to hop on stage and give you guys a little bit of insight here.
Yeah, absolutely. We have an awesome tournament that's also being put on by another tournament organizer. They actually have a $5,000 prize pool for winning this tournament. Stewie, could we get that graphic up behind us?
So this is going to be the Battle in the North Esports Tournament, which is up in Alexandria Tech, obviously in Alexandria, Minnesota, so not too terribly far from here. But yeah, it is going to be a $5,000 3v3 Rocket League tournament. Signups are open right now. It is only for middle school and high school students in Minnesota. You have to register by the 14th. Make sure you guys are using the QR code, and I know it is a top prize of $3,000. Now, I know MCS is going to do a little bit more in terms of boasting this tournament, and I believe you got the plans for that.
Yeah, so we are actually also going to be hosting a Skill Quest tournament, which if you guys don't know what Skill Quest is, it is a company that I founded that teaches how to code using Rocket League. And that announcement will be coming out in the server shortly after this. And if you sign up for that, we are going to get free course access to Skill Quest. It'll teach you everything that you need to know to make a bot to compete in the tournament, which will be hosted at the Battle of the North. You don't even need to be there. All you need to do is code your bot and submit it to us so that we can run your bot at the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. And I am a little jealous, I'm not going to lie, now that I'm no longer in high school from way back when, that I can't hopefully get some of that $5,000 prize pool. But again, for everyone out there who is in middle school or high school in Minnesota, make sure you guys are signed up. You don't actually need to have a team. You guys can join the server, and then there are channels in there to find teammates. So lots of opportunity there, but really, really cool opportunity. The fact that we're getting able to pair it with a 3v3 Rocket League tournament as well as a Skill Quest tournament, it's going to be a super exciting time. And again, signups are closing soon, so you guys got less than a month to get going on that.
Yep. Grab that QR code now or check the announcements channel in the Discord to get plugged in. And we do actually have one other announcement that we're going to make here right now, and that is that K-Tool will be your LAN organizer going forward for Season 11. He is an experienced LAN organizer coming to us from DCRL. He has several years of tournament organizing, and we are just honored to have him taking up the mantle of our LAN organizer. If you haven't met him, also, he's just a great personal guy, so you're here today, make sure to go shake hands with him and honestly, give him all your ideas for how you want to make this event better.
Yeah, and I really appreciate just honestly how open and supporting everyone has been so far. I mean, working with Isidore and obviously with Taro on the back end, just listening to the feedback, listening to everything. I've got a lot of plans in the works here. I've got a lot of experience myself running LANs, winning a couple LANs, having some fun with that one. So super excited to be immersed in the MCS environment. But any last words before we get into our next Grand Finals?
I'm just excited to see this match. We got the former Hibbing Rangers, now Kansas City, up there, and I used to GM for that franchise, so I'll just give them a little shout out right now. Do good for me, boys. And I will hand it off to Clash to take up the casting.
Awesome. Well, appreciate Taro hopping up here again. Not on the broadcast as much as maybe some of us would hope. I'd love to see him get up in here and cast a match. But I've got Clash officially joining here. And, yeah, how about a $5,000 prize pool that neither one of us can actually partake in?
Yeah, I'm a little jealous. I wish I was younger still, but that's okay. I'm an old head at this point as far as Rocket League is concerned.
Join the club. Yeah, my thumbs are barely working, but we try our best. But we are going to be focusing on our match here as we are now at the Challenger Grand Finals with Buffalo versus the Outlaws. It has been an insane match, and Outlaws are having a miracle run all the way through the lower bracket, and it comes down to one best of 7.
Yeah, for a lot of people, it's not that much of a surprise. These players have been together for so long. Obviously, not the entire season this season, but last season, this is the Rochester Rhythm squad coming back again, and even the season before that, Dicey and, it was Wubik that also teamed up. So these players have played together for a lot of it, and they have performed well. But now they're going to be running into this Buffalo squad. We'll see if the Outlaws can can do it this time if this roster is the squad that they are looking for to be able to take down this grand finals. But Buffalo are going to be no slouches.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as we saw them on stage earlier in the lower finals. Their Outlaws pretty much crushing the Rhythm here. Rhythm has had a little bit of a tough time losing to Buffalo and then losing to the Outlaws. So we'll have to see, again, with the clash of the grand finals here, who is actually going to be taking this one.
Oh man, who is going to be taking this one? Is the absolute question. I'm not sure if we want to do predictions now or.
You know what? I will ask you. Who do you think is going to predict this one, and then we'll bring out the players.
Oh man, I think these two squads are so even. I think no matter what, it's got to go to 6 or 7. I'll probably just go ahead and say 7. Sounds better. I think I've got to go Outlaws. I think I've got to go Outlaws here. These 3 being on the same squad for so long. And making this run from the lowers, never making it to a Game 7, they have been hot. So I'm taking the Outlaws.
All right, we'll have to see. I'm going to wait a little second. Okay. Keep my prediction a secret right now. But let us introduce our first team. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the Omaha Buffalo. We got Rob, Infinite, and Mini Naquan taking the stage here. They have made their way through the upper bracket all the way to the grand finals here. And now, again, interesting in the grand finals, right? They are still on equal lifeline as the other team. So it's just one best of 7 to decide it all.
Yeah, one best of 7. Obviously, we don't have a lot of time. If we would probably do a bracket reset if we had it, but we don't have that time. But obviously,
it wouldn't matter either way for them, right?
Exactly.
It's just,
they would rather go in through the uppers anyway. They don't want to risk that life. They made it through the uppers and now are in the grand finals. But we cannot just talk about this team. They have an opponent on the other side. Introducing the Kansas City Outlaws. Here for Wubik, Dicey, and Alvi.
They had a dominating performance in the lower finals. We'll see in the grand finals, though, if they have enough gas left. It's one of the hardest things, too, we talk about all the time. Playing multiple matches on stage, being here for, 8-10 hours, playing so much Rocket League. Both these teams, what do they have left in them?
I mean, it's been a long weekend for all of these teams. Buffalo made it a shorter weekend for themselves, though, qualifying through the uppers, only having to win 2 series to make it to this spot, unlike the Outlaws, who have had to work their way all the way through the bottom.
They just want to get their money's worth. They want to get the games in. These are really, really nice setups on these Alienware PCs and monitors. So I respect it. I think I saw Buffalo, some of the players, the hammocks outside taking some well-deserved naps. Which I respect it. So we'll have to see. I know we kind of talked about prediction, and last time I was up here casting lower finals, it was the Outlaws, and they were so dominant. And I talked about that a lot of it I think had to do with just momentum coming off of a win on the B stage, going right to the A stage. But now that both teams have had a long time to sit, I think I do have to go with Buffalo, just with the dominant performance in the upper bracket, showing that it doesn't matter who they face, they're going to win. And again, though, coming from the lowers, though, we'll have to see if Outlaw have this one, but I am going to officially go with a 4-2 Buffalo.
Ooh, a little bit, not quite going to 7 on this one. Nope. Okay. But yeah, Mini, he's been through so many rosters this season. He started off, he moved to 3 different rosters. He was drafted to one, I forget exactly which one, Victory, excuse me. Then he got moved to the Jungle, and now he found his spot on the Buffalo. Those first 2 teams, he didn't have that much success, but finally, when he found his spot on this team, he is thriving. The player that dropped, too, was no slouch either. He made it into Premier and did pretty well in that roster. So it's very interesting to see that move happen. But again, they're going up against this strong team that has been together for so long. So no roster move made.
So you say, strong team that's been together for so long, but one thing I also think we have to take into account is Outlaws have had so many more games on stage already, so maybe they might be a little more comfortable. But again, this is now the grand finals, right? It doesn't matter whether you played 50 games, whether you played only 2 games to get to the grand finals. It all comes down to a best of 7. And from what we saw with the Outlaws in the lower finals, it was super, super demo heavy. They would have their first man hit it off the backboard or the sidewall, go for a demo on the goalie, and then they were so consistent having their second man be close for a follow-up. So we'll see if that is the same play style that has gotten them to the grand finals, if it'll be enough here.
Dicey able to get this one on target. I didn't think this was going to be able to be a shot on target, but a beautiful redirect all the way on to the far side of the net. Rob just did not expect that to be a shot on target. Maybe a touch, but that was well placed there by Dicey. Good vision from him.
I don't think anyone was expecting a shot out of that. I know I sure wasn't, but Dicey, sometimes just a perfect up and arc over the defender is enough for you to get to that one. Buffalo finding themselves down early, and that was one thing that Outlaw went 5 for 5 in the lower finals of scoring first in the 30 seconds, and again in the grand finals, starting it off.
Yeah, that's a huge statistic. Scoring first is so important for not only winning the game, but just the momentum. Momentum is such a huge part, especially at LAN, where crowd is a factor. You're going to be able to feed off of them. You're getting them cheering as soon as you get that first goal. And starting off hot is so important. Alvi trying to keep this one going forward for his team as they're pressing on offense.
Pressing on offense indeed, as we see Mini trying to go for a low 50. Does pop out wide. Rob trying to fight 50-50 with Olvi. It goes off the ceiling. Infinite now drops it down, but Wolbeck, he's so quick, and again, he's been so aggressive in the last series, and I expect him to be so often be that first man. Lower finals, he had one game with 5 goals to his name. We'll see if he can replicate that one here. Buffalo just trying to find really a good shot on target just to start gaining some momentum here. So we see Rob off the backboard, taking his time, trying to get under the sidewall. Does get it around one. Dicey off the corner, does bop up mid. Olvi almost with the shot, but not quite able to reach it.
Yeah, one thing that whenever I'm watching Wubik play, that I always have to remind myself, I always think of him as a mechanical type player who can pop off at any time. He is so aggressive too, going for those bumps and demos, always trying to find opportunities to create space for his team. He is such a valuable piece of this team, as we say, right, as I was speaking right there. Demo coming out, Alvi gonna be first to this one, gonna try to get back over Infinite there, but I've talked about Infinite in the last series that I casted. He was such a huge part of that series, both on the defensive side and the offensive side. Throughout the season, he has been more of the defensive-minded, but he has been putting on a show on the offensive side as well.
It's been a pretty fun show to watch, I will say, as we see himself on the ball with 0 boost. Leaves this one to Rob. Dicey on the back wall. Has to just go for a low 50. Infinite almost getting the shot through here. Mini now trying to pop it. Wubik again already off the backboard. Backboard defense has been key so far in challengers. We've seen some teams struggle and definitely get punished for it, so we'll have to see if both of these teams have solid backboard defenses. This is a free out the backboard right there, but Mini not able to read it. But again, the chance is early off the backboard.
Yeah, he read that the opportunity was there, but just didn't quite get the bounce correct. And now Outlaws still having the lead, but Buffalo are trying to find these chances to respond. Rob going to try to get this one forward, going to try to get past the first person, but Alvi dunks it out well. That's going to be on target, and that just finds its way through. I'm not sure how this happened. It didn't look like there was going to be any opportunity here, but Dicey just finds the opening.
That is now 2 times that Dicey has found the opening out of seemingly nothing, that we're sitting up here wondering, where is this goal coming from? So Buffalo, that is now 2 times they have gotten caught out by just awkward touches and shots from Outlaws, but it doesn't matter because with 2 minutes left, Outlaws find themselves up by 2.
Yeah, and Buffalo need to find their way out of their half now. They were doing pretty well on offense there until the counterattack happened. Now this one's almost going to find its way through. That might have been an open shot if he had the power to it, but didn't get it on target anyway. Wubik going to try to get this one clear here. Going to be able to beat the first player upfield, but no one going to be able to meet it. Just buying some time, though. Time is ticking down. Only a minute 25 left on the clock.
Infinite now, he's been working around 1, around 2. Is anyone there for the free shot? But Rob, he didn't expect it to bounce that far out. Had to side flip here. This is now a 1v1, but Mini says doesn't want any part of it. Challenging early. Olvi trying to read the backboard. Infinite gets a good touch. Still in a dangerous spot here. Infield pass here. We see both defenders of Outlaws have no boost here. Olvi does just have enough to get to the corner. Mini with the shot going mid. Wubik doing a good control here. Outlaws, they're being very consistent with their touches. Very, very meaningfully to the corner.
Yeah, and one thing you really don't want to get started is Outlaws getting confident here. I've heard some people talking about Outlaws like to get loud on that stage and start chirping a little bit on the other side, so you really don't want...
I'm looking at Dicey specifically
yeah,
when
exactly.
you say that right
100%,
now.
100%. You really don't want to let them get started on that. Buffalo, I'm not sure how their mentals are. I don't know how they would deal with it, but you don't want to give them any sort of fuel.
I think you turn chat off, honestly.
Yeah.
Just mute chat. Don't let any chance for the Outlaws to get in your head, especially if they do take game 1 here.
Even with chat off, they are so close in proximity. This LAN environment is so difficult to deal with, and Alvi buying so much time for his team. This is going to be another one now for the Outlaws. Buffalo needed to find something there. and instead it goes the other direction.
You see Olvi getting a 2v1, Mini and Infinite, both on 0 boost, both diving for that one, and Outlaws with 14 seconds left. Yeah, that is absolutely going to be the dagger here for game 1. And again, they did this the last couple series I've seen where they are dominant and shutting out their opponents in game 1.
Yeah, they are absolutely not stopping on this series. Dicey, it was a little bit of a weird touch in front of his net, but was able to get the clear out eventually. Dicey just going to clear this one out, and yeah, as time ticks down, this one was all Outlaws.
Yes, it was all Outlaws indeed, and Dicey with 2 early goals of, again, a little bit unconventional here, and that's one thing I think they need to remember is that Outlaws, they did put up 3 goals, but 2 of them were, I don't want to say unconventional and undeserved, but realistically, they probably shouldn't have gone in. So I think if you look at, like the shots, first of all, it's actually Buffalo had more shots. They had really good opportunities. We saw Mini and a couple others miss some great chances. So it might be nerves, it might be something else. But I think going into game 2, if they just clean up and say, hey guys, just take a breath and finish off those chances, it's a whole different game.
Yeah, just a couple of the Outlaws goals, like you said, maybe shouldn't have found their way in. Just a little bit safer on that third man, and maybe this game goes the other way. Like you said, they had so many opportunities going through. If a couple of those are scored and those couple goals don't go through for the Outlaws, this can be a completely different game. Buffalo, I don't think their play style is the issue here. I think they have a very solid core foundation on what they're trying to do. Just didn't work out in that one.
One of the things, and I know I keep bringing up, how good, the Outlaws were, but, just to see them dominant so much in the lower final, it was boost management, right? Yep. They did such a good job of always having boost for their second and third man. And as we saw in the last half of that game, that, Infinite and Mini, how many times were they double committed with 0 because they just had to dive. They didn't have the resources to have proper rotation. So I think if Buffalo can just do a better job of securing their resources, which, again, easier said than done, but if they can secure the resources early and get back into the series right away, tied 1-1 is a heck of a lot better than down 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. But Outlaws are trying to fight for those medals that they've been wanting for the past few seasons as this roster, but now with another chance, they're in the grand finals again. Outlaws are going to almost concede here. No, Mini doesn't follow up on it quite right, and that's a chance that goes right by the wayside.
Just as I talked about it in between games, as they're having their chances, but got to put it away, and Mini, unfortunately, again, not able to find that touch. I think at this point, Mini specifically just needs to get a goal just to get a little bit of confidence, right? And again, landers are a massive thing. This is the grand finals. I'm unaware if either of any of these teams have been in the grand finals before, but there is so much landers and pressure on these players.
Yeah, I mean, Outlaws, this specific roster, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, was in the grand finals last season. It was just on a different franchise. Lower finals. They were third. They came up in third, but they were one of the favorites. I apologize for that, but yeah, this roster had done very well last season, and they're trying to do it again. Olvi going to be able to beat one. There's a follow-up. Dicey doesn't quite get it on target. He gets demoed out for his effort. Wobik trying to get his back middle. Only as far as Mini, though. Mini going to try to press this one forward. Is able to beat another one, but only to the hands of Olvi. Olvi trying to 50 out Infinite. Infinite plays it forward. Almost gets a bump on Wobik. That could have been an opportunity if he did. Mini, free shot here. That one goes through triple commit. There's still an opportunity. Dicey doesn't quite get the save. Infinite with the shot through the defender.
I talked about, I thought that was going to be Mini's chance. It caused a triple commit from the Outlaws, and then Infinite with just pure power. Dicey not able to get up in time, and Buffalo, great response here. First minute and 30 getting a lead. And again, we talked about they had the resources to have their second and third man aggressive enough to finally secure their first goal.
Yeah, that's a huge spark that Buffalo absolutely needed. They needed that goal. They needed this lead so they can fight their way through this series. Mini going to try to get a touch here. That could have been dangerous, but Wobik doesn't quite get the touch he wants. Now it goes all the way to the side. Infinite beat out by Wobik. Wobik going to be up on the wall here. Might be looking for a teammate. Has so much control. Forces out one, but Rob, great challenge coming from his back line.
Chance here to drop mid. Dicey trying to beat out one, going for the sidewall read. Can he find a touch here? It's off the back wall. Infinite doing a good job to buy some time as he sees his teammate gets demo, trying to take a decent 50. Outlaws have been so good this tournament with their 50s. Something to definitely keep an eye on as we see a pinch downfield. Do we see a read off the ceiling? Potentially does drop down. Can he find this touch? Oh my God!
What a shot by Rob. Plays it up to himself, off the ceiling, redirect into the net, beats 2 defenders that both knew he was shooting that. The placement was too good. Rob with the fireworks.
That was a disgusting clip, and I talked about, you know, Buffalo needing a momentum-shifting goal. And again, I know it is only game 2, but I mean, that does so much for their team, saying, hey, yeah, game 1 was a fluke, boys. This is how we get it. And Mini, again, so close to scoring. He's getting so many chances. One of these is bound to find the net.
Yeah, but even if he's not getting the goals, he's creating opportunities for his teams. That one, unfortunately, didn't go through, but that one almost does. Wubik not quite able to beat that last defender. Mini able to get the clear with boost now. Going to try to get it past Alvi, the last defender for the Outlaws. But Alvi deals with it well. Infinite going to be first to this one. Not going to be on target, just playing it over, forcing Dicey to make a touch. Mini doesn't quite make contact with that, but it works as a fake, leaving it for Rob. Infinite taking this one over. Not going to be able to beat the defender there. Mini pressing this one forward into the Outlaws half, and Buffalo are really trying to suffocate this Outlaws squad.
Dicey taking his time. Not a lot of boost. Goes for an early flick. Olvi trying to find a redact. It's going to be just a little bit wide. Dicey trying to put it in front, and Mini, good clear out. He does get the 100 boost. Going for a solo play. Does he opt to pass it mid? But he didn't hold power slide on the ceiling. Just got a little bit off target there. Olvi pop over 1. Dicey sent to oblivion here. Infinite going to wrap away his round here as Wubik now trying to drop this on. Goes for the slow play instead of just the direct shot. Does cause 2 players commit. Is this a potential counterattack? And it is! Mini finally getting the goal, but my God, what a crazy counter.
Yeah, the last person back here just didn't expect the shot or something. I'm not sure how this was so open, but fantastic power coming out on the shot, and now Buffalo have a 3-0 lead, a complete switch from the game 1.
We talked about game 1, and like you mentioned, you don't think Buffalo needs to change their play style. They just need to be a little more consistent with their touches, and I think they have done exactly that. No change, just make sure they're capitalizing on their chances, and I have to say, Mini finally gets his goal, which I appreciate here. But yeah, as time does tick down, now Outlaw is the ones down by 3. Question is, can they get one just to get some momentum back? But I do love the fact that they get one here. Buffalo up only by 2.
Yeah, that's a huge momentum goal, even if they don't end up coming back in this one, which they absolutely still have a chance to do. Minute and 8 seconds is enough time. Even if it doesn't happen, could be a spark going into future games, but they have time here. Minute and 8 seconds. Outlaws definitely still have a chance in this one, but they got to start fast.
Starting fast is definitely going to be a key here. Is Rob now booming this one downfield. Dicey beats out 1. Infinite's up early. Gets a decent touch, not anything to follow up here as we see Mini going early. That might find it, but Olvi, not enough boost to get there. Does steal the corner though. Wubik tosses this one mid. Dicey there to capture here, going for the sidewall, tries to get it around 1. He does. Olvi so quick again to follow. Infinite buying time. They just need to use the clock to work for them. Wubik, can he find the double? We see no boost for him. Dicey with the shot on target. Outlaws, they're throwing everything at this, but Buffalo's defense stands tall.
Yeah, the chemistry is showing for these Outlaws players, again, being with each other for so long. They kind of just know what each other are planning on doing. Leaving it, faking it, passing the ball middle, any of those things. They're just expecting it from each other, and it's so strong. But Buffalo are still holding as much as possible. They're just trying to kill this clock. They only have 10 seconds left, and they just have to let this thing hit 0, and it's over. It doesn't matter if the ball is in the air still. But Alvi trying to get it middle, not going to be able to. Dicey doesn't beat the defender, and that one does end this game. Buffalo take game 2.
Chance maybe for a 0-second goal, and they do get one for the road. Buffalo with a dominant game 2 after getting pretty well smacked here in game 1, so definitely love the response from them.
Yeah, and going back to that Rob goal, that was a huge momentum shift. Rob standing up afterwards, yelling. I'm not sure what he said. Couldn't hear it from up here.
He said, "Go me," and
go me.
It was definitely PG.
But it was so deserved because that was a fantastic shot, and Rob is creating that for his team right now.
No, I mean, like we mentioned, that's such a good momentum goal here. I cannot wait to see the replay of this one as we see him in the player cams freaking out so when he hits this. Well-deserved. That is one of the coolest shots I've seen all weekend here. And again, the weekend is going to be coming to the close because we only have one more match after this. But again, Challenger Grand Finals now. Now we got just a best of 5 at this point.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams, it looked like very similar games coming back and forth. Outlaws taking game 1, Buffalo taking game 2. Neither were super close. And yeah, now we're just in a best of 5. Simple best of 5. These teams have played each other before throughout the season. I don't remember the exact results of them, but either way, it does not matter at this point. It all comes down to this series. And both teams are showing that they can win games. They just have to find the next 3.
And we'll have to see now that both teams have shown pretty dominant performances in games 1 and 2. Who now is going to have the determination to figure out how to get a lead here in game 3? And it might be Wubik starting out early with the reset, and that was on target. You saw the defender of Mini. There's nothing he could have done. Robbed at the last second, though, saying, no, I'm the only one who's able to hit clips right now.
Yeah, Wubik a few seasons ago hit an absolutely crazy shot. Wubik able to beat the last defender there. No one, he makes contact, and Outlaws take that one. That was a mistake on the back line, though, from the Buffalo.
Yeah, you see, that's exactly what they did last time. Just toss the ball on target and have that second man being super aggressive. In Buffalo, they're in such an awkward spot because you're expecting a touch from that close to the net to be on target. So when it's on the sidewall, you just are put in such a tricky spot. So Outlaws, again, scoring in the first 30 seconds. They are now 7 games in a row doing that.
Yeah, momentum is so huge, and Outlaws always starting with it is so hard to counter. Wubik gonna play this one forward, only as far as Mini though. Mini doesn't have boost. Rob taking it over, gonna play it into the corner. Dicey now has control, doesn't get past Infinite though. Infinite kind of being a brick wall for his team on defense throughout the season and here at LAN. Mini doesn't have much boost, leaves it for Infinite. Infinite might not have expected it quite as fast, but he still has control. Gonna hit a double here, down to a teammate that isn't quite there. Rob still gonna keep the pressure going though. 0 boost, he might go for a bump. Didn't quite connect. Wubik able to get the clear. Now a demo coming through. This one could still be going back middle. Rob not going to be able to beat the defender there. And now counterattack for the Outlaws.
Chance here. Mini doesn't have enough boost to get this one. Can't quite get the reset. Infinite does come in. Third man actually gets demoed. Is that going to be on target? It might be a little bit wide, which it is. It takes such an unfavorable bounce, though, for the Outlaws. But again, demoing that third man has been working so well. We see Mini again going for a shot here as we see Infinite now tossing this one up. Rob is jumping so early for that, but his team just doesn't quite have the boost to support this one. So we see Dicey almost beating the third man here. Mini trying to get a read. Can he get the touch on that one? That would have been nasty.
Yeah, that would have been such a huge shot for them, but Infinite gonna try to get first this one. Is able to get a tiny touch, but Wubik still makes contact. Infinite just taking as much time for his team as possible to get back into the play. Rob tried to read it, didn't quite make contact, but got a demo anyway. Still gonna be able to maintain a little bit of momentum here. Rob doesn't make contact. That would have been huge for their attack there, and now they have to bring it back to their end. Not really a chance for the Outlaws yet, but that would have been a very good one for the Buffalo that goes by the wayside.
Dicey now throws this one mid. Mini, little bit of a tricky spot here as Olvi actually gets demoed for his efforts. The net is open for a split second, but again, Infinite just not enough boost to get there. Tossing this one mid. Wubik now to the sidewall. Infinite maybe going for another read. Again, it's Demolition Derby out here. Mini with the shot. Is that going to be on target? And it is, tying it up exactly halfway through game 3.
Mini jumping early, going to try to read the first touch from Infinite, but then Infinite gets another touch. Mini able to read that second touch fast enough, correct his jump, and able to get a shot on target, though. It was a slow one, but it was a weird enough angle that it did beat that last defender. And we have a tie game now halfway through, still 2 minutes left.
Hey, if you don't know what you're doing, neither do the opponents, and especially pre-jumping that sidewall read, getting a redirect, working his way back down. Really cool just to kind of see in the air how much mechanical ability these players have and control of their car to work around just the weirdest scenarios in that one. But again, tie game though with 2 minutes left. We are seeing so many demos. Olvi somehow did not get demoed here, avoided that one, but it has been absolutely Demolition Derby out here. The question is, are we going to see more goals directly from those demos?
Yeah, and both teams doing it too. It's definitely not one-sided right now. Both teams finding opportunities with these demos. It's not really causing goals directly, but it's relieving so much pressure, whether it be on from a team's offense or just creating some opportunities on your own offense. Rob trying to get this one middle, almost Mini being able to beat that last defender, but well defended there. Wubik trying to play this one forward, is going to be able to get a good 50 there. Dicey to the shot, and Rob, big save coming out from the Buffalo.
Wubik has been so good at just getting that one extra touch, which lined it up for his team now. Buffalo on defense still. Rob, not a lot of boost to work with, does get an extra touch here. We see Mini going super early there. Olvi not going for a solo play. He has to go early, beat out the third man. The net is open. Can he find this touch? Tries to get the pre-flip, but again, not enough resources. We're seeing Outlaws, every goal they want to score seems to be just a ridiculous angle. They've kind of, oh, is that going to go all the way? Can Mini get back in time? He can. I thought that was going to find that one with under a minute left.
That would have been such a tragic way to lose a goal there from the Buffalo, but they were just able to get back in time. That is a couple things we saw in game one that we don't want to see repeated, is a third man getting a little too far forward and a weird 50 going through. But now Buffalo trying to get one on target. That was on target. Well saved out though by Wubik. He made it look easy. Rob getting this one back down to Mini, not quite able to beat the last defender, and now there's some good pressure coming out from the Buffalo. They really need to get this one out as the Outlaws, because Buffalo are swarming.
Swarming indeed. Rob, all they can do is just buy a little bit of time. Mini had to go back for boost, so again, every single time they get it clear out, that's actually going to be a double commit. Can Outlaws counter on that one? But as I was saying, every single time Buffalo gets a decent clear, they're either double committing or don't have the boost to actually follow up themselves. Outlaws just keep getting possession over and over again. Looking to score before OT. Wubik up so early. This might waterfall down. Is anyone there for the final shot? Rob just trying to let this ball hit the ground. Olvi pops it up, hoping that Wubik can get this one. Still drops down dangerously. Where is the third man? Shots going off the backboard. Can Infinite read it? No, he can't. Olvi on 0 seconds. Is it going to go in? And it does. Olvi for the Outlaws.
Such a huge play for the Outlaws. They just kept peppering that backboard, and Buffalo had no boost for so long. Finally, Rob got some in the corner, but he was already too awkward. He was stuck in net. Even the slow shot was able to beat him. He was not able to get to that one with how little momentum he had.
I thought it was so interesting. You talk about, just wait your time for your shot here. As we see the Outlaws, they had 3 shots go off the sidewall and the backboard before they finally actually shot it on target. So you have to respect them in the fact that, hey, you had a little boost, but you were patient. Calm, cool, and collected at 0 seconds in front of their goal line. And when they finally had the chance, they took it. But again, they also executed on that golden opportunity.
Yeah, that's one thing that is so hard to do, is to take that one little hit off the backboard, get out fast enough that you can be then ready very shortly after to then strike again. If you're hitting it off the backboard 4 times, and someone's going to have to hit the ball a couple times off the backboard. So
Wubik could take control here. This could be
coming out from them. And looking back, I don't know if this is on stream, but yeah, looking back at that Wubik shot from a couple seasons ago, that was such a highlight. Wubik was such a mechanical player for that team, and that was probably the best shot I've ever seen at LAN. So yeah, Wubik and Dicey and Olvi, they've been such a strong team for so long, and they're trying to keep this thing rolling now on the Outlaws.
We'll have to see if Wubik can create some magic that we saw a couple of seasons ago. But you might not need to create that much magic, as you are now only 2 singular games away from being the Challenger champions of Season 10 here at MCS.
Yeah, and thank you, Stewie, for that clip. That was I referenced that one earlier, so I'm glad that you were able to show that. But Buffalo looking to respond here, because Outlaws have had some good pressure, but Buffalo didn't look bad in that last one. They just allowed one to go through, but they're still not executing on the attacks as much as they should be, I feel like. They've had so many opportunities that just barely go by the wayside.
I feel like Buffalo's actually had more opportunities than Outlaws, but I mean, if you go 0 for 3 and Outlaws go 1 for 1, Outlaws win. And they seem to be doing that so well. And again, that was another one, Rob. You actually see him in the cams shaking his head. I think Buffalo is really struggling on confidence right now.
Yeah, and they shouldn't be, but they're just not executing nearly as much as they want to. Infinite going to leave that one for Rob. That's going to be a chance now. Bit of a double commit, though. That's still an opportunity, and it's off the crossbar. Mini had an opportunity there. It had to be placed well, and he tried to, but placed it a little bit too much. Put it a little high off the crossbar now, but they're still not done yet. Infinite trying to get this one past 1, is going to be able to. Leaving that for Rob. Rob doesn't read it quite right, though. Mini has to buy a little bit of time for his team now.
A little bit awkward on the spawn. Infinite didn't expect the ball to be shot directly at his face there, as we see Wolbeck now getting beat up by Rob. This bounce off the backboard. Can Rob have the demo on the defender? Olvi taking his time. Pops out mid. You saw him looking for Dicey, but Infinite was already pre-jumping that. Great job of the instincts of the Outlaws to know to not give the ball away as Wolbeck. A little bit awkward here as this is going to be left for Dicey. Trying to figure out the backboard. Mini beat over 1. Is that going to be any chance? It's back mid. It's a free touch. Infinite is there. What a pass from Buffalo.
That couldn't have been a better pass. Mini across to Rob, right back across to Infinite. The 3-man passing play.
How are you supposed to read that?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. 2 pinches right off your own backboard as the Outlaws. How you cannot read that in time, but that was perfect from the Buffalo. I want to see more of that, but they finally executed on a shot. That's almost an opportunity, and it is going to be an opportunity the Outlaws to get a goal right back, and we're tied up again.
You know what's interesting is this is now the first time in 8 games the Outlaws have not scored within the first 30 seconds of the game. And Buffalo, again, they stopped it. They got their first goal. Now, granted, they got scored about 20 seconds later. So we're back to 0-0, basically. But the fact that Outlaw did a good job of responding so quickly, and Buffalo, again, implementing more passing plays. They've done a much better job in these last 2 games of not getting boost starts, which we saw them really struggle with early on in the series.
Yeah, but we're just still looking for that execution, and the execution from Outlaws has been immaculate. That was going to be on target, but great save coming out on the back line from Buffalo. We just really want to see some of these shots going on target from the Buffalo. We want to see some more magic as Manny tries to go for something absolutely crazy there, but doesn't quite get the last touch that he was looking for. Rob doesn't make contact here, leaves it for his teammates. Infinite can try to press this one forward, only as far as Wubik though. Wubik with control, no boost though. Gets a 50 on Rob. This is so awkward in front of the net, but now as they're retreating, Minnie goes ahead and takes it to the side. I'm curious if he just pressed that towards the net. It might have been open.
I thought it was open for a split second there. I don't think he could have known that Olvi had 0 boost in that situation. Here's Rob now looking for a backboard read. Dicey though with 0, going to boo this one downfield. Minnie going early, taking a soft touch down. He wanted Infinite to challenge. A little bit of a miscommunication there as they throw away that ball. Dicey now off the ceiling. Can he follow up this himself? This is going to be off the backboard. Is there a free touch? But Olvi couldn't read the bounce. Both teams missing wide open nets.
Some nerves have to be coming out from both teams here. I felt like Buffalo were absolutely feeling it for so long here. The execution on these shots have not been coming through, but now we're seeing it a little bit on the side of the Outlaws. Maybe they're finally almost able to get this with this roster, and maybe it's finally getting to them realizing, wow, this is a chance. And now both teams are struggling. This could be a shot on target. Dicey doesn't quite make the save, but it is off the post. Infinite first to that one. Dicey makes a touch. Infinite beats one just over the net though. Manny gonna put a little pressure onto the Outlaws side here, and now Rob is gonna try to take it from his half.
Chance here, Infinite drops this one down. It actually weirdly drops to Rob. Little ticky-tack there as we are now a minute away from the end of Game 4, possible OT. And a reminder, again, if Outlaws win this, they will be going on match point. Buffalo need to get this game to just tie up the series here as we see Buffalo and Rob going up top, maybe going for a solo play, trying to go for a reset, just trying to get around one. He does. Drops it to Infinite. Gonna go low, trying to beat 2 defenders, and he does! Infinite is just stronger.
Absolutely a huge man right there, Infinite. His name isn't Bob, but he's still a huge man. Big hit going through there as Buffalo now take the lead. All they have to do is kill 36 seconds off this clock, and they will be tying this series up. Finally getting that one through. Infinite gonna play it to the midfield, only as far as 1 though, but it pops up. A lot of time wasted with that pop. Minnie gonna be high up for this one. He is such a high-flying person. Excuse me. But he's so mechanical, but now Buffalo just keeping it in their half, buying so much time. Demo there, gonna be only as far as Olvi. Olvi has no boost, gonna get another touch, and now he has to back pass it. 5 seconds left, can they do anything?
Chance here, the ball just needs to hit the ground for Buffalo, and it's still actually kept up. Infinite has 0 boost, just trying to kill this ball and gets a smothering 50, and he does. Buffalo tying up the series 2-2, and we are getting that much closer to Game 7.
Buffalo playing their game, putting on so much pressure. Buffalo have outshot Outlaws in every game, if I'm not mistaken, even the ones that they lost. So Buffalo are finding those opportunities. If they can just keep that lockdown defense going, if they can make sure that they are executing on their shots and not allowing these little ones to go through, these weird ticky-tacky goals to go through for the Outlaws, Buffalo are looking really solid here, and that was a great dunk there by Infinite, beating 2 defenders. Absolutely huge goal from him.
This is going to be an absolute massive Game 5 as the winner is going to go on match point. And I'm going to assume that after this game, whoever does lose will call a timeout here as both these teams still have their timeout, assuming nothing has been called after this game. But regardless, I'm kind of curious, has there been a particular player that you think has really, really surprised you, or that one that you're still waiting to more or less come alive in the series?
I've been so impressed with Infinite on the Buffalo side. He's been kind of a little bit more on the quiet side throughout the season, but he's showing the offensive prowess that he has. He's shown the defensive side throughout the season, but he's finally getting those offensive opportunities, striking well, and he's been a very good surprise for me. I've seen these Outlaws players so many times. I'm not too surprised to see how crazy things are going, but I guess Wubik still trying to go crazy on the offensive side from them too, both with demos and opportunities. But talking about demos, Infinite is able to strike this one through on a wide open net that was defended until there wasn't a defender.
Yeah, it's really hard to stop a goal when you get demoed here, but you saw Dicey, not a lot of boost. He did as much as he could just to try to buy time for his team to get back, but again, the disruption coming out from Buffalo. And also, again, they finally did a good job of converting their chances. We've seen so far in this series, Buffalo really struggle with these easier open net shots, so finally they were able to close one out, also doing it in the first 7 seconds of the game.
Yeah, I mean, an early strike from the Buffalo is so huge. As you mentioned, Outlaws have been so good at that, scoring early and scoring frequently on that first shot. Almost another one going through for Rob. It had to be a perfect placement, and he almost got it. But now Alvi stuck on the last defender's spot, just barely able to get that one out to the middle. Only as far as Alvi, though. Wubik going for a bump, doesn't quite make contact, but they might still be awkward. Wubik gonna be first to this one. Well defended though by Mini Naquan. Mini Naquan not gonna be able to make contact there as he rotates out Infinite with a play off the backboard. Buffalo, a bit of a triple commit there, but not really a strike that's gonna be able to come through from Outlaws.
As we see a chance, Dicey just trying to 50, low 50. We see actually a triple commit there almost going on. Wubik now taking his time. I love that he's so confident to take control. We see now Demolition Derby, and he gets the double. The Rocket League gods are giving him a little bit of the favor there, but also you have to give massive props to Olvi for, again, running disruption.
Yeah, there's so much disruption going on this back line. That was what created the opportunities on the last attack that they just had. Didn't quite work out on the first one, but if it doesn't work the first time, but it looked pretty good, go for it again. And they absolutely did right there. Struck well, I think that's the right word, on the net for the Outlaws. And now Buffalo have to fight back through this again. Once again, tie game. That one's almost on target. Wubik first to it. Outlaws take the lead.
30 seconds is all it took for Outlaws to diminish the lead of Buffalo and take one of their own. And Wubik, again, it's the speed. That's now twice off the backboard. Buffalo not able to read it, whether through demolitions or just not expecting the speed of the counterattack. So now we go back to Buffalo. 3.5 minutes. There's so much time left in this game. Hypothetically, though, at this rate, we're actually going to get a high-scoring game for once in the series.
I've just seen too many times where Buffalo are allowing a kind of a free chance for the Outlaws. Especially in game one, we saw multiple, but we just saw one there as well. Wubik beat the last defenders, and there was just nobody back in time. Wubik, he was very fast to that, and props to him for that, but I want to see Buffalo play a little bit safer on that back line. Make sure that they have someone back at all times, because they're letting a few too many go. Their offense is looking so strong, but defense is lacking just a little bit.
More demos coming through from the third man. Dicey trying to go off the ceiling. Not enough boost, though. Not quite the first touch he was looking for. So we see a pass downfield. A little bit far away is Rob now with 0 boost. Mini opting to turn to this one, trying to get the preflip. Can he find the touch? That would have been disgusting there. Maybe if he was rocking the dominance, just a little bit extra hitbox would have worked its way there. So we see a good save from Olvi. Rob now off the corner, trying to find a preflip pass middle. Mini, last man back, decides to dive early. Doesn't want to let Olvi take control of that one. This actually goes mid. Mini, again, there's just so much chaos in the corner here with so many players on low boost.
Yeah, Mini stuck alone on defense. Doesn't make the contact, and that's going to be a free one from Olvi. Outlaws extend their lead to 2.
I don't know if Mini realized how much time he had to maybe go off the backboard. Instead, opted for a little bit of a harder read there. And Olvi, again, doing a good job of, hey, just in case, I'm going to be there in Outlaws now with 3 unanswered goals. And Buffalo, this is where you start to panic. You cannot let Outlaw get on match point here.
Yeah, I was really hoping that those misses would have dwindled out, but at this time, instead of being an offensive mistake, it was a defensive one, and Outlaws will thank their lucky stars that happened. Mini not quite able to reach that one. Rob gonna be first to it, but goes ahead and leaves it well calmed out by Infinite. There was no pressure coming from the Outlaws. Infinite, big 50 coming out. Wubik gonna try to beat Mini here. Is not quite gonna be able to, just straight up 50-50, absolutely went nowhere. Oh my goodness, that would have been a crazy shot from Dicey, but not quite able to beat the last defender. Mini 50ing to commit from the Outlaws, both on 0 boost now. I want to make sure that that doesn't keep happening from the Outlaws, because double commits like that are going to be punishing.
As we see more demos galore happening here. Rob trying to get a 50. Is that one giving out target? But Wubik, last man back with plenty of boost here. Again, he's got to run one. This is a 1v1, though. It's on the ground. Not much you can do with that one. Dicey trying to toss it on mid, but doesn't have enough boost there. Olvi forced to go back. This net is open, but Olvi is going to get back in time. Opposite plate into the corner. Mini trying to go early. Olvi trying to get it around 1. He does. Can he get the second touch? He can't, but we see the defender on 0 boost. This is an awkward 2v1, trying to slow play it. Pops mid. Is that going to be on target? Gets a fake around 1, but Wolbe just trying to do 1 touch too many.
He was able to beat all 3, but yeah, he also beat one of his own teammates with that touch too. So Wubik, that's just going to be a huge 50. Is that on target? It's not quite, just wide. Mini going to get that one clear, but only as far as Dicey. Dicey playing it back into the Buffalo half. Wubik with the shot. That's on target, and it's not saved. Wubik finding a 4th for the Outlaws.
I love passing plays like this. Infinite just making it a little bit awkward, and Wubik says, I will take that pass mid and slot that one far post. And again, we mentioned it earlier that Buffalo seem to be struggling a little bit with their clears, right? They're not getting them as far out as they want. They're getting soft touches to the corner, which is great, but if you don't have the resources to follow up, or you don't have a close second man, you're then giving free chances for the Outlaws.
Yeah, and Buffalo are getting a little stuck in their half now all of a sudden, but they finally have a little bit of pressure going the other way. They have to score right now if they want to have a chance in this game. There is no time left on the clock, only 15 seconds, and Outlaws are killing all of that time. With 10 seconds left on the clock, Outlaws are going to go ahead and take this 5th game, and I would be shocked to not see a timeout come out from Buffalo.
Yeah, you saw even at the end there, Mini had a fantastic pass mid that Rob, again, wasn't quite able to connection. I think a lot of it does have to come down to confidence, right? I think these players for Buffalo are struggling just a little bit. They've had so many chances. I think if they were to play this game again right away, I think it would honestly switch chances with Buffalo maybe winning that one. But again, as much as Buffalo might have struggled in individual games, they're only down 1. That's all it takes, and we do see the timeout from Buffalo. Again, all they have to do, win 1 game, and it's best of 7, or it goes to game 7. That's all you have to do. You don't have to think about game 7, anything else. The next 5 minutes, all that matters.
Yeah, and they'd really need a quick momentum switch, because this was the first time the Outlaws actually outshot the Buffalo, and it was in that game right there. Super important game coming back, but now this timeout, we'll see what they end up changing, if anything, or if it's just a breath of fresh air, because sometimes taking that extra minute just to breathe, just to relax, that might be what they need, because it's really the execution that we've been missing from the Buffalo, that, at least from what we've seen.
You know, maybe it's the map, right? Maybe as we move on to Neo Tokyo, Buffalo then will say, hey, this map, this is what we want, right? Because there are some teams, it's really interesting when the stats are thrown out, like in RLCS, that some teams will always win certain maps and always lose others. It's just kind of an interesting stat, but it's going to be unique to see in this timeout. You know, what do you think Buffalo is trying to figure out right now?
They could be changing so much right now. You could see they took off their headsets, just took a step back, moved their chairs just in a little huddle. They just want to figure this out as a team, talk it through, whatever they need to do. They want to be in person. That's the benefit of LAN. You can talk face to face, eye to eye about what you're looking to do, and that is exactly what they're doing here. But then talking about the Rangers again, not Rangers, I'm sorry, the Outlaws. I'm still getting used to the name. They've been looking so strong, and how do you counter that as the Buffalo when a team is playing so solid, not letting opportunities go through their back line almost at all?
I think it comes down to 2 things in terms of they need to really try to stop getting demoed so many times. They did a better job with their boost management that last game, right? But again, how many times did we see Olvi or Wubek going for demos on that last goalie? But also, and again, it's so much easier said than done. You have to finish off your chances. Buffalo are doing a really good jock of creating offensive chances, backward reads, infield passes, but it really just is a slight misinput that could easily have honestly won them the series by now.
Yeah, could be a completely different series if those shots were getting executed. But as we get back into this one, Rob getting his headset back on so we can start this one up. Timeout is ending. 2 minutes are up. Buffalo have to respond, or else Outlaws are going to be your challenger champions.
Yeah, this game does seem to be going quick here. I blinked and we're instantly already in Game 6. We'll see if we do see a Game 7 here. I know I'm definitely hoping for it. I know the crowd is as well. I definitely know the Outlaws aren't, right? They are wanting to finish this one right here in Game 6. It'll be interesting to see if we can visibly see a difference in play style that Buffalo is trying to implement here in Game 6, because it is now absolutely do or die for them, as Rob with a great touch off the backfield, and Outlaws again is going to score in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, it looked so safe from Rob, and then as we were on his cam, you just heard an explosion behind him, and you realize there was so much that he had to do and that he couldn't do. Rob left on an island, and the first one, even after the timeout, goes to the Outlaws.
And that's so demoralizing. You spend a full minute, hey, come on, team, we've got a new idea, we've got a plan. You get behind it, you get pumped, you get some confidence, and in the first 30 seconds, again, the Outlaws score, and it's just demoralizing. So we'll see if they can still calm, cool, collected, get mentally stable, because there is so much time left in this one, but Buffalo, again, how much mental fortitude do they have?
And a demo play is one of the most demoralizing plays to let go through. You feel like you're played just right, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's open on our back half. Oh no. But Buffalo have to find a way to respond. Double commit there. They're starting to let these nerves get to them. And those double commits are not going to be helping them at all. Another demo coming through on the back line. Outlaws just trying to put all of the pressure on. Another double commit, but Rob still in position to be able to continue this one.
Wolbeck now leaving that one for Dicey. Still has 0 boost as well. Waiting to go for a low 50 here. Causes Mini to go early. Olvi, that one may be on target. Raw with a boomer downfield. Wolbeck waiting for it to bounce mid. Actually bounces out a little farther than he thought, and Rob actually got a shot on target. I think neither players were expecting that read, as we see Olvi getting a great sidewall read downfield. Wolbeck up so early. Can he read the double tap? This might be free off the backboard, but good defense from Infinite.
That's one thing that we just saw right there that we haven't seen much since the first couple games. Buffalo going for some of these demo plays. I want to see some aggression, but man, a double commit again coming out from the Buffalo Outlaws, just letting things happen.
It's a little bit of a struggle here, as we see again, unfortunate boost amounts across the entire side of Buffalo. They had 6 when that ball went in the net here, as Outlaws now with 3:10, already up by 2, and Buffalo, you got to stay in this. They need to score in the next 30 seconds, otherwise it might just be GG.
And part of that boost issue is going to be those double commits. If 2 people are going up for the ball, you waste twice the boost. It's just how the math works on that. So if they have to clean up these rotations some way, shape, or form. They have to figure this out, because they do not have another opportunity to do so. It is their last life, their last game, that they cannot lose another game here. They have to figure out a way to get 2 in the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
Mini getting a good 50 now. Rob gets 1 to Infinite. This does pop back mid. Rob pops it early. Doesn't have a lot of boost to go for. Gets a 50 around 1. Where's the second man? Mini trying to push his way through. Infinite now gets up high again. Doesn't quite have the resources. If Buffalo had 110 in the tank, they would have scored so many goals by now. But again, just not quite getting there. So we see Olvi with 0. Pops this one high. Mini underneath. Drops it down in the corner, but Wolbeck should give a good 50. Dangerous opportunity here as Rob gets beat by Dicey. And again, the low boost 50s from Outlaws have been so detrimental to Buffalo not being able to rotate how they want.
Yeah, Outlaws are playing such a strong game. They are not letting anything go through right now. They're not playing risky. They're taking control whenever they have it, as Wubik just did right there, almost giving himself and his team a chance to score that one. Infinite and Rob both go for that one. It almost worked as a pinch. If they did pinch that, that would have been crazy. But Wubik gonna just play it forward here, buying as much time for his team as possible. And just like that, we only have 1:30 left.
You blink and the game is dwindling down. Buffalo going for a ridiculous passing play, but again, the double commits, and Buffalo are so low on boost. There's not a player for a split second there on Buffalo that had an ounce of boost here. Outlaws, they just need to play smart. They can place a boomer ball. They don't have to be super aggressive. We'll see if Outlaws are going to be spaced out a little bit more. They don't have to play aggressive, as I say, Olvi. does that with 0 boost, though. Trying to get something. Is that actually going to squirt its way in? But Dicey at the last second. Buffalo cannot buy a goal.
Hero save from Dicey there on the back line. Buffalo, as you said, they can't buy a goal here. Infinite gonna try to get this one back on the other side. Rob gonna go ahead and leave that for Mini. Playing that forward. Doesn't get as much as he wanted to on it, though. Rob playing that into the corner. Big demo coming out. If Infinite can make a contact, it would have been huge. But Dicey clears it all the way out from the half. This could be a shot, and it is! Wubik extends the lead for the Outlaws. Only 40 seconds left. Buffalo, they really didn't want that to happen.
It's the 50s coming out from Outlaws. We've mentioned it before, and Dicey gets 150, flies, uses all of his boosts, gets another mid-air 50 off the backboard, and Wubik getting a great final touch, taking advantage of that. We mentioned it, the low boost 50s from Outlaws genuinely have been one of the greatest displays of 50-50 capability here, as 30 seconds is all that is going to separate Outlaws and being your challenger champions.
Outlaws playing at such a controlled style here, and unless this attack happens right now for the Buffalo, this one is done and dusted. That's going to be cleared out from Dicey. A follow-up from Alvi. Doesn't quite make contact, but maybe there's one more chance. Infinite playing it forward. Rob going to try to get this one middle. Doesn't make contact, and that is it. Finally, with this roster, Dicey, Alvi, and Wubik are your challenger champions with the Kansas City Outlaws.
Kansas City Outlaws finally doing it in Season 10 of MCS. It went back and forth for a while with Buffalo, but in the end, doing it in 6, 4-2. And again, they do such a good job of scoring in the first 30 seconds. The 50s, the passing plays. This team just seems like they were going to make this ridiculous lower run bracket, and they have now capped off the Cinderella story.
Yeah, and you can see how much it means to this team. They've been grinding at this for multiple seasons now. With this roster specifically too, Dicey and Wubik have been on the same squad for 3 seasons. Alvi joined them last season. They didn't start with this roster this season, but they found a way to make it happen again, and they made it work. They came so close last season. They had such a good opportunity, arguably the favorites last season, and then they come back again this season where a challenger, I believe, became even more competitive and made it work. They did so well. But now, as our gameplay has concluded, all we have left is to give the awards down on the stage. Let me throw it to Taro. All you, have fun with it.
All right, we have your challenger champions, the Kansas City Outlaws. Give them a big round of applause. Get loud. I'm going to speak to the audience real quick here because we have just a few fewer people than we had at the Rising Star finals here, so y'all really need to get loud when we do the rounds of applause here. You need to cheer for about 2 people, okay? All right, we've got Dicey. Give him a round of applause. Wubik. Give Wubik a big round of applause. And Olvi. Give Olvi a round of applause. First title for Olvi, right? All right, now a couple of MCS trivia facts here. We have Dicey. This is your 3rd title, is that correct?
That is true, yes.
So we are minting a new 3-time here. Do you know how many other 3 times there are? Do you know what your competition is?
I think it's 0, but I know Caesar has 4 now, so.
So he's coming after Caesar to get the next 4-time title. Was there a time during your season where you guys really made a change that was valuable to getting you here now?
Yeah, we had started with Stratus. He was a really good player. I honestly wouldn't be here without him and Dicey. But then, we just got the whole old team back together and we're steamrolling, so kind of undefeated since then. I mean, we had our major 2 loss, but after that, it's history, I guess.
It's all history. Give them one more round of applause. Your challenger, grand champions for MCS Season 10. All right, do a walkout during the applause, guys. Let's go. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. All right, back to casters.
All right, thank you, Taro. That was a fantastic job to see, again, back and forth. We thought we might see a Game 7 here. We love to see the Axolot on the PC here. Hopefully they make sure to grab the one and don't leave it there. But
Wubik would never forget the Axolotl. It is a statement for him every single time he's on the cam.
Oh, I respect it. It's fun to see players, always bringing stuff. I know, we've seen some players have, rubber ducks on stream for us, myself. We've seen some weird stuff over the years, but massive, massive congrats to Outlaws. Again, completing the Cinderella run as they go through, 15 different teams in the lower bracket, and in the end, this team that you had mentioned has been around for so long, finally able to get the job done.
Yeah, such a well-played match from the Outlaws here. They played such a strong game, controlling every aspect of it. They kept the control, kept it going, and they didn't stop and waver from their play style. They kept it rolling the entire time.
Yeah, and with that, we are going to be done now with the Rising Star Grand Finals. We got the Challenger Grand Finals, but we have one more to go here as we do look at the bracket here, and you can see Outlaws taking down Fargo, Miracles, Victory, Rhythm, and now Buffalo. There is no one in here that can say they did not deserve it, as they've took down basically every single person in the arena here, but we are not done because we have one match to go.
Just one match to go. It is the Premier Grand Finals. My own Bloomington Maulers, let's go Maulers, versus the Fargo Steelhawks. This should be an absolutely banger matchup, and I'm so excited to see it. I'm so excited to cheer on my team down there. And K-Tool, I don't think you're casting this next one, so you want to predict this next one? I'm obviously biased.
I know you are.
I'm predicting the Maulers.
It's interesting because I did get to, cast one of the Steelhawks game. I got to see them play, and they have been so good. I will say I'm a little biased to the Fargo Steelhawks because they did graduate from NDSU. I know a lot of the players. I know the GM and stuff. So I am going to be as biased to the Steelhawks as you are to the Maulers. So I was a little happy with that one. But it is going to be a fantastic match here. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to the teams. Thank you, everyone who has tuned in. We're going to go to a quick intermission and get ready for our next and final match for the Premier Grand Finals.
This is what has all led up to this final match of season number 10. Can't believe I'm saying season number 10, but Ori, I must stand distraught like you are. Just very, very ready, very excited, very blessed to be here as we've got one final matchup, that being the Premier Grand Finals. We just saw the Challenger and obviously Rising Star play. 2 champions crowned then. Shout out to Kansas City for finally expelling their demons. But I have to say there's one team to me that needs to expel some demons, and it has a player on it named Bubbly Reaper who has been to multiple Grand Finals in this league and has not come away with a victory yet. And I'm really hoping I'm not jinxing him today, but this is the best his team has looked, as they have played some great Rocket League. But yeah, excited just to see what this matchup ends up with. Obviously, you have the unbeaten so far Fargo Steelhawks expected to make this grand final. That's exactly what they've done. They have now won 9 series in a row, so they've technically moved up to that final all-time wins record spot. But Ori, what are you expecting out of this?
Yeah, like you said, we have a Wubik-esque story with Bubbly Reaper on stage. By the way, shout out to Wubik finally winning a grand final. So happy for him. But yeah, Steelhawks, and it's just so tough. Both these teams fighting so hard for that, and it's so hard to say either way. Steelhawks have been so dominant, like you said, winning, what was that, 9 series?
Yeah.
Trying to make it double digits. With this win, I mean, they're going to have to. They don't really have any other option unless they want to lose, which no team wants to lose. And yeah, Maulers on the other end, they've been playing such an odd game, so demo heavy, so chasey. It's kind of their own version of Rocket League, and they are making it work so well. Even if they let the other team score 5 goals, they score 7.
And I think we're ready for our first walkout, that being Fargo. But yeah, that's what they're playing for. The trophy appears on the stage once again. The 3 medals, obviously, you get for winning. But yeah, your first team to make the grand finals, the team that was unbeaten for now almost 2 months, the Fargo Steelhawks. You have Night Fang Hams and, of course, Gavalanche, led by their general manager, Mr. Blasky, on the far left. But yeah, I'm just excited to see what we get out of this Fargo team, because they're a team that will be tough to beat. I really think they're a team that, you don't really want to face right now, especially with how good they've been.
Not an all-time leader in Series 1 straight, and yeah, that stat, regardless of if they win or not, will always be a permanent thing that we talk about, is 9 series straight won. But that is not the only team that we have here today.
No, we've got another team. You have the Bloomington Maulers, led by that man right there, Bubbly Reaper, the biggest problem on the field. You've got Aqua as well as Fishy. Bubbly and Fishy actually brothers making it here together. Yeah, no, they look nothing alike. No idea how they're brothers, but regardless, Bubbly and Fishy and Aqua, I mean, this team has really become the mantra of the Maulers. I mean, they just basically maul their competition. And then you have their GM Clash, wearing a red tie. Yeah, he's definitely the overall leader for this team, I will say.
Yeah, he's been up on stage behind his team the entire time, and what he's been saying has been working. There's been times where Maulers seem down and out, but they always come back. And again, just they play their version of Rocket League, and they play it to a T. And the same thing can be said about Steelhawks. It'll be so interesting. I've used this word every single time I have to cast Maulers. A battle. It is going to be a battle.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what we get out of these two teams. One of them will be lifting that trophy at the end of this final match. I personally want it to go one way, but I wouldn't be surprised if it goes the other. But yeah, speaking on this Bloomington roster, they have really done a good job of removing players from the field. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Bubbly and Aqua. I mean, yeah, top 10 on Global Demolition's leaderboard. I'm pretty sure Aqua's hi, Fishy. Aqua's probably making his way up there too. My God, playing that team. I mean, you just don't get the opportunity to play defense because they just remove you from the field. But yeah, Boom is right. But
One
yeah,
big boom.
One big boom, one giant big boom from these teams.
It's usually not one. It's usually what? As a team, they probably average 10 a game.
Oh my God! I mean,
too much.
That and however many goals they scored yesterday, obviously
Yeah.
55 in that one series in 7 games.
I don't think we're ever gonna see that. Probably.
No,
Probably
never,
not.
never again, never again. Hopefully not, but hopefully they'll get up to 78 demos. But yeah, that man on your screen right now, Aqua, will be the difference maker for me. When he is playing well, this Bloomington team is very, very tough to stop. As I really, looking at this Steelhawks side now, the other side of it, that man on your screen, Hams.
He's been showing up today.
I mean, I called him out. I said Eli fit the team better, and I think I'm going to be honest.
He took that personally.
He took that personally. He had a moment there of like, okay, you're saying that about me. I'm gonna show up and may be the difference maker for my team. But he was in that upper final match against Omaha. Was the reason why Omaha's no longer in the tournament, pretty much, just because he sent them down to lowers where they got ran into the buzzsaw that is the right side of that stage. But yeah, taking a look at that bracket, if Brad can pull that up for me when he gets a chance. But regardless, we'll see what ends up happening. I'm excited to see what. Yes.
And that speaking of GMs being behind their squad the entire time, Blasky's been a big supporter of his team as well. And speaking of individual players, Nightfang, I've heard multiple people from inside the league, multiple players doubt Nightfang, especially off combines, off rip of the season. Not the most faith put into him as a player, and the fact that he's up on the stage, so many people might want to excuse that, but there is no excuse to it. He deserves to be up here just as much as anybody else does.
And I really think this tournament would have been different if Kansas City was able to pull out that upset to open the weekend. I mean, that series, that was a crazy series, and I'm going to be honest, I don't want to doubt Fargo, but they might not be in this position if they didn't win that series. But you see what they materialized into. Fargo won that upper final, and then earlier on today, Bloomington winning back-to-back series, only dropping 1 game. This will be a different story, though, because Bloomington obviously at the Game 7 yesterday, they made their way to the grand finals. This is another chance for Bubbly to get it done, and he's got his brother by his side in Fishy, who won it in Season 7. Can he lift his family member to the next to the next level, which is lifting that trophy? As we are underway in game number 1, a best of 7 to determine who is your premier winner.
Yeah, and right off the bat, Mahler starting off how they do normally in their opponent's offensive half. Bubbly collecting in the midfield. Quick challenge, though, by Steelhawks. Steelhawks not wanting to let Mahlers get in their flow, get in their rhythm. No pun intended. Rhythm are not here. I don't have to worry about accidentally saying that. But yeah, Mahlers are so annoying to play against. Immediately there's a shot, but it's read and saved away. Fishy follow up towards net, just off the crossbar. Nightfang, 0 boost, had the confidence to let that bounce into his car, and they remain deadlocked here, 0-0.
This is your number 1 offense of the tournament and your number 1 defense for the tournament going up against each other. We saw what happened in the Super Bowl when that happened. Obviously, Kansas City there for the Chiefs were not the number 1 offense, but the number 1 defense in the Eagles took it away. See if Fargo follows that same suit. As a good dunk from Hams continues his play. As Aqua gets dumped, that one's on target. Gav opens the scoring in the Premier Grand Finals. He was the real issue in that Major 2, is the reason why they've won so many series in a row. As he starts off good here, but one thing we saw, Ori, Bloomington, they started off slow to open up that lower final against Omaha. Then they found their rhythm and really took over.
Yeah. You can't let Mahlers get into rhythm. You can't let them get momentum. And sometimes, I don't know, that might be unavoidable. You might just have to face it head on. If they do get momentum, if they do get in the groove, this Steelhawks team is going to have to find a way to fight a Mahlers team that is confident. That one almost bringing their confidence back into this game, but it is saved away. Nightfang quick on this counterattack. Big Clang downfield, but Bubbly meeting in the air. Pass mid, only finds Aqua, but he can't have a shooting angle. That 50 popping dangerously in front of net. Big 50 out from Nightfang again. And Steelhawks just being so patient and so composed on this back line, which you're going to need to do against a team like this. Maybe even a shot, but it's hit wide.
And we heard from Nightfang earlier on in the day, this is not the team he wants to play. He said it multiple times. I do not want to face Bloomington on this stage against how, especially with how they've been playing. Their play style just, I mean, according to him, makes no sense, but it works.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would say that about
I agree. It was the team he was dreading to play against, and here he finds himself playing against them. As Gav to the sidewall, reads that double. Hams is midfield. Hams with a good tip. Bubbly, though, to shut it down. Bubbly was in the Season 8 Grand Finals with St. Cloud, ended up losing to that Bryant 4's lineup with Duluth. And so that's a good shot from Fishy. Fishy winning Season 7 with Bemidji and Nightfang making Grand Finals. I mean, we've just got experience upon experience in this lobby.
All of these players, seasoned names that I've seen around for as long as I've been in the league. Aqua being one of the newer players in this situation. Same thing with Nightfang, I think. But Hams, Gavalanche, I know has been around for a good amount. And so far, it's Steelhawks. And I said this, I think every single caster has said this, and you will hear it again in every league you watch, including RLCS, that first goal in a game usually around 60 to 70% of the time dictates the winner, but not if Bubbly has anything to say about it. It's on the crossbar, and Aqua will put it across the goal line just as I talk about the statistic. If we want to talk about statistics, we need to talk about this team because this team is blowing them up out of the water.
And I thought Nightfang had the touch. I mean, it hung on that goal line for such a long time. I really thought a Fargo player there, or he was going to make contact on the ball, at least get a 50 and make it a little bit more difficult on Aqua, but he will clean up. Hams off the sidewall, beats Bubbly to the ball, absolutely dusts him. Gavalanche into the corner, double out of it, finds the ankle. Nightfang is there. The infield pass works out. Great play from Gav, a great first touch to himself. Ends up just beating Bubbly on the ball. Does not expect that read, and minute 24 to go. A lot of time here for Fargo to kill off against a Bloomington team that had multiple comebacks yesterday against Rochester.
Yeah, and that angle was insane from Gavalanche, even though he didn't put it on target. Notice what he was trying to do with it. A good shot's always a good pass. There's no way you're going to be able to read that angle if you're sitting in net like that. Gavalanche shows the backward, maybe trying to dish it out to his team again, widen their lead to a 2-goal lead. Would definitely love a 2-goal lead against a team like Maulers. They're guaranteed to score almost twice a game, according to what they've been putting up in other series. Here's Aqua off his own backboard. Huge musty flick out to his teammate, but Gavalanche reads it. There's a last man demo, and Maulers known for their demo. Steelhawks ripping a page out of their own book.
I like the idea from Aqua, but that is just too telegraphed for a premier level play. I mean, as soon as you see him line that up,
you know what he's trying to do.
You know what he's trying to do. You know what the end result is going to be if he gets it, and Gav reads it like a book. 50 seconds now. As Hams will win the challenge on the kickoff. We'll win one more touch around Aqua. Doesn't miss that ball. Bubbly collects on his back line. It might be open for a second, but Nightfang's able to scramble back. Fishy towards midfield, looking for some help. Has the shot off the backboard. Hams with a great read with no boost. Fishy on the turnaround, puts one towards net. Gav has the touch. 30 seconds now. Aqua cut out by Nightfang. Bubbly back pass to his brother, Fishy. Up touch to himself, but can't get much done. Gav has the read. Bubbly off the sidewall. Aqua is there on the beat. Has the backboard read, but nobody home to take the shot. Fishy doesn't want to commit. Not a ton of boost, a pinch. 10 seconds. Fargo continuing their real scoring streak, but their win streak, as they're going to win this game. And we're going to go to game 2. Fargo now 3 games away from winning this trophy.
Yeah, I don't know what team it was Steelhawks faced in lowers. Generally forgot. But
Omaha.
Omaha. It was Omaha. They kept it close. It was 4-1. They kept most of the games decently close.
Yeah.
The main thing I was talking about during that series was they were so good with 0 boost on defense. You absolutely have to be good, almost perfect, with low to 0 boost on defense when you're playing against Maulers. You are going to be left in spots by yourself on backboard, in back post with only 10, maybe 1 or 2 small pads, and you got to make it work. And Steelhawks that game, there was multiple times someone in net looked extremely awkward with low boost, and they made the clutch save. They made that touch out to a teammate. Steelhawks are going to need to keep that up if they're going to face this Maulers team, because if it wasn't for some of those touches, this game might have gotten their way, but Steelhawks having that offense as well on the other end, having so much pressure, having so much shots, responding so vigorously to this Maulers side, which has been known to be chasey, demo chasing. They showed it in that game, being very tenacious, being very aggressive on that offense.
Game 2 loading on up. Hams wins another kickoff for Fargo. Gav has a read. Fishy, though, was a little better on the back line. Demo on to Night Fang. That's your premier defender. If you're Fargo, that's gone for a sec, but ball will not go on target. I mean, a good demo play for Bloomington, but they don't materialize really anything out of it. Fishy looking for some help midfield. Aqua pre-jumping, looking for some sort of offensive chance. Bubbly, good catch on his back line, a good first touch. Looking to draw in Fargo, give them a taste of their own medicine, as that's really what Fargo has done all season and all of this entire weekend is pull defenders and offensive players close to them and then hit the ball around them. So good at it, and I mean, you can't forget, Ori, Fargo can play physical too. We've seen that from them. We saw it from them against Kansas City yesterday. They showed it a little bit against Omaha today, but really just so good at being annoying on their back line. Night Fang trying to increase some physical play for his team, but a minute in to this game, no score just yet. A huge pass to Night Fang. A better save, though, from Bubbly. The long hit box of, I believe that's the Cyclone.
Yeah.
And, huge save.
Bit odd that Epic chose to use that car of all cars to have a custom Hatsune Miku decal, but you know, I'm not an Epic executive. I wouldn't know anything about this game.
You'd pick the Octane, right?
Yeah, Octane, Fennec, Dominus, usually main
I'd
three.
pick the Dominus.
I used to be
or
Dominus
Lightning
main.
McQueen.
I used to be a Dominus man. Lightning McQueen.
I think you and I both used to be Dominus mains.
Yeah. And
I can't believe we're saying
neither
that.
of us are in the Premier Grand Final, so what does that say about Dominus?
Exactly. Exactly. We're just proving ourselves wrong, aren't we?
Yeah, and Steelhawks proving Mauler. I mean, still 0-0. This started out same thing-ish for game 1. Both teams having some decent looks. Really good pass earlier. This game was saved away by an even better save, as you said. And right now, it is Fishy trying to find his team the first goal of this game at just around 3 minutes would mean a lot. Fishy popping it towards, trying to get it forward, but just met by all 3 players, though, on Steelhawks. Low boost. Fishy popping this one out mid. Bubbly rips it towards the net. Both players 0 boost, can't reach the ball. Maulers find the opening goal.
And this is an interesting scenario because, I mean, I talked about it in the upper final match. Premier has been really turned into kind of a meta of catching teams when they don't have boost and forcing them into awkward spots where they have to communicate. I mean, teams have to communicate between each other as to who the person committing to the ball is. A lot of pace, really, in this day and age for this video game. It's just everybody getting faster and faster on the ball. You don't see a lot of teams play slow, and Fargo being one of those teams that when they have the lead, they do slow down a little bit in pace, but when they don't have the lead, they have to kick it into another gear, and sometimes it doesn't work out for them. This is a scenario where that story can reign true, but a good challenge from Fishy in the midfield. Bubbly to himself, shut down by Gav on the sidewall. Goes right to Night Fang, but there's Aqua to cut out the midfield. Aqua, the most important player on the field. A backline bump from Bubbly, and there's the goal for Aqua.
The camera of this play, zooming in on the midfield, this is all you see, and then just Bubbly off camera, putting in work on the back line, bumping him off. That's the most Bubbly Reaper goal you're probably ever going to see in this grand final. That's what he loves, and that's what Maulers love, and they're going to love this 2-goal lead. But off the kickoff, no kickoff shenanigans actually goes in the favor of Maulers towards the back line. Avalanche, huge touch out. Fishy there to meet it, though. Night Fang has the boost, amazing 50 out. Maybe they can create something from his counterattack. All 3 players on Steelhawks finding themselves in this corner, but nothing productive happening from it. Night Fang in the corner trying to pass it out. Avalanche maybe to rip one towards the net. No, big double, triple tap even off the sidewall, but Bubbly won't get past him. Just trying to take a 50, just so smart from Bubbly to slow it down there and take a 50 in their corner. He knows that Steelhawks need a goal within probably the next 10, 20 seconds if they want a good chance at coming back in this game, and he's just not letting it happen.
Aqua will stick on this. Bad touch from Night Fang, though, is going to go all the way to the side. Gav with no boost. Hams and Night Fang, the only one with anything. They will work their way out. Aqua here, the only one with anything. He's tasked with making a save, and he does. Step up performance overall from Aqua here in game number 2. really willing his team to a possible victory here. Good demo, good bump play from Gav as Night Fang committed on the shot, though. Good defensive play from Bloomington. As Aqua, filling the stat sheet, 4 demos. We talked about, we talked about it all weekend, really, when Bloomington has played. They've been the more physical team, and they're really reigning true to their style. As Aqua, obviously averaging 3 demos a game, has met his quota. And going back to what Iwu said yesterday, when Bloomington meets their quota, more often than not, they win the game.
Yeah, and Steelhawks not quite meeting their quota for the game. They scored and looked to have most of the decent amount of the offensive control, at least meeting Maulers equally on chances. This game, they've had a few chances towards the end of this game. They're fighting to create something here, but with time ticking down, I don't know if it's going to happen. Maybe it might be another opportunity for Maulers that pass midfield, but no, it's saved away. The momentum goal will not be there for them. It does not hit the ground. Bubbly Reaper deciding to keep this one up. Pops up, Fishy letting it hit the ground. Maulers will take game 1. And what else of a course of events were we expecting for it to not be tied in game 2, or going into game 3?
And Bubbly and Aqua both meeting their quota. 5 demos for Bubbly, 4 for Aqua. That is 9 on the side of
almost 10.
I almost 10. You did predict 10. You did. So I will say that they have done a great job of just playing physical here. As this shot from Bubbly just so good, catching 2 defenders, both. You look at the top left, both Night Fangs and Hams with a giant donuts, goose eggs, if you will, on the side of the boost category. But Bloomington tying up the series. We now have a best of 5. And overall, that has favored Fargo. We'll see if they can bounce back here and win this 3rd game. But you see that man behind Aqua, not Aqua, that man behind Aqua, Clash. When he showed up against Omaha, they won 4 straight. He's been there the whole time. See if he's the difference maker for Bloomington. But both teams, Ori, they have timeouts still in their pocket, so we'll see when they decide to use them.
Yeah, and everyone always says this is a game 5 or best of 5. I don't think it's a true best of 5. Both these teams having a solid 2 games over 10 minutes worth of Rocket League, if you count, the replays after goals and whatnot, to feel each other out, to know to kind of get situated, dig their heels in, and now it's going to be, I was talking about a battle earlier, this is going to be a war for that grand final. Both of these teams, this entire season coming up to this point, they are where they want to be. They just need to take it for themselves. Gavalanche passing it to himself off that waterfall, bounce, pass, but the shot maybe requiring a bit more on it. He had the opportunity, the defense looked staggered, but not to be. Still, this attack goes, though. Big challenge for Gavalanche in the midfield, but none of his team having any boost to jump up for this ball. If anything, it's Bubbly goes for the bump, but I don't know who was up there. Still gets a touch, but it's not quite where he wants it to be. It is hit away. Steelhawks looking to transition here.
Good 50 into the corner. Aqua, monster clear down the field. Does read the pinch. Night Fang does not have any help from Gav here as Bubbly removes Gav from the field. Night Fang doesn't really need it as Aqua goes into the corner. Hams trying to look for help from Gav, but there's Aqua running interference. And one thing, even if Bloomington doesn't demo you, they at least force you out of position to a point where you have to, worry about getting into a spot where I can't be demoed, but also hitting the ball here. Good chance for Bubbly, will be blocked again by Night Fang. Night Fang really the defensive monster for this Fargo team. When you are up on the offensive half of the field, he's more than likely in the area, either contesting the shot, blocking the pass, bumping the final shot out of the way, or he's on the ball, challenging it, dunking you on that first play that's made by the first man. So we'll see what impact he will have on the rest of this series. As Fishy, not a ton of boost to work with here. It's going to go off the backboard. Not really threatening spot here for Bloomington as they've got ball possession. Not a ton of boost between them. Look at the top right, 8 boosts total as all 3 players for Bloomington are struggling to find anything on the field. Finally it's Aqua to get something. But that, not a good sign if you're a Maulers fan.
Yeah, Night Fang had an opportunity, I feel like, to really put it onto Maulers' half. Just goes missing, but still going well for them. Not if Fishy has the ball, though. That's a dangerous pinch out. Ham's first one on this. Gets a touch to himself in the air. Uses all of his boost, though, for that play. Does make it awkward for Aqua, but he leaves it up to Bubbly. Ground double tap attempt. It's 50 just to the post. It's not on target, but the bump will come through, and Fishy will finish off the play. Who else but Bubbly to get the who else's name would I be saying besides Bubbly Reaper to get a bump on the last defender? Gavalanche was in the spot that he needed to be. He was there for that save, but 2v1, and Bubbly is so good at knowing when they have numbers advantage to go and chase that bump on that last man.
And even, Ori, if you do, stop the first shot and it doesn't go in, that first player that takes the shot or does that solo play like Bubbly just did, more often than not, they continue on through the rotation to find that bump on the last defender. That gives Fishy an open shot. And one that he's more than likely not going to miss is that one goes midfield. Nobody from Fargo, though, to take the shot. A little odd from them as Aqua with a big bang downfield. Night Fang misses the touch. Gav will fall on that. Bubbly 50 goes all the way across. As huge challenge from Gavalanche will put this Bloomington defense in a tough spot here. Not a ton of boost between them. Hams, though, did not read that touch from Aqua in that play. You see what Aqua is doing. With 0 boost, still continues through the rotation for Fargo and just looking for players to remove off the field. A good touch around 1. Fishy keeps ball possession with his brother in Bubbly. Bubbly does steal that corner boost, a huge play there. Only one player really from Fargo with anything in the tank. Fishy off the backboard. Night Fang is better for it. Positioned well. And reads the well. And does read the touch. And wins the 50. That shot towards net. Shut down though by Aqua, who has quietly been the MVP of this weekend.
Yeah, and so many times, every single time that Maulers win a series, it's always his name that gets talked about the most out of anybody, despite how much we say Bubbly Reaper's name with the bumps and demos. He shows himself so valuable on the ball. Speaking of on the ball play, Gavalanche up in the air, that was scary, but Bubbly does well to read it. Taking time now, only 40 seconds left. Steelhawks only down 1 goal instead of 2 this time. A lot better odds to try to take it to an OT pass midfield, but it's met by Fishy. In the corner now, they're gaining pressure, but big clear out. Steelhawks scrambling to keep this one in. Fishy waiting patiently for that Aaron touch. Bangs it into the corner. Steelhawks having to work from 0 again. Quite literally and figuratively, their boost count running low. There's a shot, but the player goes missing. Gavalanche first on this ball. Has a 1v1 against Fishy. Not if Bubbly has anything to say about it. Goes behind the ball. Fishy touch out dangerously in front of the box. Aqua's first on this ball. 10 seconds left now. Aqua with space and time gets a flip reset around 1. Gavalanche back on his back post to collect. Towards the corner. Bubbly first on this. That's popping dangerously out. Fishy gonna pop it into the crossbar. He slows it down. I'm pretty sure he did that on purpose, Stewie.
I think he did. I don't know. I'm not sure. But regardless, it ends in Bloomington win. As they're 2 games halfway home, Ori, from winning this title. Ton of shots for them. But, yeah, that open shot from Fishy was the difference. I mean, he's the only goal here that's scored. Just a great play from Bubbly and a great finish from Fishy. I mean, this is the only replay we have for you. But, yeah, that man on your screen has been the difference maker. And we have an interesting, this is interesting because this is early in the series. We have a Fargo timeout as they will be calling timeout on the series. And they will get 1 minute plus this post-game timer. But very odd for me because Fargo calling timeout here is not what I was expecting.
I mean, how many times have we said that though? When a team usually likes to go down by 2, but if you go down 2 here, you don't really want to give Bloomington Maulers triple match point.
No, and going down 3-1 against a team like that, I mean, the buzzsaw that they have been, won how many series in a row now? I believe they were the 7 seed coming into LAN. I mean, Fargo the 1 seed. This is the 1 versus the 7. It's been very weird this weekend as far as seeding goes of teams who won. Obviously, KC just won from the 7 spot.
7 the lucky number.
7 seems to be the lucky number this weekend. Rising Star. St. Paul was the 1 seed. They played, funny enough, the 8 seed in Duluth in that final. But this one, the 1 versus the 7, yeah, I mean, this Bloomington team more than happy to just kind of kick back and hang out. And I think for me overall, MVP of the series is, I don't know, I don't want to jinx these guys, but has been Fishy.
Yeah, Fishy's been on the statistically he's just been out of a aggressive high goal scoring team, has been one of the highest goal scorers on one of the highest goal scoring teams, at least in this series so far. And for Steelhawks, Gavalanche has been I was thinking of drafting him. I think it was either first round challenge. It was either in Premier or Challenger, and it seemed to be an odd pick of like, oh, you wouldn't draft Gavalanche there, first round Challenger, whatever. He's proving himself up here.
Yeah.
And he's been playing that corner double tap pass. Night Fang has been amazing. I mean, Steelhawks are not ready to go down. They don't want to go on match point. To them, that's just, I mean, it's not impossible, but like I said, against Maulers, last team you want to give that team an advantage to.
Yeah. As no early kickoff shenanigans, but yeah, I was talking about Fishy, how he in season 7 was with Fusion Bleach and Perks last season. They ended up winning the whole thing with Bemidji. And he was quietly a very, very big problem for this team as the demo from Fishy on the back line. His brother's got the follow-up. The two bros combined for the goal. Aqua's touch is on the back line, and it just, I mean, this Fargo team just does not have an answer for these physical plays, and I don't know if they can figure out how to slow down this Maulers team, especially on the offensive half, because right now, like you said, goals are not really coming at a premium. They're being sold for very, very low prices.
Yeah, and I mean, that's if you're Maulers. Steelhawks have been looking to have a hard time here, especially considering, I mean, you saw the shot comparison, even if it was for a little bit. Maulers had around 2 to 3 times the shots Steelhawks did last game. Steelhawks only, I think, are having like 3 shots compared to Maulers' 8 or 9. And when you're having just that much more offensive pressure, I said this in the game where they were playing Omaha. When Omaha were in Steelhawks' half, they were giving offensive pressure. Their defense was the strongest because they were getting time to get those mid boosts, get those corner boosts, get the small pads, and control the tempo and pace of the game. If you allow Maulers to come onto your half and do what they're doing right now, where they're just putting pressure shot after shot, demo after demo, you can play as much amazing defense at 0 boost or low boost as you want, but you can't sustain that throughout a 7-game series.
I agree. I mean, you're basically writing your death certificate because it's eventually going to run out of boost and the physical play is going to overwhelm you, which it has so far. But Fargo called a timeout after this game. I will say timeout win rate for this weekend at least is not great, as teams have been using their timeouts, not really working too well. But it has gotten multiple teams many a win. But see if that reigns true here. Another demo on Night Fang. As even when they're on defense, they're still figuring out a way to remove players from the field. Aqua won't even have to hit the ball there. This one halfway done. Does keep possession of it though. Hams trying to find Gav off the backboard. Fishy's there to cut it out.
But
Bubbly, another demo, and another demo from Fishy. Aqua to Bubbly on the sidewall. The spawn in though from Night Fang. Hams' shot is weak though, as that was such a good play, but I mean a good spawn from Night Fang overall. Obviously he's not, it's RNG, but at the same time knows where he's going to spawn and is able to call that out to his team. But I thought it was going to be a good play, as that one's on target. Aqua's able to scramble back, use the post, as that one got hairy for a second, but Bloomington still holds.
Yeah, Steelhawks though, they're taking shots at this goal line, and that's what we didn't see from them in last game, and kind of what led to their downfall. So far, they're a lot more aggressive. You see multiple demos coming out there. Speaking of spawning last line, Hams goes for that 100 pad. He didn't have the time for it. Fishy's gonna take that one every single day of the week.
And really, this Bloomington team giving Fargo a taste of their own medicine. What did we see from Fargo in that upper final against Omaha? Well, they won every single 50-50 they went for. They won every single challenge they went for. Hams and Night Fang were literally unstoppable when it came to challenging the ball. This Bloomington team, they are basically smashing the face of this Fargo franchise. I don't know what they did to figure it out, but man, they just look like a team that is on a mission to get this weekend done and to lift that trophy at the end of the day. As Fishy will hit it up to Aqua. Can't really make any touch out of that. Fishy once again wins another 50-50. He's quietly been the problem, the biggest problem, and this Bloomington team have been given an opportunity and they're running with it.
All of this just to go on match point. Those three, the job's not done. This game's not done. I've seen crazier, but Steelhawks, they needed during around that halfway point when it was only a 1 or 2 goal game. they needed to put away an opportunity there. They had so many good shots, so many good opportunities, and just weren't able to convert on it. Now trying to find themselves a way back into this game, but Mahler's looking in control as ever. Bubbly flick over one, actually over two. Gavalanche can't get to it. Bubbly demo chasing forward. There's another shot. Fishy can't find its way on target though, but I don't think it's gonna matter with 3 goals left. Steelhawks having to chase so far from behind. Under a minute left now. Fishy up for this. Back in the hands of Mahlers, trying to look to really steal this one out of Steelhawks, but no, Steelhawks, I think that even if they score and it doesn't, even if they don't win this game, they just need to put something on the board here.
I agree.
For momentum's sake.
No, I 100% agree. You know, where's Gav? Can't figure out what happened to him. I mean, obviously I'm not trying to jinx them, but they've been quietly shut down in this series. Gav looking infield, Nightfang is there, excuse me. As Ham's looking for that one-touch, shut down again by Aqua. And one thing, the Bloomington, I mean, going back to the physical play, it not only appears on offense and defense, almost gets that save as Bubbly, but Hams will make this a ball game with 16 seconds to go. It is a 2-goal game now. I really thought Bubbly was going to have that save, gave it everything he could, but I will say, even when you do beat Bloomington to the ball, more often than not, Ori, you pay the price of getting bumped or demoed on the ball.
Yeah, and I mean, Steelhawks maybe a kickoff strat does kind of work out for them. They get a lot of offensive pressure here, forcing a double commit out of the Maulers, but Aqua does well to stay on this ball, actually beats the entire Steelhawks offense. Nightfang just left flash back with no boost. Doesn't really have anything left to deal with. Maybe a 0-second goal for momentum, but Fishy very quick to cut that one out. Maybe it goes back down the other end, but no, Maulers, they are on match point, Suey. They've worked their entire season to get to this point, and now they're just 1 game away.
They've been a team that was similar to Omaha, middle of the pack, or, you know, I would say top 4, close, top 5, a team that started off really well in the season, was difficult to play, I thought. But, yeah, Bloomington, a roster that has been consistent all season. Obviously has a positive record going into this weekend, but a positive record in general. Have not been a major team, though. Was not a team that really did well in either of the majors, I would say. When I say well, I mean, you know, top 4 or top 2 or winning the whole goddamn thing.
Yeah, what they expect, what they were
expecting, exactly. Yeah. Their expectations were obviously much higher for both of those tournaments based on how they were playing during the season. I will say, though, that this weekend, I mean, ever since that Rochester series, obviously they won their first series against Des Moines, but ever since that Rochester series, they look like a different breed, a different team, they have a different idea of how to play the game than Fargo does. Yeah. Fargo expends their timeout. They no longer have a timeout. And if I'm Bloomington, I'm not calling mine after winning a game.
They got to dig their heels in, Suey, and they got to find something, because if they don't, their season's over. This might be the last game we see, and we're seeing some encouragement from the crowd, but probably don't want to have anything to do with it. Rips a shot as Fishy. Big touch, 50 out here. Steelhawks looking to strike first. That would mean so much for them being down 3-1 in this series. Hams, touch out to the wall, doesn't find anything except Aqua. There's a demo, and there's another open net. Bubbly. He has been, every single time I say there's been a bump on the back line, it's been Bubbly about 90% of the time.
Will that be the final goal of Season 10? Will that be the winning goal of Season 10? They are 4 minutes and 37 seconds away from lifting that trophy and grabbing those medals. Something Bubbly has wanted to do for
way too long.
3-4 years now. I mean, Season 5 made the grand final with Minneapolis, ended up losing to that Mankato team that was 15-1 and hadn't lost in basically 3 months. Ran into the buzzsaw that was Ambrosia Fuego and Elephant. And then a couple seasons ago, on a team that was playing with a sub on LAN that did pretty darn well, made it to the grand finals, losing to Duluth, and now finds himself, you know, in this season back in the grand finals. And he's with a team that, I mean, one player's already done it in Fishy. Aqua is rookie season looking to do it himself. He's well on his way. As Bubbly and Fishy both gonna commit. Fishy, though, has the shot. Gabby, in and out save. He grabs Fargo's hopes from the depths of hell and is able to clear it out. As
all three players
from Fargo on the same side of the field. Not a ton of boost between them. Aqua, though, has 100 in the pitch, but the challenge from Hams goes into the nets from his own end as Bloomington has a 2-0 advantage now.
That's just not. That's the last type of goal that has to be let in if you're Steelhawks. And I mean, someone needs to challenge that ball. If someone doesn't, he's just going to pass it or score it himself. But that's just. If it goes a little bit more to the left, it's off the post. I mean, they have an offensive attack here, but just not enough on it. Does go to the midfield. Gavilan trying to keep this one in. Fishy doing so well to play patiently. And that's another thing is that usually in order to beat this demo meta, you want to bang the ball. You want to get it as far away from your half as possible. Someone on Maulers is always there, ready to deal with that clear. Maybe they actually find a goal here, but what a Aqua matrix around that demo. Gets the save and Night Fang back down his other way, has to make a touch there and does keep it off his goal line. That was an opportunity from Gavalanche actually, but he just misses, puts it in the corner. Night Fang though, on this ball, under one, leaves it for Bubbly. Makes that save, touch out midfield here, pinch 50. Hams working on borrowed time here again. 0-2 staring down the barrel of the end of their season. There's another open opportunity, and with half this game left, Stu, we exactly have Mahler's lead.
3 for 3 here in this. Beats Night Fang in the midfield, and yeah, it's just frustration from Fargo so far. They just cannot will this Bloomington team out of their half on the back line. I'm just wondering, where's Hams, who tore apart, Omaha in that upper final? Where's Gav, who took Major 2 by basically storm and did everything he wanted that entire weekend? Where's Night Fang, who was the defensive monster against Omaha and against Kansas City yesterday? I mean, Fargo's just probing at the moment, but they just cannot get going as this game halfway done. Bloomington halfway to a title. Bubbly with a double into the midfield. Fishy and Aqua both commit for it. Hectic play. Bubbly has the shot. Another in and out save. This one's from Night Fang. He will win that challenge. I really feel if Fargo can score here or get something going, they can get going in general on offense, but they just cannot get Bloomington off of the ball.
Yeah, and it seems that Seahawks in those games 1 and 2, it was really close. 1-goal games, 2-goal games, and they looked tenacious on offense. They had their opportunities. They had especially that game 1, they were putting shots away. And I don't know for how long they've gotten off to such rough starts in these games, being shut out or close to being shut out in most of them. And I don't know what happened. They came out strong. I know Mahler's got dug their group into the series. Bubbly, that's probably the last nail in the coffin. Seahawks started out so strong. They showed so much potential. And I don't know what happened. I think they kind of just. They got off to a good start, and Maulers outran him in the end.
Fargo has been utterly punched in the face by this Bloomington attack. 4 goals in this game. I mean, they basically set a LAN goals record yesterday with 55 in 7 games. I mean, they're doing pretty much everything they need to do here to shut down this Fargo team. 50 seconds. Do you have any last breath if you're the Steelhawks, but you need to get one right now? And Aqua, playing with his food, understands that the ball is very much in Fargo's court. They have got to get something right now. Otherwise, their season obviously being done, both teams' season being over after this series is done, but they will be, once again, unfortunately getting second place. As Aqua and Bubbly just killing off precious time. It's 30 seconds now as Gav can't make that touch. Fishy just slowing the ball down in his half. They don't even need to score. Night Fang goes for a fake. Aqua doesn't fall for it. Gav commits his third. It's within 15 now. As now 10. Gav and Hams commit for it.
There's nothing left.
He's been working for it since season 5. Aqua's been working for it all season. Fishy's now 2 times. Bubbly finally lifts the trophy with Bloomington. As yeah, the reaction from Aqua says it all. Bloomington are your premier
LAN champions. Premier LAN champions. Bubbly finally fighting his demons. We've seen so many Cinderella run from Duluth to make it to the grand final. Weren't able to put it away. Cinderella run from Kansas City fighting from that lower bracket, and Maulers fighting from the lower bracket, winning this grand final. Bubbly, again, a player just like Rubik, just the last series that we watched, has appeared in a good handful of grand finals or top 3 or top 4 scenarios, wasn't able to put it away. Finally, he can say that he has won his medal. He does not have anything left. He has reached the peak of MCS, winning a premier LAN.
And he really was, the winner for a majority of the games. I mean, yesterday showed up big for his team. Aqua, obviously, you know what you're going to get. But Fishy and Bubbly, when they needed...
Fishy two premier.
Fishy 2 times now. But, yeah, no, obviously you see Wubik on the stage, his first win. You've got Bubbly now with his first win, same with Aqua, and then Fishy 2 times. But, yeah, this team, they figured it out when it mattered most. As I honestly think that, it's tough for me to, not be... I want to say I'm sad for Fargo. I mean, they played such good Rocket League this weekend, and overall for the past couple of months, they have been so good when it matters. And even by the emotion showing through. I mean, they care so much about playing, but it's so nice for me to see that Bubbly gets it done with his own brother. I mean,
yeah.
What a better story to write. But I believe Taro has those guys down on the stage. As Taro, take it away.
All right, can we get a big round of applause for our Season 10 premier grand finalists, the Bloomington Maulers. In case you didn't catch it, Fishy and Bubbly here are brothers. I think that's the first brother win we have. Is that, Stewie, is that correct? That is correct. All right, first brother win. We're going to give them individual rounds of applause. Give Fishy over there a big round of applause. He's a 2-time MCS champion. All right, give Aqua, he's a rookie. Give him a round of applause. Taking it on his first season. And finally, the Demo King himself. Give it up for Bubbly Reaper. Was Aqua's the actual Demo King?
Well, he had second most all time this season.
I missed that storyline. Aqua keeps the Demo King title. All right, they're gonna do a trophy lift. Guys, could you get around the trophy here?
Are we in front of the table?
No, behind the table here. And everybody put your hand on it, but don't lift it yet, because the crowd's gonna help us out here. We're gonna start low. We're gonna go, One more round of applause. The premier champions, Season 10. Get some cheering going. Clash, you got it done, do you? All right. Well, hey, I want to say thank you, everybody, for coming out. Thank you for attending the grand finals. This is such a capstone match for all of these players here. And I know so many players put work into this season trying to get here. So thank you guys for staying out and just cheering these guys on. And thank you for being here as a part of the the Midwest Championship Series community. We love you all, and that is a wrap. Good night. Travel home safely.
I want something
Yeah. I was born with the story. I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for a mission. Yeah, it comes with the price. It's all in the description. My time has arrived. I can't hesitate. Nothing is in my way. Knocking down barricades. On a different type of time. Dreams are never late. From the jump, I'm the person you can never break. Ain't got time for indecision. I got 'em all out. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel. Spirit strong like metal. I will never fit the mold. No, I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle. Reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'ma be legendary. I'ma be legendary. Yeah. I got the power, I've been working after hours. Seize the moment, I can't back up, called a coward. Student of the game, like I ball at Howard. You can cut me down, I can't be devoured. Heart on 10, courage on 10, all I think is win. I can't watch it in 2020 through the lens. When I fell off, I always had to try again. Got the code that connected like I'm signing in. Ain't got time for indecision. I got 'em all out. No, you ain't gonna hold me down. 'Cause I'm a rebel. Spirit strong like metal. I will never fit the mold. No, I was born ready to be legend. I won't settle. Reaching higher levels. Just you wait and see. I'ma be legendary. I'ma be legendary. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. I'ma say it loud and proud, I feel like I'm the GOAT. Put some numbers on the board when I didn't have hope. Whatever comes my way, I'm with all of the smoke. Mark my words, that's the realest thing that I